65th running of the total 24 hours of Spa is round 4 of the Blancpain Endurance Series. Welcome to a sunny Belgium. It hasn't been like this all day necessarily. It was pretty wet this morning. We had a very wet Formula 3 race, for example. Track temperature now, though, 39.9 degrees. It's a pretty humid day, but the sun has burst through. The track is dry. There's a light breeze. There's a big crowd on hand as well to watch the blue-ribboned GT event. And for 65 years, the Spa 24 Hours has been delivering great racing. It began for touring cars, effectively, now very much for GT cars. And a 65-strong entry is going to be getting underway very shortly indeed. We had a very lively qualifying session on Thursday. We had Super Pole to determine the top 20 on the grid yesterday. And so, with 14 previous winners on the grid and 9 different brands being represented, the scene is pretty much set for the total 24 hours of Spa. The cars have made their way from the two elements of the pit lane round onto the old grid, which is just before this corner, the daunting Eau Rouge. And it's through that very shortly 65 GT3 cars, single class of course in terms of the spec of the cars, will be unleashed. Well, always a highlight of the Spa 24 Hours weekend is not just the race, but it is pretty much a week-long event that begins on the Wednesday with the parade into town. The cars leave the circuit, they make their way in convoy around the circuit itself and then down the roads into Francorchamps itself. It's a chance for the spectators to get up close and personal to the cars, and when they arrive in Francorchamps town, then the opportunity for the fans to have a look even closer at the cars and to get some autographs as well. It's a chance to have McLarens, Nissans, Porsches, for example, all on the road. If they look a little bit incongruous as they thread their way around the streets around the circuit, well, it is certainly something that the fans love, and it's also part of the appeal of the event. And when not just cars from this championship, but the support races as well roll into town, there's always an enormous gathering. Fans, many aficionados of the sport, many quizzical to find out what all the commotion is about. And go and get posters and stickers and collect autographs. There are interviews with the drivers done as well. And all of this, of course, putting a big smile on the face of the championship promoter, Stefan Rattel. Mark VDS Racing, one of the Belgian teams keen for success. Pro Speed as well, the local Porsche team, also with an opportunity to score victory. And then it's chance for all the drivers to go to a very busy drivers' briefing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 65th edition of the Total 24 Hours of Spa.
The drivers' briefing is a little bit like a football stadium in a sense. It's so full. Then all the drivers gather outside for the customary photograph, and then they have to drive back again, and then the teams have to go to work and get the cars ready for free practice that kicks off Thursday. At the end of the day, there is qualifying and then night qualifying, and on Friday there is Super Pole. Many of them are worn out even before they get to the race itself. The Spa circuit is one of the great laps. Of course, it's a Formula 1 circuit these days, and with 3 sectors to divide up the 7-kilometre track with its 19 corners, it is the middle sector that is going to be very important indeed in this race, because that is the part of the circuit all the teams will tell you will chew the tyres. Tyre management is becoming a real feature of the race this year. Teams hoping to double stint tyres may well be sorely disappointed, because certainly in these temperatures, added to a pretty abrasive circuit, tyre wear and in turn the tyre degradation is going to be very critical indeed. If you can double stint tyres, that's going to give you a big advantage. But most of them are thinking that it's going to be a set of tyres per stint, and a stint is 65 minutes long. You can go to 70 if the safety car is out, but it's going to be round about the 65-minute mark when everybody comes pouring in at the end of the first hour or so of the race, and then working from there as the pit lane will get busy every 65 minutes or so, unless you have dramas and end up running out of sequence. The Pro Cup is being headed by the Kessel Racing Ferrari drivers Cesar Ramos, Davide Rigon and Daniel Zampieri. After a win at Paul Ricard, Jelmer Berman, Bas Liners and Maxime Martin are next, ahead of Peter Dumbrecht, Stephen Kane and Lucas Law, who have been steadily racking up the points in their Nissan. Behind them, Christopher Mies, Edward Sandstrom and Frank Stippler for Audi. Now, those drivers split up a little bit this weekend. You've got Edward Sandstrom, for example, driving with Matthias Ekstrom. The last time he was here, he was the event winner. Lower down in Pro Cup, Fred Makovici, Stefan Mucker and Darren Turner we saw winning at Silverstone. Makavici's not here. Stefan Mucker goes to the Pro-Am Beach Team AMR team. Darren Turner will drive for a local squad, the Belgian GPR AMR team. For McLaren, Stef Dusseldorp remains on board, so does Alexander Sims, but for this event, Alvaro Parente is going to be certainly a man to watch for Hexis as he tries to do as well as he did last year for Von Raan Racing. He was really one of the stars of McLaren's effort on this event last year. So look down through the rest of the Pro Cup, and as the grid now starts to form, of course down there we have the leading drivers, and we had a chance earlier in the week to catch up with some of the drivers.
Audi, as ever, is a brand to beat in the total 24 hours of Spa. Winners for the last 2 years, and Laurens Vanthoor will start 20th on the grid.
This race is the biggest GT3 race in the world at the moment. It's true that the last couple of years the Audi R8 won a lot of 24-hour races, including 2 times this one. But this year we are struggling a bit. I think we don't have the performance of the car in our favor due to some restrictions. So it will be a hard job, but it's a Belgian race with a Belgian team, the Belgian Audi Club supporting us. Winning this race would mean a lot to me and to the team.
Every year we expect great things out of Marc VDS Racing, with Maxime Martin behind the wheel of the BMW Z4. This could be the year in which they win.
We have a really good team, a really good car, really good teammates. So I think we will have the chance to win and to do good results. Now we know that 24 hours is really long. You need to have a bit luck. You need to have constant pace. You need to have a lot of things to win. Every brand wants to win, and everybody is pushing. It will be difficult for sure, but yeah, I think we have a good chance to be there.
You expect the Nissans to be competitive, but the JRM cars really struggled in qualifying. Lucas Law will start 49th on the grid.
24 hours is not about a quick lap time, it's about having a good, quick, constant car for throughout the race. It's a fun track, it's a good length, you have all kinds of corner combinations, and we drivers, we like that. I think everybody who is going to watch it, they will have an exciting and very eventful race.
Peter Cox has won the race outright in the past. This year, he's after honours in the Pro-Am category, driving the Blancpain Racing Lamborghini.
For sure, a 24-hour race is always tough, and the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is demanding. And like a 24-hour, it's always demanding on the equipment, the material, the drivers, the team. For everybody, even for the organisation, the people from TV, for everybody, I think it's a very long and hard race.
Championship leader David Irigon knows he needs points out of this race. An outright win may not be possible, but he needs a good points haul at the end of 24 hours.
It will be fantastic to win this race, for me, for my teammate, for the team Kessel. So let's hope and support us.
The Senna name is on the grid for the total 24 hours of Spa. Bruno Senna, having turned his back on Formula One, drives for the Von Raan Racing team aboard a McLaren, and he really wants to win.
24-hour race is a whole different world of the Formula One racing. It's very long. You don't really understand the race until the later hours of the race, and you have to really push very hard to try and make sure you finish it. The aim is to really just get into the car, get into the track, and make sure I learn as much as possible. But you know, we are working. Everybody is racing for a win, and it would be awesome to be at least in the podium in this race. Would be amazing.
There's more Belgian support for Bertrand Bagat as well. He's a local driver, he's got one of the 2012 spec Aston Martins, and he too is keen for a good result.
For me it's very important because I live 20 minutes from here, still I'm young. I come here every day, every week, so I know this track like my pocket. No, it's very important for me. I have a lot of fans here, a lot of supporters, so I really want to get this race on my CV right after Le Mans. It would be incredible.
And in the 50th year of the Porsche 911, can the Belgian Pro Speed team bring its Porsche home victorious? They have an early stop-go penalty to serve, but they have a quick driver in Marco Holzer.
It's a real big race for us, for the team. It's for sure with the Belgian fans what we have around here, and all the guys are coming from Pro Speed, and it's a big show for us, and we want to give them a good show.
And that stop-go penalty that has to be served between the ends of lap number 1 to lap number 4 is because of an engine change that took place after free practice. The Pro Speed team felt that they might have picked up a problem, in fact, driving to the parade on Wednesday. They ran the car in free practice, and it turned out that the damage was a little bit more serious, so it required an engine change, and because you change the engine after the event has started, that gives you this stop-go penalty. Let's hear from the man on pole position, first of all, Stefan Mucker.
Stefan Mucker, Super Pole winner yesterday. You look a happy chap.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great result for us and for Aston Martin Racing. So perfect job from the whole team yesterday, giving me a perfect car. And it's good to be ahead of almost 70 cars. Yeah, that makes it a lot easier for at least the first couple of laps without traffic, probably. Let's see what we can do in the race.
Now, you're a Pro-Am entry amongst all these pro cars. What can you expect after 24 hours?
Yeah, I mean, we really hope to be under the top 10. I think that should be our target. I don't think we can fight for a win, but maybe for a class win, we have to see. Top 10 would be really good for us.
You take care of this Aston Martin for us, Stefan.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
We know that Stefan Mucker is a hard charger. John Watson on the grid makes the point. It's a Pro-Am entry. He shares with the car's owner, Andrew Howard, with ex-single-seater racer Daniel McKenzie and one-mate champion, former touring car racer Johnny Adam, who is developing into another GT star. And a good result this weekend will not hurt his career chances much either. Oddly, it is a Pro-Am front row, because on the other side of the grid you've got the SMP Racing Ferrari. Alessandro Piaguini, having been fastest in qualifying, was second fastest in Super Pole, and in fact the two of them very, very similar times yesterday. Alessandro Piaguini will be another man to watch. Again, the first handful of laps of the race are going to be fantastic, because you've got some cars that have qualified a little bit out of sequence. It is going to be a very busy first few laps indeed. Bernd Schneider last won the event in 1989. He's back on the grid and he will start from third.
Bernd Schneider, you won here 25 years ago and you still look young.
Yeah, I get some guys who are looking after me, and I still do some races. This keeps me fit. I still have to do a lot of exercises for the 24-hour races I have done so far, and yeah, this is helpful.
Now the Mercedes looks very competitive here in Spa-Francorchamps. What are your expectations?
Definitely the package is very good. The car works very well. The SLS, we found a very good setup, especially race setup during the distance. I hope that the weather going to be consistent through the night. For tomorrow morning we expect some rain, but anyway, the car is really good. The driver combinations are pretty fast, and now we need the luck on our side, and then everything can happen.
Now, have you any advice for your two Maximilians?
I got them some advice, especially being careful in the beginning, because the first hours they will be really racing, and the rules are very strict, especially the pit exit. It's very tricky. Crossing the white line, it's easy to do, and also the speed limit, being not too quick in the pit lane. It's downhill, the old pit lane, and it's easy to overspeed there. There are some issues where you have to be careful, but they are prepared. They are got a lot of experience in the last years, and I expect that they will do no mistakes.
You take after that lovely Mercedes-Benz for us. Many thanks, Bernd.
Thank you very much. Cross your fingers.
Bernd Schneider, who officially retired from racing, but as an ambassador for Mercedes-Benz, is as busy as ever. And he said, I do some racing. Well, he's pretty busy still. He took to the streets of Azerbaijan last year and was very, very rapid around a brand new circuit there. He's raced in a number of 24-hour races, and of course he was in this race last year with the Jones brothers, and it was the first time for a long while he'd been the youngest man in the car, as he pointed out. Well, he's back to being the old stager. The two Maximilians that John Watson mentioned, Max Goetz and Max Buch, who are two of the co-drivers. The grid stretching right the way back there, as you can see, up towards La Source, at the rear of which you've got the number 11 ART Grand Prix McLaren of Andy Soucek. He will go first, and the reason that's at the back is, again, a car with an engine change. It missed qualifying, so it didn't get a time. It also has the stop-go penalty that is similar to the Pro Speed Porsche I was talking about. Nick Tandy will go first in number 911. 50 years of the Porsche 911. That's one of the reasons why there's an increased Porsche presence on the grid, with Manthey Racing joining the Blancpain Endurance Series for this weekend. Successful team within the VLM, and also, of course, with Works drivers being put into the cars. Let's hear from Ferrari racer Matt Griffin, because he is going to start sixth on the grid. Let's hear from the Irishman now.
Matt Griffin, third row for AF Corse Ferrari. Big day, isn't it?
Yeah, big day. I mean, Spa 24 Hour really is one of my favourite races. It's absolutely fantastic. We've got nearly a 70-strong grid of GT3 cars with all the best drivers in the world. So, yeah, third row, we're quite happy with it. Try to move forward in the race, but I'm feeling really, really confident in our car, especially in the long runs.
Do you expect this to be a 24-hour Grand Prix or 24-hour endurance race?
I think 24-hour endurance racing is gone, really. You basically get in the car, and from the first lap you go as hard as you can until the finish, and just hope that you get a bit of luck and the car stays strong.
So you're going to do it for Ireland and Italy today?
Going to try and do it for Ireland and Italy. Yeah, the Irish flag is like a faded Italian flag, so there's some synergy there. But no, we're going to be pushing really, really hard, and just first thing we need to finish, and then let's hope it's in the top 3.
You enjoy it, Matt. Thank you.
Matt Griffin will start, so he's got to get on board the car. He shares with Duncan Cameron, regular co-driver in the International GT Open Series, but also Alex Mortimer. And Matt's driven for Alex as a team owner, as well as a co-driver before. And Tony Villander is the other driver in that Pro-Am entry. You can have 4 drivers if you desire in Pro-Am. It's a very, very strong car within the class. In fact, Pro-Am could turn out to be the ultimate battle because you've got so many star drivers there, and really is the relative pace of the gentlemen, the amateur drivers, that could make or break your success there. The Pro Cup is going to be another hard battle, no doubt about that. And you've got the Gentleman Trophy with a couple of Cup spec Porsches in it as well. So battles right the way through the field. 66 cars arrived here, 65 will start. We lost the Emile Frey Racing Aston Martin V12 Vantage GT3 after a big accident on Thursday evening. It was Freddie Bart who put the car off the road, and the damage was just too great. So although the car is still here, it's in component parts in the back of the truck, and it's certainly not fit to race. You can see on the grid then the drivers putting their crash helmets on, the pole-sitting Aston Martin with the material on the front to try to reflect some of the heat and keep Stefan Mucker cool. And let's go back to the grid and see if we can grab a word with Alessandro Pierguidi.
Alessandro Pierguidi, sorry to interrupt your preparations. You're getting your helmet on. Look, front row of the grid, alongside the Aston Martin. Can both of you get through Eau Rouge in the first lap?
No, for sure the first lap will be everybody take care because it's 24 hours long day, but when we put the helmet we always push hard, and for sure we'll fight.
But you're a Pro-Am entry as well, so what can you expect?
We expect to do a very good race in Pro-Am in our category. Before we have a gentleman driver also in the car, and for sure beat the Pro category is almost impossible.
Well, look, you better get yourself into your car because this race is starting in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, now I have to go inside the car. See you.
Thank you.
Alessandro Pierguidi, no stranger to GT racing. We've seen him in Ferraris this year. Go back a few years, Maserati MC12s. He was always a star driver in the early incarnation of the FIA GT Championship. Helmet on, hands device on. And for SMP Racing, he will start second on the grid with Alexei Basov, Matteo Bobby and Alexander Skryabin as the other drivers of the car. And Red Foot, who is performing the concert tonight, has arrived to have a look at what motor racing is all about. Maxi Jazz last year and Bob Sinclair the year before. The off-track element of the Spa 24 Hours just as important as what goes on the track. And for the legion of fans that are here, they need to be entertained during the night, and that's not just watching cars. So you've got the concerts and you've got a whole host of activities, and the firework display through the night is something that always attracts the attention of the drivers because it's so spectacular. Even though they're focused on doing what they're doing inside the car, they still can't avoid the firework display, and it's all part of the appeal of the round-the-clock GT race. Well, back in 2010, where we had a Porsche victory, the Spa 24 Hours was the predecessor of Blancpain, and Stefan Rattel is here to talk about it.
Stefan Rattel, this is your event, a fabulous grid, a beautiful day. What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping for a great race. I think we have all the ingredients together for a fantastic edition. I think the best in the history of the event. Never in history the total 24 hours has had such a grid in number, in quality, in diversity, and in number of cars that can really win.
Looks to me like this is a battle of the German manufacturers to some extent. Do you think so?
I think Aston Martin has a chance. I think Ferraris, you have some Ferraris very well driven, which have a chance as well. The Nissan has been disappointing in qualifying, but has definitely the driver lineup to make it. So it's going to be very open, and I think it's going to be exciting.
I suppose you're going to be up like all of us all through the night, full 24 hours.
We'll see. I'm not sure through the night, but I'll be staying very, very late. Usually I stay until 5, 6 in the morning, and then I go and rest a little bit and I come back.
We'll think about you when we're here. Many thanks, Stefan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, in 2010, the Spa 24 Hours was a mix of GT2, GT3 and GT4 cars, and Stefan Rattel looked at the entry and thought we can do something with this, and he took the GT3 and the GT4 elements, made that into the Blancpain Endurance Series, and was rewarded with an enormous grid. So big was the GT3 interest that you didn't really need GT4 after the first season, and so now you have just GT3 cars. And what Stefan says is absolutely right in terms of the quality of the entry, the depth of the entry, and the number of cars that can win. And all the way through what we've been discussing so far, you'll notice there's not much mention of Audi. Well, last year Audi won from 29th on the grid. Laurens Vanthoor put the car off the road, number 1 Audi off the road yesterday, and starts 20th on the grid. But all the way through the weekend, Audi drivers, Audi team personnel are saying we're really struggling. We're just not quick enough. We've been affected by the balance of performance. Whether you believe them or not is entirely up to you, because you still get the feeling, not I'm saying they're sandbagging, but there is more to come from the Audis. But other drivers that have then followed the cars on track report back that they just do not look stable and they are a real handful to drive. So depending on whether you believe Audi or not, they could well be on the back foot going into this race. Now, last year, they started, certainly the winning car of Andrea Piccini, René Rast and Frank Stippler, a long way back on the grid, but came through to win. And I'd still be surprised if we didn't have a very strong showing from Audi in this race. They may not have qualified all that well. The drivers may feel as though they're going into this without a 100% chance. But even so, Audi doesn't just come here for its health. And you still get the feeling that as the race wears on, Audi will start to come into its own. So as we have a look up the grid with the segue, let's have a look at certainly some of the brands, some of the cars to keep an eye to. On the left as you look is the pole position, Aston Martin. Stefan Mucker to start, and alongside is going to be Alessandro Piaguidi. And as the marshals duck out of the way, the second row of the grid, you've got Max Goetz and Nick Katzberg in the BMW. Then is Nick Tandy starting in the Porsche, at Griffin alongside him. The yellow and white Aston is that of Bertrand Baguette. Maxime Martin is alongside. The lemon and lime Manthey Porsche, Mark Lieb goes first. Alvaro Perret for Hexis is alongside. Then Alexander Frolov, and in the Ferrari, Marco Ciocci. The number 25 BMW, started by Ludovic Badet. Thomas Jaeger in the Mercedes. Then Alex Buncombe, quickest in the warm-up. Raffaele Giammaria in the Ferrari. Peter Cox, previous winner in the Lamborghini. Frank Kechler for Vita 4-1. Then the Porsche of Franck Pereira, and the Audi number 1, René Rast, last year's winner, will go first. Then you get to the Rover Racing Mercedes of Klaus Graf, Lucas Ordonez alongside him. Maxime Soulet for Pro Speed is next. Andrea Piccini in the third Mark VDS BMW. Then you find the championship leaders, Davide Rigon starting for Kassel, and Nicolas Lapierre in Porsche 33. Then we go to Marcus Winkelhock alongside Bruno Senna, Kirill Ladygin and Christopher Haase on the 15th row. The 16th row, Christopher Mies with the Audi, and alongside him is going to be Matthias Ekström. Keep going, because then you find Rob Bell lining up alongside Stefan Lemeray, Nicky Melnhoff alongside Gregoire de Moustier, Ollie Webb in the white Fortec Mercedes, Olivier Pla in the black Porsche, Luca Rangoni, and in the bright yellow Ferrari, Gaetano Ardagna Perez. Then it's Fabio Babini, and alongside him, Dennis Anderson. Next on the grid, Olivier Panis, the former Formula 1 race winner, and Greg Gilver. Next you find Otto Kloos in the Porsche, Mike Wainwright's McLaren. Then Philippe Eng will line up alongside Peter Dumbreck, Andreas Simonsen alongside Matt Bell in the JRM Nissan, Patrice Goylar's Ferrari, and under the sheet for United Autosports, Glyn Geddy in their Audi. Then it's Michael Schmetz, Aston Martin, Stefano Gattuso in the BMW, Wilfried Marafina and Godfrey Jones in the Mercedes will be next. Then the Porsche of Christian Calders and Laurent Pasquale in the Butz-Gignon McLaren alongside. Francois Perrodo's Ferrari you get to alongside Ahmad Al-Hafi. And just to complete the grid, Gilles Duquesne lines up alongside Felipe Barros. Then Martin Rich for Pro Speed and Rick Renmans for Speed Lover. And the last car on the grid, number 11, the ART Grand Prix, McLaren Andy Soucek will start. And again, as I say, that's because of an engine change after the warm-up. And so it starts at the rear of the grid. So that's how it looks. A fabulous grid, I'm sure you'll agree, with these 9 different brands represented, and as people have been making the point from the grid, some of the best drivers in the world. The 1 minute board has now been shown. Of course, all this has to be carefully timed so that the green flag lap gets underway with 5 minutes grace, so that when the cars make their way towards the area of the circuit where they are now, the old start and finish area, that's bang on 4:30. This is where the start takes place. The finish line is coming out of the bus stop. That's where the race will end, but then there is the ceremonial checkered flag to be waved at this part of the circuit tomorrow afternoon. It's at this area where the podium will be, and it's worth making the point, as it always is these days for the Spa 24 Hours, that it is one pit lane with the 2 joined together, what's called the endurance pit there, that you can see on the left of the screen, and the F1 pits at the top. So you come into the pit lane out of the bus stop and you leave, having driven all the way down that hill and up the other side, in fact, going out of Eau Rouge, and that's when the drivers rejoin the circuit. You heard Ben Schneider talking to John Watson earlier about how you've got to be careful not to go across the white line. That's considered to be a barrier, and so if you go over the white line, hit a barrier, then you'll be in trouble. Penalties do come. So we're just about ready. Jack Nicholls will be in the pit lane. John Watson will be joining me, David Addison up in the booth. And the green flag lap is underway for the 65th running of the total 24 hours of Spa. The cars accelerating their way uphill, led by Stefan Mucker. The aside that John made to him about looking after this Aston Martin is well made, because Stefan Mucker can be, on his day, fairly forceful, elbows out, and sometimes that wins him places and friends, sometimes it gets him into trouble. We'll see which Stefan Mucker we've got behind the wheel today. Andrew Howard, who funds all of this through Beach Clean Dairy Ice Cream, his company, ex-mini racer. He'll be hoping that there's a good result in the offing in Pro-Am. The team was here last year, had a wheel come off the car, in fact, in last year's 24-hour race. And like a number of teams on the grid, hoping for better fortunes this year. So, the green flag lap is underway. A fabulous sight, still pouring its way from the old start and finish area uphill. And as the cars then turn their way now towards the top of the hill in Les Combes, turning their way through the right and the left, and then the right again. There's the Manthey Racing Porsche. We'll have another look at the grid. You've seen it on track. Just to recap and look at some of the stars out there. Stefan Mucker starting on pole position with Alessandro Pietruidi with him. Then you've got the Mercedes, which is going to be started by Max Goetz and Nick Katzberg lining up alongside him. Then we've got Nick Tandy. He's going to be one to watch over the first couple of laps to see how far he gets up the order and what happens in terms of him taking that drive-through penalty. Then you've also got, looking further back on the grid, Mark Lieb starting in the 150 Manthey Racing Porsche. And that's going to be another one that I think will make some progress. But an awful lot of this, as you see the grid scroll through, is going to be in this temperature about the tyre wear and the tyre degradation. And John, we're about to go racing.
It's hot out there, David. On the grid, I don't know what the ambient is, but it's high. And for sure, this field of cars, especially the front quarter, are going to go at it like it is a sprint 24-hour race rather than an endurance race. And of course, the penalty will be that if you overuse your car, but particularly your tyres, you put yourself into jeopardy, you'll fall back. So it's the usual old story. Slowly catch the hair or whatever it is you want to try and catch, and not get sort of sucked in to the enthusiasm and the excitement of the opening laps of this 24-hour event.
And of course, it's not that long into the race that another perennial problem rears its head, and that's traffic.
Well, indeed. I mean, I would think that within 8 to 10 laps, we'll certainly see the lead cars making their way through the tail end of the field. But that's part of endurance racing, and part of the skill on the driver's part is to ensure that he knows when to pass, where to pass, how to pass, and not assume that the car that he is catching is aware that he is there. And we've seen so often in endurance races of all descriptions where drivers make that assumption, particularly in the faster cars, and they've just literally tripped over some of the slower cars. Many of them are doing the best that they can, and you've got to take into account that not everybody out there is a mega as you might think you are.
Of course, in this, we're talking about cars that are all the same spec, GT3, so you haven't got the same closing speeds that, for example, you might have at Le Mans with different spec of car. But other drivers then say it's sometimes harder to pass because having caught up to them eventually, they're pretty evenly matched, so you don't just carve your way through the field.
Well, I mean, I'll give you an example. I was talking to Marcus Winkelhoff this morning, and he was catching a slower car down the hill, all over him through Eau Rouge, past him at the top of the radio, job done, thumbs up, and the next thing he knows, halfway down the long uphill straight up to the Les Combes section, the Camel Straight as it's known, the Ferrari, it was a Ferrari 458, just sailed past and pulled away. Now Marcus Winkelhoff, capable of lapping much quicker than the Ferrari that was being driven by some of the gentleman drivers, but of course in a straight line he got caught and he got overtaken, and I can just imagine what his thoughts will be going into this event now, knowing that some of those slow cars are going to be a problem.
So the cars make their way out of the bus stop, they will turn their way then through La Source, and then we are going to get underway. The 65th edition of the Total 24 Hours of Spa is about to get underway. The safety car will peel off when it comes out of the hairpin, and then we are going to be in business then. The field turning its way up towards the hairpin, and we're about half a minute away from the official start time, so they can afford to back off. There's a man with a lot on his mind, Bas Linders, player manager, of course, at Mark VDS Racing. He puts together the team. He's also one of the key drivers, and it would mean so much for Mark VDS Racing to win the Total 24 Hours of Spa. The cars then come out of La Source. 65 GT3 cars about to be unleashed then. The pace car, as it is, peels into the pit lane. The pace quickens. The cars then, with the lights on red, make their way slowly up towards the line. We hit 4:30. The lights go green. The pace quickens. Everybody blasts away. It's going to be Stefan Mucker who tries to get the lead, but right alongside him is Pietruini, who gets his nose in front on the outside line. Stefan Mucker on the inside. Pietruini spins at the very first corner. One of the VDS BMWs goes off in avoidance. There are cars everywhere, and on cold tyres, Alessandro Pietruini could very nearly have caused mayhem.
That was the very question I asked him on the grid. Are you going to go side by side through the corner with Stefan Mucker? And what happens? He tries to. He gets on the outside of the corner, and around she goes. How that was an avoidance. Amazing.
Well, they've all survived just about as they got towards their comp. Some will have lost track position because of that, but the key thing is they're still going, and Alessandro Pietruini really should have known better.
Look, you're in a race, lights go out, side by side, you think you've got the advantage. If you can hold the outside in the first part of Eau Rouge up to Radio, you'll be on the inside as you come onto the Kemmel Straight, and you can gain that position. But, you know, 24 hours, not 24 milliseconds.
And he could very nearly have wiped out others. So it's a shuffled order. The cars turning their way through Bruxelles for the first time. Already some of the back markers just dropping away. But look at this as they turn their way downhill out of the so-called Speaker's Corner. The leaders are going through Pouin. And don't forget that not only has Pietruini had a spin, he's also got to serve a drive-through, because yesterday in the Super Pole he was out after his allotted time. So he's already got a self-imposed penalty from today as well as one from yesterday.
Well, he's had 2 of the lemons in the space of 24 hours. Hopefully he will not have a further one, but maybe this will allow no easy cars to slow down. Just in fact, somebody just going slightly wide coming through the S's. But it is always a difficult moment with a field of 66 cars trying to get through and not literally bump or bang into one another.
Looking back to the number 35 Nissan there, that's the car that's being started by Lucas Ordonez as the field turns its way then for the first time towards the bus stop, heading up towards the end of lap number 1. Battles rage on right the way through the field as this multi-million euro grid goes through, and a spin already for the number 9 McLaren, and that is the car being started by Mike Wainwright, the man that foots the bill, the gentleman racer.
Doesn't look like it's going an awful lot further either. That car looks like it's come to a stop, and we have to wait and see.
Into the pit lane comes Nick Tandy, so the 911, because it's number 911, comes down the pit lane to serve this 1 minute stop-go penalty. Well, the good thing is he'll get that out of the way, and significantly by doing it now, of course, John, he will remain on the lead lap.
Yes, indeed. You get it out of the way, get back into the race. He'll probably rejoin the race pretty more, not quite at the tail of the field, I suspect, but get it served, get it over and done with, settle down, and let this race then take its course.
Now, Stefan Mucker leads. Nick Katzberg, after amazing avoidance, runs second. Third is Alvaro Perret. Fourth is Maxime Martin. Fifth is Max Goetz. And then in sixth place is number 73, which is Alex Frolov in another of the SMP Racing Ferrari that also has to serve a drive-through. And after his spin, where is Pietruini? He's down in 15th place, and you can spot him because he's the man with a really red face now.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, he's only dropped from second to 15th is a miracle. That's almost a result in itself.
You can almost imagine the shouts in race control as the race director saw what was going on and thought, oh blimey, look at this. But they've all survived as the field powers up the Kemmel Straight there. Look, going to the inside line, the Pro Speed 75 Porsche with Maxime Soulet, Belgian driver, at the wheel of it. And I just get the feeling that the Porsches are worth watching in this race. That many of those works drivers, not just here for the good of their health, and lower down the order. Look, number 5, the McLaren in the hands of Greg Gilbert tries to gain ground. Everywhere you look, there's a gaggle of cars all squabbling for track position.
And what's going to happen, not just in these opening laps, but as the race begins to progress, you'll find there will be suddenly gaps on the racetrack. You could come onto the Kemmel Straight and not see a car ahead of you or a car behind, as the Porsche with damage to the left front makes its way down in the pit lane. So that must have been a consequence of that opening first and second corner in Eau Rouge. There's the McLaren. It's got going again, but not going quickly.
Yeah, Mike Wainwright, to be fair, is the gentleman racer in that car. There is the Nick Tandy Porsche going down the hill, ready to rejoin. And, of course, he served his 1 minute stop-go penalty, and now he's going to get back into the race. So that drops him way down the order. But, as I say, he's still on the lead lap. And another car that we are getting a report of having had a spin early on is Ludovic Badet in the number 25 BMW. So 2 cars, 3 cars, in fact, because there's Pietruini as well, spinning on that opening lap. We've seen Mike Wainwright, and now we get reports of Badet. Now, there is the leader coming up towards the end of his second lap. Nick Tandy will stay on the lead lap, but only just.
Well, Stefan Mucker's got the ideal position. He had pole position from Super Pole on Saturday evening. Got a clear track ahead of him, and he's just got to literally make hay as the sun's shining, because he's able to open up a gap 2.2 seconds ahead of the second place Nicky Katzberg in the BMW. The BMW is going to cling to the Aston Martin as much as it can, because the Katzberg BMW is a pro car, whereas the Aston Martin is a Pro-Am. So Katzberg knows he doesn't need to really make a big challenge at this stage. Once we get into the cycle of driver changes, then that advantage is going to go to the BMW.
Riding on board then now in number 1 with René Rast, winner last year, having also mopped up the Porsche Super Cup last year. It's again an Audi that looks like it might be struggling, and Thomas Jaeger just breezes past, doesn't he, in the Mercedes. Everybody you talk to at Audi says, oh no, we can't win this year, we're not competitive. I don't buy that. I still think they're going to start looking a bit more promising in the second half of the race.
Well, I mean, the word that I was getting was that they feel this is going to be a difficult race for all the Audi drivers, and one of the things that they may be doing is changing driver after every stint, maybe rather than doing as some others will do with a double stint. They're saying that it gets really warm in the car handling has not been as good as we know the car is capable of. Therefore, it's going to be a race of the end for them rather than the beginning.
Trying to keep the drivers fresh, and there are some of them. Andre Lotterer is down there, Laurens Vanthoor is down there, having had his off in the Super Pole yesterday. René Rast is driving Vanthoor's car, and he's trying to make his way up the order. He was 13th at the start of the lap. We saw him lose a place to Thomas Jaeger. I think he's losing more as well as he heads downhill. So Stefan Looker leading the way. Nick Katzberg is second. He was 2 seconds back, and a replay of the start. Well, we know what the outcome is, but John, talk us through this.
Well, as I said, side by side into turn 1, what are you going to do, Pierluigi? And he just said, no problem. Then all of a sudden, he's on the outside of the corner. It's dirtier there. We've had other races here. Spins across the front of the field. Fortunately, everybody had the chance to realise there was an incident. They got one side, the other side. Some had to go off track and were left on the right, but everybody pretty much got through unscathed. And a deep breath for the Ferrari.
And I had a look at that replay and saw just how close Nick Tandy came to disaster. Very quick reflexes from Nick Tandy to get out of the way. That was the Mike Wainwright spin in the body of the pack, and everybody able to dodge around it, but that in turn broke up the field. And what was all this about at La Source? The Joneses getting involved versus United Autosports. Godfrey Jones starts and has made contact with Glyn Geddy, and Glyn is not exactly shy when it comes to sticking out his elbows and getting stuck in. So when Glyn Geddy gets turned around, a lot's gone on in 2 laps.
Well, I mean, has nobody told these drivers that we are actually in an endurance event, and why they make challenges like that? If you're going to make a challenge, make it clean and make it stick. Don't make it half-heartedly. You stick your nose down the inside into the source. You're not far enough forward to take the position, but you've compromised yourself. More so, you've taken another car and damaged that car, possibly, certainly put it at a disadvantage.
And just in case you think this is a 10-lap sprint, we've only got 23 hours and 52 minutes to go. So up towards La Source comes, first of all, the number 6 Audi. That is the car in the hands of Christopher Haase, but he's under big pressure as he heads off now downhill. Christopher Haase trying to hang on to track position here, but the field then queued up behind him, and Haase is certainly under attack as he plunges downhill once again. He's tumbling down the order. He's got Rob Bell in the Gulf McLaren up alongside him now and going through.
Yeah, but also the Audi just coming up through the Eau Rouge into Radion was way off track on the inside, so that was a bit of a save, but we're going to see lots of that in these opening laps.
And all the way down the order, you've got cars that you might think should be doing better than they are, but it's just such a strong entry as well. That's what is making it difficult. Marcus Winkelhock in the red and white Audi, number 16 at the head of that little gaggle, goes through. Also in there, number 12, Gregoire de Moustier, and already René Rast in the number 1 Audi being warned about respecting the track limits.
I think he's doing the best he can, and he's trying to get the most from his Audi and trying to keep himself in contact with the group of cars he's racing with. And the pro cars, you don't want to drop back. You want to keep that position because it will become vital as this race progresses.
So the field working its way currently through this 4th lap of the race. Other drivers being warned about track limits at different places. What progress of Nick Tandy? Well, of course, having joined in a long way down. Now he's trying to work his way back up the order once again. He'll be able to do that over the course of the stint. So number 911 becomes another one to try to keep an eye to, as there you see Porsche versus McLaren once again. The standings at the moment headed by Aston Martin with just under 2 seconds over the Nick Katzberg BMW that's behind. And Nick Tandy is 63rd. Godfrey Jones, after that contact we saw at La Source, is in the pit, so the Mercedes, I'm afraid, has got some damage. And at the rear of the field at the moment is the number 15 McLaren of Laurent Pasquale that had engine dramas during the course of Thursday afternoon. So Tandy is in a hurry, but the Jones Mercedes, I'm afraid to say, is already in the pits.
Well, you know, you've damaged your own car. That's a penalty you've inflicted upon yourself. You may have damaged the Audi which got the contact. And on top of which, the stewards could look at that incident and think, well, was that an avoidable accident, or was it something that was a racing incident? They may consider the penalty of having to come into the pits to do some work to the Mercedes sufficient, or they could add more pain and say, once you've finished that work, then you've got to maybe have a drive-through. But we wait and see if the stewards are going to be that unkind in this early phase of the race.
Another car that has pitted as well, but that's its drive-through, is Alessandro Piaguidi after his spin at the start of the race. He lost places. He's going to lose more, of course, now by coming through the pit lane. It's hard to say whether things have settled down at all. I fear they won't for a long, long time, because you've got so many of these cars still trying to work their way up the order. And, of course, you don't have to have the start driver as the guy that set the time. So that's why the pace of some cars will be different relative to its grid position.
In an event like this, the number of cars, the length of the lap, you're going to see a lot of ducking and diving, and it will take the best part of half of this first stint, roughly about 30 minutes, 35 minutes, to see any semblance of the field settling down. And then drivers beginning to think, well, I am in a given position. I know what I need to do, as we look at one of the Nissans coming through at Lake Coombe. So just stay relaxed, really. Don't worry about trying to battle a position. One position right now isn't going to make a huge difference, but it could make a difference, as we saw with the Jones brothers and their car tangling with the Audi.
And, of course, the other thing is, by fighting, you're only taking more life out of the tyres, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this sort of, it's a juxtaposition between a battle and between conservation. If you've got a clean overtaking opportunity, then take it. But if you're marginal, think about it. But one thing you mustn't do is get into a situation where you're overusing, or, in my words, abusing the car, particularly at this early stage. Still very, very warm, just coming up to 4:45 here in Belgium. Still 26, 27 Celsius. Track temperature has been rising. It was wet here early in the morning, but it's been rising throughout the day, and it's going to sort of plateau out around about 6 o'clock. So people just bear that in mind.
Nick Katzberg, though, is pushing on, isn't he, to try and get onto terms with Stefan Mucker. Pro Cup car catching Pro-Am overall leader. The gap was over a second. It's down to 0.8.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the BMW is quick. This is a car that's got a lot of downforce, therefore it's going to have a lot of grip. Nicky Katzberg has got one thing he has to think about, and that's just chase the Aston Martin. Stefan Mucker not shy about defending, so he will give the Aston the best opportunity, but just keep an eye on Nicky Katzberg as he's just catching bit by bit. The BMW just really tracking where the Aston Martin, maybe that's a little bit less downforce than the BMW, maybe again just slightly harder on its tyres, but let's see what happens over the next 10 minutes.
Now, of course, Stefan Mucker needs to give his slower co-drivers a chance. Andrew Howard, who is the lesser graded driver in that car, he will have to do 6 hours. Bronze drivers do 6 hours behind the wheel of the car. So, in a sense, why fight? Because you're going to lose time over the course of the race. Well, the reason for fighting is to make sure the car stays up there for as long as possible and to give the other drivers on it as good a chance. The Pirelli tyres are going to get cycled through pretty rapidly over the course of this race. And are we going to see people pitting even before 65 minutes are up? Fuel's not an issue around here. It's not a fuel-thirsty circuit, so none of the teams are concerned about having to come in early because they're low on fuel. Tyres will really dictate when they pit.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on second and third. The battle for that, well, it's not really a battle. It's Nicky Katzberg is taking the battle to Stefan Mucker. Alvaro Parenta in the lead. McLaren is 6.5 seconds behind and dropping further back. And so there's a battle going on third, fourth and fifth place right now. That's all very close, covered by just under a second.
Alvaro Parenta is a driver being given a second warning, and Thomas Jaeger is another for going too wide at Blanchimont and not respecting the track limits. Now, of course, lots of parts of Spa, John, we'll get you to talk about this more in a moment, have not grass anymore or gravel tracks, but they have this extra runoff tarmac. So the corner is the same, but the penalty for going off is less than it was because you can just drive over the tarmac and rejoin, and so certain drivers push that a bit harder.
Yeah, and the benefit of doing so is you open up the corner, and this is coming up through Blanchimont. We're looking at it now as looking from the corner now, coming through the first part of Blanchimont, then the second part, and it's on the exit here that cars have been running wide as we see the lead cars. And Stefan Mucker probably slightly wider on the exit, catching up to the first of the tail enders already on the end of coming up to complete 6 laps.
Now we could have a change of lead here. Mike Wainwright, I would imagine, is the one ahead because of his spin earlier on. The British driver, the commodities trader, comes through. It's a great looking car, the Gulf McLaren, but he's about to have the fastest ice cream wagon around. The Beach Dean Aston Martin look for a way past him, and so the Gulf McLaren is about to go 1 lap down. Stefan Mucker goes through. He was 0.4 of a second ahead of Nick Katzberg, who almost gets caught up in the traffic there. He powers away through now, and Nick Katzberg, in his first full season for Mark VDS Racing, is really taking the battle here to Stefan Mucker.
Yeah, he wasn't really sure whether the McLaren was aware there were 2 cars coming through, and sometimes the second of the 2 cars gets masked by the first car, the Aston Martin in this case. But all through cleanly, and Nicky Katzberg now looking to get closer to the rear of the Aston Martin up this long Camel Straight. Stefan Mucker having to go slightly defensive, going to the right-hand side. Katzberg pulls to the left. he'll have the slightly easier entry into the corner compromise for Stefan Mucke as they enter Lake Kum.
So turning his way now, Nick Katzberg through the middle element of it. Then you've got that short run down to Bruxelles, and he certainly proved over the last few laps that he can match the pace of the Aston Martin, the quickest car in Superpole, and a little cheeky flash of the lights there as well to say, come on, get out of the way. Stefan Mucke, 10 seconds clear of his class opposition, which is the 59 Ferrari of Matt Griffin.
Be interesting to see what happens with Nicky Katzberg, because as they come down to the end of this short straight, they're into the Pouhon corner. That's a long double left-hand corner, very quick corner. But it's the exit of that, then down to what they call Fagnes, which is the little flip-flap S's. That's where Nicky Katzberg might consider if he gets close enough, but on the exit of Pouhon, he isn't.
And the other Mark VDS BMW of Maxime Martin is currently running fourth. You've got Alvaro Perez, Hexis McLaren currently in third place. Max Goetz is fifth, Matt Griffin is sixth, Mark Lieb in the Porsche is seventh. And the 911 Porsche of Nick Tandy still trying to break its way into the top 60. Katzberg then on this lap, pushing as hard as he possibly can. Within the first sector he was quicker, but he's lost out a bit in the second sector. Both of them running wide in the second element of Campus through the Paul Frere corner and heading up towards Blanchimont.
That's a change of name for the corner, Paul Frere. I asked somebody in the press room today. Let's have a little look back and see what's going on.
That's Peter Cox, I think, in the background getting it wrong in the Lamborghini, is it not?
Not a nice place to do it, but a lot of traffic around you.
Thankfully nobody avoids him. Peter, former outright winner, now has to sit tight, wait for a gap in the traffic. Here are the leaders.
Back to the Paul Frere Courbe. I asked somebody in the press room, Paul Frere, who is he? Not my generation, my predecessor generation. Paul Frere, great driver, won Le Mans with another great Belgian driver, Olivier Gendebien, and of course, probably along with the father of Jackie Ickx, one of Belgium's best known motoring journalists.
Absolutely
so
right.
So does the history lesson.
Oh, indeed so.
Part one.
Despite his advancing years, he was always a regular here and at Le Mans. Huge enthusiast long after he retired from racing, and the corner was named after him shortly after his death a few years ago. Mark Lieb, you caught the glimpse of the back of in the Manthey Porsche. Leaders have gone through, and the gap between the top two is half a second. Good little battle for third place now, because we've had a change. You've now got Alvaro Perez third, Max Goetz up to fourth, and that means that Maxime Martin has dropped back into fifth place. Interesting that they've let Maxime Martin start, because normally they keep him for a little bit longer and let Bas Leinders, for example, go first. But Max has been given the first stint, and this is going to be the last time this year we see him in Blancpain, because he's busy in the States. When we get to the Nürburgring weekend, he'd quite like to go out on a high, wouldn't he, with a win on home soil?
Oh, very much so. Maxime Martin, by many people, the finest driver in GT racing. Not just in Blancpain, but in GT racing. And clearly, I mean, a great, great talent. And it's a shame he's not going to be at the Nürburgring, but he's going to take his options wherever he gets them. As a BMW, who's got a driver door, there's a passenger door, and a marshal looking inside.
It's 188, and that, I think, is started by Stefano Gattuso. It's the DKR Engineering BMW that has come to a long way off the circuit.
Yes, well, that's the extra Pouhon. Now, whether he's had an error in the corner, or whether that's something mechanical that he's just pulled off to the outside in the runoff, tarmac runoff, of course, pretty much all the way around the Spa circuit these days.
I'd guess it's mechanical, because the car was brought back at the end of the warm-up on a flatbed this morning. So if it had a problem then, potentially, it's still got a problem now.
Well, 20 minutes into a 24-hour race, they've not had good value. That's disappointment.
Absolutely right. And there's some fit grinders in that car as well. Dimitri Angilbert, for example, one of them, who maybe denied a chance of getting behind the wheel. Nick Katzberg now thinks it's about time he led this race.
Yeah, well, up to then through Blanchimont, pretty much flat out in these GT cars. Careful not to overrun the exit, but looking to have a dive down the inside up into the bus stop chicane. Not close enough to do it, but indicating and harrying Stefan Mucke in the Aston Martin. Stefan Mucke knows all those tricks because he uses them all himself.
Exactly. And he knows exactly where the Aston is strong and where the BMW is strong. And in a straight line, the BMW sometimes isn't as quick as other cars, so the gap widens a touch coming over the line, but it's through the fast corners where the Z4 should come back into its own. Out of La Source now, plunge downhill. When they came over the line, the gap was only half a second. It had been less than that into the braking area. And we're also getting lower down the field. Matt Bell being given a second warning for track limits, so the race officials are busy already. Stefan Mucke has done the fastest lap of the race. He leads. Nick Katzberg is second. It's Aston Martin from BMW, from McLaren, from Mercedes in the leading four at the moment.
Well, we saw this kind of domination from the Aston Martin at the Blancpain round at Silverstone at the beginning of June, end of May. And that was a different deal because it was a pro-drive, a pro-driven car with Fred Makowiecki and Darren Turner.
That's right.
So that was a very, very strong car here. Of course, it's in the Pro-Am category. So Stefan Mucker will do absolutely the maximum he can when he comes in to hand over the car. Then expect to see it begin to taper back through the field.
Looking at Matt Griffin at the moment, running in 6th place. And you heard from Matt on the grid, very, very quick driver who is these days a factory Ferrari driver. He's put into different teams, different weekends. He was winning at Silverstone a fortnight ago. He's been winning in the European Le Mans Series this year for the Ram team. And he's going to be very much a force to be reckoned with within the Pro-Am class this weekend. Duncan Cameron, quick co-driver. You've also got driving that car Alex Mortimer, former British GT champion, and Tony Villander, who is very, very fast indeed.
Absolutely, very fast. Just to go back to Matt Griffin, the last time I think I spoke to him was like, oh, let's have a look and see what's going on. Good pass down the inside, down into the bus stop chicane. That's what you really do. Even the BMW had to compromise its entry, but sensibly the Nissan gave the BMW working room, went wide, both overran the corner, but both got round and both make their way. Just one place losing for the Nissan. But just to go back to Matt Griffin, I've met him a number of occasions. One of those we were talking about, what do you do, Matt? Well, how do you make your money? Who's buying wine and trading wine? I said, get me a case. Never heard another word.
At least it's not Guinness. Well, he's a very, very quick driver, Matt, and he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, as I say, within Pro-Am, that is for sure. Here are the overall race leaders, and they're coming up now to start some more lappery. Rick Renmans is ahead in the Speed Lover Porsche, and you think that's a very slow Porsche, it's being lapped already. Well, it's a Cup spec car. It's not a GT3 pucker car, but it runs within the Gentleman Trophy. It's close to being GT3, but it's the earlier breed of Porsche, and it's good to have those older cars in the field this year. Not quite as many of the Belgian private teams as in the past, because the whole ante has really risen in the last 12 months for this race. As Max Goetz turns his way out of La Source, still being chased by Maxime Martin. Matt Griffin sitting on the back of this little group, second in Pro-Am. Mark Lieb there is 7th. And as the cars plunge downhill, let me give you a Nick Tandy update. After his drive-through, he is now running in 58th place. Alessandro Pierguidi, sorry, drive-through I said for Nick Tandy, stop-go I should say for Nick Tandy, 58th place. Alessandro Pierguidi, 50th, after his drive-through and his spin. And it's been a very lively first stint for him.
He'll calm down. He's got plenty of time to do it. He's got the 23 hours and, 5 or 10 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed so. And the number 11 McLaren that also had to have a 1-minute stop and go. Andy Soucek out from the back of the grid. He is in 60th place. Penalties are done now. They can just start to work their way up through the field. And battles rage on, as you can see, just about everywhere. Have a look at this, because now you've got the ART McLaren coming powering uphill under real pressure. The Von Ryan car, Bruno Senna at the wheel, just strolls on by.
Yeah, and Bruno Senna first time in a McLaren MP412C, and said before this event what a great honour it was to drive for a McLaren or in a McLaren team. And Davy Ryan, of course, who owns and runs this team, very much a part of McLaren for decades. Now runs his own private MP412C in the Blancpain Championship, and Bruno Senna drafted in and getting his first flavour of a car that, of course, is, well, what can you say about his uncle?
There was a spectator at the parade on Wednesday evening who was very keen not only to get Bruno Senna's autograph, but to introduce his little son to Bruno, because he's named Ayrton. And he wanted the autograph, he wanted the photographs, and even after all these years, the Ayrton Senna name still lives on and is still as strong as ever. There's an ART Grand Prix McLaren there that we've seen being lapped, and it is in big trouble, and that's the Andy Soucek car. That's why I was hesitating a moment ago when Bruno Senna made the pass. I thought it was easy. Well, clearly, Andy Soucek's got a problem.
And Andy Soucek would not be running at that speed if he didn't have a problem. Very, very strong competitor. We saw that back at Monza, the opening round of the Blancpain Championship for 2013. And that's disappointing, because that's a car that potentially, over the duration, could work its way through the field.
And look at this, coming out of the bus stop now. Alvaro Perret third, and Max Goetz gets ahead of him. He's on the outside line for La Source. Can the Mercedes move across and squeeze the McLaren? We go on board with Maxime Martin as they head down to the hairpin, but Perret on the inside line gets back ahead once again, and Max Goetz really hustling on in the Mercedes. Now 4 of them have all concertinaed up, coming out of the corner. On the back of that little group is Matt Griffin, and they're also, John, coming up on traffic.
Indeed, coming down to Eau Rouge, Alvaro Perret gets through, Maximilian Goetz gets through. Everybody else a little bit more cautious, and the BMWs has to wait momentarily until absolutely clear that they can get through. In fact, now Matt Griffin has also followed through the BMW, so they've all 4 cars in this battle that currently is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So Alvaro Perret having to battle indeed with Maximilian Goetz behind. talking to his hat on the grid, Bernd Schneider, who'd won this race back in 1989. And I mean, he's almost like a father. Could be their father. Yes. But the two Maximilians, Maximilian Buch did a stunning job in Zandvoort 3 weeks ago in the GT Series. Let's have a little look again and see what's going to occur.
It was Perret running wide, wasn't it, at the bus stop? And that compromises the second element. So up the inside comes the Mercedes. Perret then gets his head together again.
That's what I mean, if you're Maximilian Buch, you just want to see that happening. You create the pressure, you get the reaction. The pass is easy and you make the position.
A word about the bus stop, because it's nothing like the original bus stop. Now it's just a chicane, isn't it?
It's unfortunate that a great circuit like Spa-Francorchamps has to incorporate a couple of corners like that. The previous bus stop chicane, which was just a couple of hundred meters further down the circuit, was a really good corner, particularly the exit of it, because if you think back to the days of Group C or turbocharged Formula 1 cars, watching those cars come out under power was a spectacle. There is no spectacle coming out of what we call today the bus stop chicane.
It's a shame, but what it does deliver, because of its configuration, you've just seen it in the case of Alvaro Perret, is overtaking in a different way from the old bus stop. Now, let's have a quick look lower down the order and see how Audi is getting on, because at the moment, René Rast is running in 11th place. There is the number 12 McLaren from ART Grand Prix, and that is a car that, for the moment, is still striving to get itself higher up the order. Lights on for all of them, some being flashed to try and encourage a bit of the traffic out of the way, but you've got this long line of cars now powering through, and with the ART Grand Prix team clearly with a problem for number 11. It's up to the number 12 car, and Grégoire de Moustier is at the wheel of it now to try to uphold the team's honour.
Well, the battle that we had been watching, this is a battle further through the field, the battle for the lead. In fact, we're seeing here it is going back to the gap between the Aston Martin of Stefan Mucke and the BMW of Nicky Katzberg, 1.7 seconds. Now this isn't the battle, it is the battle. In fact, suddenly that was, I don't quite understand the timing and scoring, showed 1.7 seconds the gap as it came across the line at the end of lap 11. Now the BMW again is all over the rear of the Aston Martin up at Les Combes. So whether the Aston got held up somewhere we didn't see, but the timing and scoring telling us one thing, but the screen saying, well, it's not 1.7 seconds, it's probably about 0.3.
Well, yeah, and it's borne out. A second and a half pulled back in the first sector, a spin for Grégoire de Moustier up at Les Combes. He's going to get going again, but I'm afraid the McLaren is in trouble. But at the bus stop, not Les Combes, at the end of the lap. But yeah, in the first sector, possibly traffic got in the way of Stefan Mucke, and that's put Nick Katzberg right back on his tail. It was 1.7, as John says, at the start of the lap, and then by the end of the first sector up towards Les Combes, Stefan Mucke has been caught once again by Nick Katzberg, who still can't make the move.
No, and I mean, the gap had been down to 0.3 or so of a second. One would assume that Nicky Katzberg had decided just to back off, give the car a chance to breathe. Remember, running close behind another car, and these GT cars are large, so you're not getting as much air through the engine, through the radiators, the coolers, that you might need, so just drop back. But when you get an opportunity to close it back up again, Katzberg's taken it, and now back to within less than half a second.
Also had a shot there of the 11, the Soucek McLaren in the pit box. That's not looking good at all. The car was losing laps anyway with its slow on-track pace. Now, there's a good Audi fight here. Look at this. Three of them all queued up together. You've got Matt Halliday trying to fend off Matthias Ekstrom. Christopher Mies is there as well. So, although the cars are a long way down the order, they're all running to a pretty fair pace. Still the best of the Audis is René Rast, last year's winner, in 11th. And we're also getting reports of contact between Matt Halliday and Grégoire de Moustier at the bus stop. That's why the McLaren spun.
Indeed, and in fairness to Grégoire de Moustier, we might have said he made a mistake, but we've found out that in fact there was contact as this battle for the lead up into La Source. Nicky Katzberg really as close as he's been at any point in this race, but never been able to make a move that sticks and put himself into a position to take the lead away from Stefan Mucke. Mucke's led this race from the lights going out, and well, half a second precisely was the gap when they came across the line. Then up through Eau Rouge, over Raidillon, down through the curve onto the Camel Straight, up the hill up to about 160 miles an hour, or if you're a European, 260 or so kilometers per hour. Then brake hard on the brakes for the right-left through the first part of Les Combes.
Katzberg pushing on, and we know how good he is, former GT3 champion and Euro Cup Megane Trophy champion as well. and he came to the Mark VDS Racing team at the back end of last year when he replaced Mike Hasemans in the Navarra Championship finale and was instantly on the pace. VDS very, very happy. Oh, and that is a big off for the Nissan. 32 is in the wall with some force. And that is the car with Alex Buncombe at the wheel of it, and that's at the top of a Rouge.
That is
a big impact, and that's out. It's ripped a wheel off the car.
And that's going to probably see the first safety car intervention, because it's in a hazardous part of the racetrack. Alex Buncombe is out of the car. We don't know what caused that, but that's a big impact into the tyre wall. At probably the most critical and maybe the quickest part of the, just after the apex, Alex Buncombe has been winded. You can see him just walking away now. Suddenly the effects of the adrenaline that he got a massive jolt of. He knows that that was a heavy impact and wants to get to safety behind the tyre barrier. As those marshals wisely stand behind the Nissan, and we're still waiting to see if there's going to be a yellow flag or safety car intervention. I suspect we will do, but safety car is being deployed. Yes, it is.
Yeah. He's also not only just winded, he's also distraught because the car's out of the race very early on. And Alex Buncombe doesn't often do things like that. He's a very steady, safe pair of hands normally, quick driver. But the first safety car then is for the number 32 Nissan. There's a sweepstake as to how many safety cars we're going to have. 2 of them are deployed, by the way.
Yeah, one down here.
Period,
You're coming down into what would have been, well, it's down into Fagnes, which is the little right-left, before we got to what was formerly known as Stavolo 1 and 2. It's now called Stavolo. It's called. What's it called?
Campus.
Campus.
Because you've got the educational building. You see the educational campus on the inside.
I thought it was the great author. Maybe I'm wrong at the name. Anyway, we're going to wait and see if we can get a replay. Hopefully we will do, of what happened to Alex Buncombe. But he has been the safest pair of hands. Let's look at it. Comes down, all on his own. And the back end just suddenly...
Oh, wheels come off. Wheels come off. Have a look. Wow. The left rear wheel had come down. There was a loose wheel. The wheel was sort of under the car. Here's the onboard.
Turning through the first part of Eau Rouge, and then all of a sudden it's going backwards almost as quickly as it was going forward. Well, dear me.
I'll have another look in a moment, I'm sure, but when the car...
It's certainly the left of the car just suddenly lost traction, whether it was the wheel or whether it was a tyre, let's say. But anyway, whatever it was, Alex Buncombe had nothing he could do. He was a passenger, and fortunately it hit on the side that he's not sitting on. It hit on the right-hand side. He is sitting on the left-hand side of the left-hand drive car.
Here we go.
Let's look again.
Have a look as it spins, and you'll see a wheel. As the car spins around, the wheel is going underneath the car. Here it goes. It spins now, and look at that rear wheel. It's folding under the car.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely. Well, good look. That's well done.
A nut's come off as well, I'm pretty sure, as it started the spin, a loose wheel, and as the car spins around, so it drags it underneath.
Very unusual. Bob Neville on the pit lane for the Nissan team, and he will be looking at that image very, very closely indeed.
If that's a failure of a wheel nut, and you've got another car in that team and 2 other Nissans for JRM, they're going to be worried.
Absolutely, and I think that they need to look at it very closely, and but whether they can get any of the bits back to examine it, but certainly when those other cars, the Nissans that are in this race, have a look and see.
Down through Eau Rouge, over the curb, and then as he starts to turn.
Oh yes, we see it indeed. Wheel nut now, did the wheel nut come off, or did the wheel nut? Sometimes wheel nuts split and they just simply fly off. Whatever the cause was, Alex Buncombe, you can see now, car rotates 180 degrees, goes backwards and slams the front of the car. Right front takes the majority of the impact. Strength of the chassis, of course. Alex Buncombe is safe inside that safety cell, but nevertheless a heavy impact at one of the most difficult corners on this racetrack.
And all the photographers there having to duck from flying bits of bodywork. John Brooks, one of those I noticed down there, very experienced British photographer.
He doesn't move very quickly.
He doesn't go very quickly at the best of
time.
Not in the least. No, he certainly doesn't.
He have great photographs.
Indeed, he had to duck there, that was for sure. So, of course, now with the safety car, that means that lots of people are going to make their pit stop. So straight away, forget about 65 minutes. They're going to come in now and top up on fuel while the pace is slower.
The only problem of doing that is, depending where you are in the field and depending where the safety car... There's the problem I'm just trying to get to. Cars are going to be now held, these ones are being released, but you could be unlucky. Let's say you're starting in this pit garage here. If the safety car was making its way up to the bus stop chicane, which is the best part of half a kilometre away from the pit lane exit of the old pits, they will hold you there until that safety car line goes through. So you can win by it and you can lose by it.
And there is 69, Rob Bell's McLaren in the pits box.
Both of them.
Yes, because number 9 had its problems early on, didn't it? So, very early on, a number of the fancied cars, both from Pro Cup and Pro Am, are in strife.
Well, you know, I did a number of 24-hour races in my life, 7 of them at Le Mans. And my philosophy was, if you're going to retire early and get home. The worst thing was getting to 23 hours and half, whatever, and then dropping out. That is absolutely cruel.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to stop early and get yourself out as quickly as you can. But not in the way that Alex Buncombe did. That was a very, very concerning incident. And to see that wheel nut fly off, whether it came off because of a torque on the nut or whether the nut itself failed, well, that's something the Nissan engineers are going to have a very close look at indeed. And there's not an awful lot that Alex can add to that, because he was just sitting there and all of a sudden he knew something had gone wrong and just pushed the lock on. He can do nothing. He's a passenger.
Exactly, and as I say, he doesn't often do things like that, Alex. So
not at all.
He sadly is out of the race, and that's the first retirement of the race, because they can't really get that back and rebuild it.
Of course, it's also been co-driven by his brother Chris,
who's not raced for something like 3 years. And this was going to be a big chance for him to get back into racing. He last drove for Bob Neville, Chris Buncombe I'm talking about now, back in 2000 in the Spa 24 Hours when it was a touring car race. So he's had a long, long layoff from the event, and then he and indeed the rest of the team now facing retirement. It also deprives Mark Schulzitsky and Steve Doherty a chance to have a go, 2 of the Nissan PlayStation Academy winners.
And of course all the Buncombe fans from Frome and Somerset, they haven't had a great day either. For one of their other residents, he didn't do very well in qualifying for his Grand Prix, but this is the major disappointment. Alex Buncombe in a car that could have potentially been a very, very strong competitor.
Look at this. This is one of the problems of the pit stops, because when everybody comes in at once, you just haven't got enough room. And Matt Griffin there being delayed in that to and fro job to
and
get
he was
back out again.
A little bit impatient to get out because he just dropped the clutch and the tail of the car actually snapped. Could have caught the car just ahead of him, but he managed to get clear. There's what I was referring to. Those cars that have taken the option to go into the pit lane are all having to wait until the safety cars file through. And what is there, 6 or 7 of those cars just all waiting in line? And that's the gamble, the roll of the dice that a team manager has got to make in terms of, do I make a pit stop? We're only 40 minutes into this race. We're planning to go 60-65. Do I stay out and retain position, or am I going to gain anything? Certainly the lead cars, there was no advantage that I can see to coming in. Having said that, they haven't come in.
No, the highest place that has stopped is 84 Max Gertz, who was running in that leading group. He is the highest place of those that has.
That's a surprise. That's a surprise, I think, to do that. I don't know if it's going to be Maximilian Buch getting in, or it'll be Bernd Schneider getting into that car, but it's at this early phase in the race, I would have thought those lead group of cars are all going to be bunched up anyway. So you get out of phase, and it's not quite early enough, to do that, in my view. But then I'm not a team principal or owner or manager or driver these days. What would I know?
Let me throw something else at you while we've got the safety car out and you're looking at Andy Soucek's McLaren going back into its pit box. Where would you rather be, top pits or bottom pits? This is a kind of rhetorical question to everybody, as in has come 23 now. I'll get to my question in a moment. That is the JRM Nissan, started by Peter Dumbrack. I just wonder whether this is to check wheel nuts and things, because it's going into the pit box, so is this a car with a problem as well?
Well, they're going to have a look at it, and they want to do it inside the garage where they can do it with more people.
Same car, different team operating.
Yeah,
but the reason I ask about the pits is because up here, Formula 1 pits, it's all on a flat level, but you've got everybody in a confined space. There's not much room. In the endurance pits, there are fewer teams, and therefore you've got a bit more space, but you're on a hill. Where would you rather be?
Well, I think it depends if you're Mr. Pragmatic or Mr. History Man. History Man will want to be on the 1 and 3 slope that was the former pits. Certainly, let's look again at Alex Buncombe, and that wheel nut just about pops off there. And you're travelling 115, 120 miles an hour as you come through Eau Rouge, and you're scrubbing speed, but that's a big impact. I mean, that's in slow motion. In real time, that would have been less than 2 seconds from the point where it went wrong to contact. Heavy damage from right front of that car. A lot of it might be superficial, but nonetheless, that car will be taken away. Can't get it home now, of course, until the event is finished. And Bob Neville, I spoke to him this morning, and he would anticipate they'll be back home in real terms probably by Tuesday. We've got to then recycle these cars for an event in the GT Series later in August in Slovakia. And a lot of work for the team now. That was not in the work schedule.
There's the sister car, 35, Lucas Ordóñez at the wheel, and no doubt he will have been concerned, first of all, to find out whether Alex is okay, and then to find out what happened to him. There is number 69 ready to rejoin Rob Bell at the wheel. And as the McLaren... does it get going?
slowly.
Yeah, went again. It does go now.
I noticed when one of the McLarens, when I was down on the grid, it left the grid and it was quite difficult to get it up the hill. It was like Mike Parisi's car, in fact. It climbed up the hill. It sounded like, in fact, it wasn't even on 8 cylinders. It just sort of had loaded up the injectors and it wasn't quite pulling cleanly. Although that's an issue for McLaren. I mean, heat soak is a big issue in a GT car, and it's very, very warm here. And if you're running in close proximity, that's another issue.
Looking at the field, there is the race leader in the body of the pack now. The safety car doesn't have to pick up the race leader, and indeed it has not, and therefore that is another way of losing out under the safety car, because it comes out ahead of you, you lose a lap as the leading car catches up to you.
What they don't do is file everybody through to let the safety car then effectively have the lead car directly behind.
Well, let's hear from Bob Neville, because that has been a pretty concerning accident for him. Jack Nicholls is in the pit lane. Let's find out what Bob Neville knows. Jack, he's all yours.
Bob, a real shame for the race to end so early like that.
Yeah, completely unexpected, of course. We had a plan to just keep going relatively steadily, and suddenly there at the bottom of Eau Rouge, a left suspension problem of some sort. We don't know what yet.
Yeah, I presume it's too early for you to tell. Is there any concern about the other car?
Well, yes, always, of course. So we're going to hope to have a quick look at that one, and now they've recovered it, see if they'll let us look at that, and perhaps JRM will also have a look at their cars.
Cool, thank you, Bob.
Okay, thanks.
Well, poor old Bob Neville, he puts a lot into this, and his team has grown and grown and grown over the years. It wins races, and he's got quick drivers. Well, there's the JRM Peter Dumbreck entry.
Actually, what they were doing, they were putting those measuring plates to make sure everything is pointing in the correct direction. Very unusual to see that.
He goes down the pit lane, he will have lost a lap as a consequence of that. And here it is again. So you're looking at the left rear corner. The little bit of grey that suddenly flashes across the screen is a wheel nut. Then look at the wheel itself. And we also will have, as you see the car head to the barrier, quick update from race control.
Race control message, safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
Safety car in this lap, says the race director Bernard Cottrell. And so everything is clear in the incident zone. We'll be back to racing this time around. Well, many people were expecting heavy rain, and that in turn to bring out the safety car. I don't think we were anticipating an incident like that, not for one of the top drivers, top teams, so early on and through mechanical failure.
Absolutely. I mean, the heavy rain no doubt will come this evening or tonight. It did last night. I don't know what time, about 3 o'clock, I believe. It was pouring down. I mean, absolutely.
You were still in the bar, John, weren't you?
Well, no, I wasn't. I was trying to get some sleep. There was a lot of action in the bar, which was doing the best it could to keep me awake. And what happens at Spa, it's a bit like that well-known Hollywood movie in that the river flows through it.
Matt Griffin in again. 2 pit stops in a row. That was 59 Ferrari going back out.
Now, I noted when he left the pit fairly aggressively. I don't know whether that might have had any bearing on a second visit to the pit.
Aston Martin Racing looking pretty happy with life, but yes, why would Matt Griffin come back in? Question. Well, of course, the order is shuffled like this. Let me just quickly tell you where we're up to, because some have pitted, some haven't. So Stefan Mucker leads the way still. Nick Katzberg is second, Alvaro Parent third. Back to fourth, Maxime Martin. Fifth now is Mark Liebs. Sixth is Bertrand Baguette, Bertie Breadstick. Seventh is Thomas Jaeger. Eighth is René Rast. Ninth is Ludovic Badet, who had dramas like a spin on the first lap. In 10th place is Frank Kechler. 11th is Maxime Soulet. 12th now in the number 1, 2, 3 Ferrari is Raffaele Giammaria. In 14th place is Franck Pereira, and in 15th place in number 14 BMW is Andrea Piccini. The safety cars then, plural, peel back in, and we are ready to go racing, because the green flag is waved. The green flag legend comes up on the screen to tell the teams that we're back in business.
Stefan Mucker will want to make his way as quickly as possible, because he knows Nicky Katzberg is lasering into the back of the Aston Martin. And they come up into La Source. The gap just about half a second, but of course there's the traffic that's ahead of the Aston Martin as it drops down this hill much steeper in reality than you look on television. The camera flattens it out, then into this very quick left, then there's the cut back to the right and the apex at Eau Rouge. Then the car rises up over the radio. And, I mean, you're seeing cars that are actually not necessarily in the race, but having a battle amongst them. A number of those 911s very quick in a straight line.
And Stefan Mucker here can't afford to lose out. Look, of course, Alvaro Parent is right up with them, so you've got the three leaders as one, carving their way through traffic. Parent trying to get past Katzberg trying to get past Stefan Mucker, and all of them trying to get through this amazing GT showroom, this mobile showroom that's out on track as well. Mark Lieb now looks for a way past Maxime Martin, 4th and 5th. Look at the bright yellow and green Porsche hustling on. Mark Lieb looks for a gap coming down to Brussels. Katzberg almost for the outside on Stefan Mucker. Can't go much wider because there's another slower Gentleman Trophy Ferrari in the way, and nose to tail as they come down the hill.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Katzberg managed to follow through Stefan Mucker. The Ferrari stayed out of the way on the left of the track, so now Mucker again right on the tail of the Aston Martin, but there's the Porsche that's ahead, that's quick in a straight line. That's going to be a headache for Stefan Mucker. The Aston quicker in the corner. The Porsche may just have enough straight line speed to make life difficult.
Right, nose to tail, Alvaro Parent dropping back just a little bit. Then you'd see for 4th place Maxime Martin, 5th Mark Lieb, and Bertrand Baguette in the yellow and white Aston Martin is there, 6th right up with them, and Thomas Jaeger 7th, the man that runs the AMG Customer Sport programme. He's in the best of the Mercedes now, 7th, and René Rast in 8th place. And of course, Audis are going to struggle, aren't they? They're really not going to be very quick, Audi. There he is, 8th.
Now, remember, Audi are here to come, or to finish rather than race. They're not going to win the race in the first 6 hours. They're not going to win it in the second 6 hours. It'll be in the second half of this race that the strength of the Audi team will come to the fore. And René Rast, currently lying in 8th place, is giving them a very good opportunity to make hay while right now the sun is shining.
Now, you talk about the fact they're not going to win it early on. You're absolutely right, although it's just worth bearing in mind within the Blancpain Endurance Series that you get points in the championship at the 6-hour and the 12-hour mark. So for those ringers, if you like, the works drivers plonked into a team for the weekend, it's perhaps less relevant. But for the full season entrance, 6 and 12-hour positions, very important indeed. The leaders come through. It is Stefan Mucker there ahead of, in 2nd place, Nick Katzberg. Alvaro Parent 3rd, 4th, Maxime Martin, 5th, Mark Lieb, 6th, Bertrand Baguette, 7th, Thomas Jaeger. Fabulous battle this.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very tight coming down the hill. Once again, approaching Eau Rouge. I mean, it is every time you go through Eau Rouge, as it is today or as it was 50 years ago, it is still a massive challenge. It's almost comparable to going back to something like Brands Hatch, Paddock Bend. Although it's still a big challenge, it is a great corner. And look, the Mercedes gets up alongside the Porsche, and it's going to take that position. Well, that's maybe a more of a lapping, overtaking manoeuvre than it is for position.
Maxime Martin to Lecombe. I think it's Glengetty's lapped, isn't it? Mark Lieb staying with him as they hustle on. The United Autosports Audi it is behind, and as they battle like this, they're not actually slowing themselves up too much. They're not that far adrift from Alvaro Parent in 3rd place, as Nick Katzberg once again has a look to get past the Beech Dean Aston Martin. Andrew Howard, I think, ex-mini racer, will be well chuffed with the way his car is going here.
Absolutely, and that's why he's in it. He's in it to see his car lead a race. When he gets into the car, he'll expect or understand that he's not going to be able to do what Stefan Mucker does, but they are in the Pro-Am category. They're not in the Pro category, so the best they can hope for is to win that Pro-Am category. If they happen to win the race as well, I'll tell you what, there'll be a few more chocolate drops in his deep chocolate ice cream that we just enjoyed here in the commentary booth.
Pretty good ice cream. It's set us up for this first stint of the race, hasn't it? And if Andrew Howard is guzzling it, then he's going to be quick, that's for sure. So, René Rast is closing on Thomas Jaeger. There he is in number 1. And news from the pits is that the number 11, Soucek Parisi Leclerc McLaren, has been wheeled into its garage for the 3rd time. I've been saying it had an engine change after free practice, and it looks as though it's engine related once again. So I rather fear that we're not going to see very much more of that car. Really big disappointment. And so that is one of the McLarens in trouble. And of course, Mike Wainwright's car we've seen in the pit box. News there is a little bit scarce at the moment because the Gulf Racing team, understandably, not very happy with life and therefore being a bit tight-lipped.
Not at all. And with one of the cars with Rob Bell, Adam Carroll and others in it is a strong car by anybody's judgment. They watch this battle again. The Aston Martin not able to get ahead of the Porsche. So again, Nicky Katzberg being given every opportunity to use momentum to try and put himself into a challenging position to take the lead of this race, starting lap 18, 19. In fact, we've just gone on to lap 19.
And the car they're looking to get past is Nick Tandy's, and you don't get past Nick Tandy in a hurry.
No.
Now, he is, as I was saying earlier on the lead lap, only just, because now he's in danger of going a lap down. But don't forget, Nick Tandy, having been 64th when he came out of the pits, is now up into 38th place, which ain't a bad recovery. I know some have pitted, but the car has got good pace in it.
It has got good pace, and you can see that the Aston Martin up through Eau Rouge didn't make an inch. In fact, the challenge is going to come from Nicky Katzberg, who now is forcing Stefan Mucker to stay right up the Camel Straight. Then he goes to, can he go around the side by side? Can he challenge?
Yes, he can. Oh, over the curb, he got squeezed. Oh, they just about get away with it.
I tell you what, Stefan Mucker is a hard man to pass, but they raced cleanly. They gave each other just enough room. Now down the inside into Bruxelles. Again, Nicky Katzberg really getting racing. Got it down the nose, forcing the issue, but he's going to be on the wrong side of the track. Mucker's going to have the inside line as they come down. For the corner with no name, or whatever it's been given these days.
Speaker's Corner.
Speaker's Corner
is the unofficial name. I'll tell you why in a moment, because I've got a feeling that before I tell you that, Nick Katzberg's going to have another go. They're closing up on Godfrey Jones, coming through Pont. Nick Tandy, of course, doesn't want to be lapped. He's trying to drive his own race and pull away. Mark van der Straten's not breathed, I don't think, for a couple of laps, because it's been a heart in mouth, this, with Nick Katzberg.
Certainly they got together, got close on at least two of the corners, and Nicky Katzberg now maybe realising that he's got to be careful, because Alvaro Parent is just less than a second behind in the McLaren, so he is sitting there just waiting to pick up any opportunity should these two, the race leaders first and second, get a little bit too aspirational.
Nick Tandy ahead of them, running off the road.
Well, he's actually fractionally pulling away.
Absolutely, because partly he's got good pace, partly because they're holding one another up. And coming up now through Blanchimont, Alvaro Parent there in third spot, Maxime Martin fourth. And again, you can see the way the Aston is good at certain parts of the circuit, how the BMW is good at others. And as they come now up into the bus stop, Nick Tandy still doing his best to stay on this lead lap. Comes through the bus stop, and Mark Lieb there in the background has now got a mirror absolutely full of Bertrand Baguette. Thomas Jaeger is behind him.
Well, there's a light battle going on in that, 5th, 6th, 7th positions. As we go back to the lead, and Nick Tandy Aston a little bit closer this time as they come up into the source. And Nicky Katzberg, that's the sister car of Maxime Martin, currently in 4th place. What does it be? He's less than a second behind Alvaro Parent in 3rd in the lead. How many McLarens have got remaining? 3 of them already out.
Not too good, is it? Sure. Yeah, some delayed, some out. You this year have an official retirement notification policy. I think we've pretty much guessed the first one is the Nissan, because it's pretty much a wrecked car. This is the view of René Rast in number 1, and currently he is running in 8th place. And he had been labelled very much a Porsche one-trick pony in previous seasons, but having won the Spa 24 Hours for Audi last year, he's now become a permanent fixture of Blancpain and FIA GT, and is developing into, as you expect, a very rapid driver of more than just Porsches now, and there's a good sports car future ahead of him.
Yeah, very much so. He did have a tryout. I think Audi gave him a run out one time in a DTM Audi, but just didn't get on. Some drivers can drive cars that are low downforce cars relative to the high downforce DTM car, just never really got his head around it, so they put him into the Audi R8, V10, Ultimas, or lightweights, or whatever they...
LMS Ultra.
LMS Ultra.
Yes.
And that's why he is just a great race driver.
Yeah, and that's why more and more DTM people come out of Formula 3, not Porsche Supercar, for example, because they are used to the aero. Yeah. Now, Nick Katzberg still looking at the back of Stefan Mucker. It's not the most interesting view after 19 laps, but it's the one he's stuck with. And Mark VDS is getting ready with tyres, so any thoughts of trying to double stint the rubber, forget that in the heat. And also the fact that it's an abrasive circuit. And if they're getting ready now, he's not going to be that far away from pitting, is he? So the team getting ready.
Now I wonder how we're going to see BMW doing a driver change as well as a tyre change. Some teams are saying that they're finding it difficult to do more than one driver stint, particularly just going over the hour, 65 minutes. Combination of heat, the physical effort, the G forces, and just the intensity. This is a hard, high work rate circuit. Look how close Katzberg is again as they come into the bus stop chicane. Right, and they've got Nick Tandy now again coming into play, and that's going to frustrate Mucker. Stefan Mucker more than it will do. Nick Tandy got, not Tandy, but Nicky Katzberg on the lights again, trying just to distract Stefan Mucker, just to take his focus off the Porsche and look in the mirrors. And once you do that, you're winning the game.
Good fight for 3rd developing as well. Alvaro Parent now has got Maxime Martin tucked up behind him, so 3rd and 4th have got themselves together. In 5th place, it's Mark Lieb, 6th is Bertrand Baguette, and Mike Wainwright's McLaren back into the garage. This is really bleak. And also off the road is the 94 Porsche. That's Rick Renmans, the Belgian driver, off at the pit path. fan as it used to be, and he'll get back onto the road hopefully in a moment or two, but he's tumbling down the order. That's going to be a slow car anyway, with respect, one of the Cup spec Porsches. And did he get there on his own? Bruno Senna sweeps around the outside of him, and I'm not sure there was contact, but Rick Redmond possibly terrified into submission there.
Yeah, I mean, what happened, suddenly you see a car coming around the outside and you think, well, what can I do? And you get off the throttle. He is off the throttle. He probably got on the brakes and was turning the wheel, and the combination of those two incorrect moves are what probably led to the spin. I don't think there was contact. I think Senna would have given enough working room. It just was probably inexperience and just simply a driver of a greater level putting him under pressure.
We've just seen VDS news from the team, news from the pits, is that they're getting ready for the Maxime Martin car and for 14 Andrea Piccini, but they're going to keep Nick Katzberg out for a little bit longer. That's what I'm being told. Now, whether that actually proves to be the case, we'll find out very shortly. We'll see what Mark VDS has up its sleeve. And Alex Buncombe, we're very pleased to say, has gone to the medical centre. He's been checked out and OK. He's now left the medical centre. We may try and hear from him over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours. But the good news is, as you see, the Hexis McLaren 107 down the pit lane, that Alex Buncombe is OK after that big impact.
Yes, I mean, Alex will no doubt go away and might take a few aspirin just to get rid of any headache, because he will have had a mighty shake as we just watch this group with Nick Tandy, who's not part of the lead group but is actually leading this lead group and has done so without really being under immense pressure from the Aston. But Nicky Katzberg now closing up as they come under Blanchimont, again looking to make a manoeuvre, not through Blanchimont itself, but trying to get into position. Coming up to the bus-stop chicane, the Porsche coming into play. The Aston Martin not close enough to make a pass. BMW's got to sort of drop back and realise nothing I can do at this point. But the Porsche now clearly has been caught, having had about a second plus advantage, even though he's virtually a lap down. But it's been spoiling the race to some degree for Stefan Mucke, and Katzberg looks to go down the inside, backs out of it, but he's getting closer and they're getting good drive off that source. Can put him into a position through Eau Rouge to then have a challenge up Camel Straight up into Lake Cum.
And while they're squabbling like this, Maxime Martin, who is up into third, he's not that far adrift. That gap is coming down as well, second to third, so it won't be long, I think, before we've got the 3 leaders together.
Good run off Eau Rouge from Nicky Katzberg. He ran wide on the exit at Radio, but he's probably going to get away with it. Comes out, gets alongside, but can he maintain that outside position when he gets on the brakes?
Here they come, up to Les Combes, inside for the Aston, outside for the BMW, the Aston Martin. He's going to turn in ahead. Nick Katzberg tries to stay alongside him, but he's gone through, he's gone all over the curb because he got squeezed. He gets back on ahead of the Aston Martin that's got the momentum to go back ahead. Fantastic stuff. Stefan Mucke comes out ahead. They've delayed themselves and dropped back from Nick Tandy, but Katzberger's not done yet as he tries the inside line at Bruxelles, and once again, Mucke closes the door, then he goes wide. BMW tries to shove its nose up the inside, and once again, Nick Katzberg, he's not so much hung out to dry, but he's certainly on the wrong line, going into the next left-hander. You've got to be really good at this to get past Stefan Mucke, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, he did it all right, coming through Eau Rouge, got the run through the corner, up over Radio, was quicker, got alongside the Aston on the straight, but couldn't make it stick. Mucke on the inside. Katzberg tries to go the long way around, ran out of road, ran off the racetrack, had to concede regardless whether he did or not. At this point, he had to let the Aston get ahead because he was off the racetrack. Stefan Mucke knows that, just drives around the outside, but Katzberg came back in Bruxelles and then down the hill through Pouhon.
If anybody tells you endurance races are boring, just batter them with spoons, really, because it's far from it. This is absolutely fantastic stuff, and there is so much more to come. And look now, Martin has got right up with Katzberg, so now, as I was suggesting it might become, it is 3 for the lead. And lower down the order, you've got Lead versus Baguette now. Great battle behind Alvaro Perez, so 4th, 5th and 6th are pretty much together. Where's Thomas Jaeger in the Mercedes? There, 7th, and 8th is René Rast in this Audi that's really going to struggle, you know, in this race.
Well, I mean, Alvaro Perez is now having to really concern himself that Mark Lieb and the Porsche and Bertrand Baguette and Thomas Jaeger, they're all in the wheels off.
Leader in, so Mucke in.
And is that the 3rd place BMW? I think that might be Maxime Martin, not the 2nd place car. That is now our race leader.
Indeed, so we were being told that they were going to keep number 4 out for a bit longer. Indeed, Nick Katzberg takes over the lead. So the significance of this as 99 and 3 come down the pit lane is that they've done 22 laps, but actually not a full hour.
No.
And that, I suspect, is tyres, not fuel, obviously.
But also, remember, they had, 3 laps behind the safety car?
Yes, indeed. So it's a 22-lap stint.
It's a driver change taking place. It is.
Stefan Mucke there arrives. And what's he going to do?
Stay in.
Now, two-part pit stop, so don't worry just yet that you're not seeing tyres being changed. The fuel goes in. The second part of the pit stop is to change the tyres. They get a double stint. The driver in the BMW, Maxime Martin, is there. The tyres are on standby, look, ready to go onto Stefan Mucker's car. So Maxime Martin will stay on board, but they are going to put new tyres on it. And there is Stefan Mucker. The fuel is going in still.
A lot of fuel, or else it's a very slow fill. So now the car gets jacked up. All four wheels and tyres will be changed. And this is going to be really just a battle between the Aston Martin team and Mark VDS BMW, and it looks to me like the BMW team is probably going to win this one, and there might be a positional change in the pit lane. It is the BMW have got it done, so they've taken that position away. There's the Aston Martin, just only left rear going on now, and all that hard work by Stefan Mucker, and unfortunately the Beechstein team have not been able to consolidate the position that they held, and this is a slow stop indeed. I mean, this is going to cost them positions. Very disappointing for Aston.
Yeah, it's a slow stop, isn't it? As you say, a long stop. Now, there isn't a regulation size of fuel tank. It is whatever is homologated to the car. It could be that the Aston's fuel tank is bigger than the BMW's. The BMW runs to effectively 65 minutes plus a lap. It's 115 litres. But it depends then what the team does. Do they fill it to the amount of time, or do they fill it absolutely full?
Well, let's see how Nicky Katzberg can deal with Nick Tandy and the Porsche. Now that he's free of the Aston Martin, he'll be able to run at his own pace. He has more momentum now that he's clear of the Aston. He's going to look to find a way past the Porsche out of Blanchimont. Can he close down? Lights are flashing. Nick Tandy will be aware that he goes to the right to defend and doesn't really give Nicky Katzberg any slack whatsoever. Again, this is the lead car chasing down the last car on the lead lap.
And Nick Tandy needs to stay on the lead lap. He's not going to make it easy. Now, this is now for second. Parent, lead, then Baguette, and then, next up, Thomas Jaeger.
So that's a battle, but the Porsche went very well, slightly wide coming out of the bus stop, got a little bit of an oversteer, power oversteer drift. I thought that might have put Nicky Katzberg into the pound seat, but Thomas Jaeger now giving Bertrand Baguette a good looking as they come through La Source, and then the drop down the hill. And probably about 130, 140 miles an hour before they make the first initial turn, then out of the throttle to get back to the right and up over the top. The car goes all airy-fairy, light on the suspension, and every time you go through Eau Rouge and Radio, you breathe a sigh of relief.
Nick Tandy, heading up towards Les Combes, is lapping others. He is about to be lapped, and I don't think I've ever said that Nick Tandy is holding somebody up, but he's almost in danger of now doing so, because his last lap was a little bit slower than Nick Katzberg. Yes, Nick Tandy wants to stay on the lead lap. Yes, he's got his own race to drive, but now Nick Katzberg can't find a way past him. Is he going to be caught by Parent, lead, Baguette, Jaeger?
He's gone through.
Got through. No, he's
not past that's the Maxime
Porsche.
Yeah,
so that's the Katzberg BMW, but what he's just done is get past the other Pro Speed car, Martin Rich at the wheel of it. It's a Cup Spec car for the Gentleman Trophy. Nick Tandy's car, same colour scheme, but you can see the difference, can't you, with the very latest GT3 car, the big wheel arches and the big wing, and he's still ahead of Nick Katzberg. There's Parent, lead, then Baguette, then Jaeger, then Rast, and then Ludovic Badet, look, tucked up behind him, 7th in the BMW after his spin on the first lap.
They're getting ready for more stops, and
now that's Piccini in for Mark VDS. You saw an Audi driver getting ready there, so I think Stefan Ortelli may be thinking about getting on board to replace René Rast. Goes back to what you were saying earlier about the inability in Audi, certainly early on in the heat, to double stint drivers.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised. I thought that pretty much everybody would have been doing a double stint, but the Audi drivers saying that it's difficult at this phase of the race. They need the race to come to them, and that's what they're doing, and René Rast doing a great job.
Look how many Audis in, 3 nose to nose. Matthias Ekstrom has come in. Also in, we've got Christopher Mies, and Matt Halliday has brought the 0 car in. Look at this, Tandy trying to lap the Ferrari, Katzberg trying to lap Nick Tandy. Up to the bus stop they come, and the only way this is going to end well, I think, is for one of them to make a pit stop, and it's not Nick Tandy, and it is Nick Katzberg.
Oh, Katzberg, yes.
Katzberg in, so the leader, and
Parent,
third, following in, and everybody else behind. In has come Ludovic Badet, I think I'm right in saying, yep, he has, and also in Frank Keckler, so that jumbles your order a bit more, doesn't it?
It's going to make it interesting, because again it's going to be a battle of the teams in the pit lane. We saw that BMW, the Mark VDS team, did a great job to cycle Maxime Martin and get him out ahead of the Aston. They had a difficult slow pit stop, so a driver change taking place. Maxime Martin out of the car, Nicky Katzberg I should say, out of the car.
So 24 laps they have completed. Now you might say, why is one BMW going further than another? What they've done is bring one in per lap. So at 22 laps it was number 3, at 23 it was number 14, and at 24 laps it's number 4. And that therefore means they're all staggered, so they're not going to have the cars regularly in all at once. Whereas other teams, other brands have got a queuing system going with all the cars being serviced at once. What that has given VDS is a little bit of room to do each pit stop, and also a bit of flexibility now on the strategy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you've got 3 cars, you don't bring them all in at one time under normal circumstances. Sometimes circumstances don't enable you to have that luxury. But BMW and Mark VDS team so well practiced in this business of endurance racing, and a good stop. So we're looking at what was the Maxime Martin car, and it's on its first full flying lap. So just waiting to see once this car comes across start-finish line, which is going to do very shortly. Makes its way through Blancpain as the Audis filter out, and that's the final one of the 3 Audis that was in.
Well, there is Maxime Martin. I'll give you the new race order once the next lap or two has cycled through, because what we're now going to see as the number 3 BMW crosses the line is whether this has become the race-leading car. It's 17th. The timing line, and it is 17th over the line, but don't forget that all those cars that have been in the pits have yet to rejoin and complete their next lap. So as I say, the next lap is the one I can give you the order. Yeah. But we need to see where the others feed back in. Now look at the Porsche coming down towards us. Mark Lieb brought in the Manthey Porsche, and that is very close to pit out. So you get back into the car, you've got a downhill start. He's got ahead of Alvaro Perez. Look, the Hexis McLaren's away pretty slowly.
So the Porsche have done a good job. And second of the BMWs as well.
That's put Lieb ahead of Katzberg, look, because there's number 4, which has fallen back behind the Manthey Porsche. So the race leader on that pit stop, Nick Katzberg, brought it in. He's lost out.
Driver change shouldn't affect that, but that was just down to the pit stop. And, well, strange one.
Well, number 4's gone to Marcus Paltela, and the car has rejoined. Number 7 has also had a driver change now. That has got Alexander Sims behind the wheel of it. And there's a Porsche here in real strife.
Yeah, the car's almost at the narrowest part of the pit lane exit, so that car's going to have to be retrieved by the team and pulled back into the garage. So you can see there's enough room for cars to get through.
Darren Turner, by the way, has taken over the number 100 Aston Martin from Bertrand Baguette. If it wasn't worth watching before, it will be now.
Well, Darren, the Dazzler, as we in the business call him, great driver, knows these Aston Martins so well, and will do a fantastic job for the team.
No question about that. And remember Stefan Mucker, 18th. Now there's the Porsche of Christian Kelders, and that's the one that has stopped the wrong side of WRT. Now, what happens now? The team's had a word with the driver, but can you drag the car back? I think Jack is down there to try and find out more about it, and we'll get news in a moment. Mark Lieb has really done well on that pit stop for Manthey Racing, and because of an earlier pit stop, we've now got Max Goetz into the lead of the race. Remember, he pitted under the safety car.
He did.
He's out of sequence. He leads the way from number 50, Marco Ciocci, who is the start driver for AF Corsa in the Thomas and Machiels Bertolini car.
I mean, the choice to make that early pit stop, it may have been that you argue that they'd lost out, but now with a round of pit stops, it's given Goetz initially, certainly coming as we go in now into what is the second hour of this 24-hour event. An advantage is still a long, long way to go, but those are the dice you've got to roll, and it's worked so far, but we wonder at what point will Maximilian Goetz then have to make his pit stop, because he's going to have to come in, 20 minutes earlier than the field. So it'll be back, this cycling event that really takes place in a 24-hour race. We're in it now.
So Goetz is the leader, second is Ciocci, and then in third place is Maxime Martin, fourth is Mark Lieb, fifth is Paltela, so he's lost 2 places. Sixth is the number 7 Alexander Sims McLaren, 7th is René Rast, in 8th place is Ludovic Badet, now 9th is Stefan Mucker as others have pitted, 10th is Frank Keckler, 11th is Darren Turner, and hopefully for 12th, when he next breaks the timing beam, will be Thomas Jaeger. But we've got Nick Tandy pitting, he got the 911 into 19th place, and there is the Fortec Mercedes.
I was going to say, that looks like the Fortec car, run by Trevor Foster. Richard Dutton, of course, is here. He's running, I think, half the support event field with Renaults and Formula 3 and goodness knows whatever, as well as the Fortec Mercedes SLS, and Ollie Webb in that car, amongst others, is a young chip of the old block
in Alex Brundle.
correct.
And Carl Wendlinger, who you can't really call a young chip off the old block.
No, Carl Wendlinger, very well travelled and seasoned.
We saw a yellow flag a moment ago, and there is a loose wheel, which has something to do with that yellow flag, and that's on the exit of Pouhon.
It is. It's a long way from the exit of Pouhon. If that wheel made it all the way down there, that's a long run.
In the background is, I think, a Gattuso BMW that we saw parked earlier. So, yellows at turn 12, car has lost a wheel. Is that the Ferrari that's lost the wheel? I think it is, and that, I think, is the Team Ukraine 123 Raffaele Giammaria car.
Looks like the left front is gone. Kind of
right front, I think, is it? That's where the damage is.
No, it's back to the right front.
Yeah.
And bodywork damage where the wheel suddenly exited the car. So that would have happened on the exit of Pouhon. Not a very nice place to lose your right front wheel. But done a good job there. You can see the damage to the bodywork. In fact, I saw it looks like the wheel is still there. In fact, it may be a right front tyre deflation. So the car coming in, and just to get a better look at the right front and see if it is a wheel or a tyre.
Now let's have a look at the back of the shot here as the car just runs wide.
And yeah,
there's the wheel.
Yep.
Hits the tyres. And the Ferrari, well, Giammaria does a good job of steering it away from anything solid and back onto the road, and the wheel keeps on bouncing. There's some force in that.
Is that a wheel and tyre, or is that just a tyre? Because I'm not sure that the wheel actually came off. Wheel and tyre confirmed it was the wheel and tyre.
So there it is.
There it is, indeed. Well, that's no doubt somebody from the team will make their way down to Fagnes and pick that up.
That's Thomas Jäger.
2 cars we've had wheel trouble with.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Strange.
So 2 cars with damage, although Giammaria, lucky that it happened where it did, and he was able to steer out of that. Front wheel as well, whereas it was the rear for Alex Buncombe. Crikey. And we've still got 22 hours and 49 minutes still to go, John. So another busy shot here. Look at this. Max Goetz trying to funnel away through the traffic, the race leader. He's 2.4 seconds ahead of Marco Ciocci, but in real terms, Ciocci isn't the danger. He's in the Pro-Am class. The car that Goetz needs to worry about is Maxime Martin, but at the moment he's got to worry about all of this traffic.
He's stuck. I mean, literally, you've got a 10-car traffic jam, and there's just no way through because the car that you're trying to get through will be accelerating sooner than you can, and of course then you're playing catch-up, and it just is a very difficult moment. You've got to pick your way through all these slower cars extremely carefully.
So number 50, Marco Ciocci, is the one in second place, but in the Pro-Am class, there he is, second at the moment. But if I say it's a phony second, that's a little bit unfair, but because the car will lose time when the lesser graded drivers get into it, it's going to fall away. What they're concerned with is a class win, and the opposition is 25 BMW at the moment of Ludovic Badet. But Maximilian Goetz is trying to work his way through the slower cars, if you can call McLaren and Mercedes slower cars. Gregoire de Mustier's ART McLaren is ahead, and what he's got to try and do is not just get away from Ciocci, but Maxime Martin. But he's actually 25 seconds, nearly 26 seconds ahead. That may have come down, though, in the traffic. If it has, it'll work out again because Martin's got to get past them all as well.
But the only thing is this group of cars is actually beginning to fragment. It's breaking up. It's not quite as congested as it was half a lap ago when down at Fagnes, that right-left corner, there were literally 2 by 2, 5 lines.
So lap 28 we're on for the race leaders. 2 seconds between Maximilian Goetz and Marco Ciocci. Maxime Martin is, not surprisingly, closing the gap. He's quicker than the 2 ahead of him. He's bringing it down in 4th place, number 150 Porsche, which now has Richard Lietz at the wheel of it, having taken over from Mark Lee. Marcus Paltler is 5th, Alexander Sims is 6th, and Stefan Ortelli was, as I was predicting, would take over from René Rast, and he has got the number 1 Audi in 8th place. This coming out of Les Combes, cars everywhere.
Yeah, just a scrabble around the outside of Les Combes. The Audi getting through. Porsche kicks up the dust on the outside. The Ferrari now looking just to dive down the inside, but again it's so tight. Room left by the Audi, and but he will have the benefit of on the exit. He'll be in the inside to make it through the corner of no name. Or is you going to tell me the story about?
Oh yes, Speaker's Corner.
Speaker's Corner.
The reason being that the old start line, as you see Ciocci working his way through traffic as well, from the old start line, the commentary box for the track commentators was on the outside, and you could see the pit straight, you could see Eau Rouge, and the only other part of the circuit you could see in the distance was that left-hander. And over here, commentators in French are speakers rather than commentators, and so it became known as Speaker's Corner.
Fair enough. But did they have little wooden boxes to stand on?
We did, actually, yes.
And lecture.
And antiquated equipment. looking at a previous winner in Martin Ragginger in the Porsche, swinging his way through. And as the field then turns currently through lap 28, we've got the cars looking just about everywhere, John. There is a battle, isn't there?
Oh! Runs very wide, forced almost wide coming up into the bus stop chicane. I think maybe a little bit of overreaction. In fairness, that wasn't quite what was required, but well, that's sometimes what happens. So looking at one of the Nissans as it now makes its way, sister car to the one that we saw some early 30 minutes ago when the rear wheel nut departed the hub. Coming up to this part of the racetrack, the drop down out of La Source, down into Eau Rouge.
Leading car with 3 seconds in hand at the moment, and as we've been talking about the fact that there are cars all over the road, battles everywhere, and life in the pit lane, Jack Nicholls, I would imagine, has been pretty frantic, and you've been busy with an awful lot of cars coming in early on in this race.
Just to even get out of the pit lane. And well, the big news story really from that first stint was the Beechstein Aston Martin that came in, and initially I asked, it looked like a slow pit stop, didn't it? And I spoke to them and they said, oh no, it's pretty routine. But then I poked around a little bit, and Dan McKenzie in the end gave it away and said they had a problem with the rear right wheel nut. But at the same time, he's not too fussed because they're not in contention, as he admits, for the overall race win. It was great to start the car at the front of the field, lead it for a stint. Sure. It proves the pace of the car that we're looking at now, just coming up to Les Combes. But they knew they're not going to be in contention for the overall win, and so it's the class win that they're after. What's going on with McLaren? We've seen an awful lot of McLarens in the pit box. Again, they're being very evasive, as McLaren tend to do, really, especially last year with the Hexas McLaren. We saw it an awful lot. Any kind of problem, you go to them, no, I can't tell you. So Mike Parisi said it may be an engine problem with the 11 ART car, but apart from that, it's this McLaren's still running at least the sister Golf car.
That's right, the 69 car, Rob Bell started it. That was one that we saw have a slow pit stop. But of course the other big story is the demise of the Alex Buncombe Nissan. We heard you talking to Bob Neville, of course, but he looked pretty concerned. Yeah, he did. I think they got to look at it. I haven't been back up to RJN to check what they saw on the second car, but he looked pretty concerned, and well, like all of us, he was watching the screen, and it was us and me and the cameraman down there that said, look, watch for the wheel nut, and then he saw it, and so it's kind of helping them out in that way. So initially they weren't aware that was the problem. They thought Alex had just lost it. Did in fact all the Nissans then, when they were either come in to have a look at the wheel nuts and check whether there was an issue on all the cars or whether it was just a rogue issue? Well, I don't know that much. They've all been in and they've all been checked, but from the looks of it, they seem pretty happy to let them continue, I'd have thought. Well, let you get back to the pit lane because you've got another 64 cars to go. I'll take 9 litres of water with me as well. Good idea, yes. Jack, thanks for the moment. We'll hear from Jack, no doubt, in the pit lane later on as the race unfolds, and we'll hear from more drivers with him as well. Pit Patrol is pretty busy because, as we've been making the point, it is one very long pit lane. 2 of them joined together, so you've got the F1 pits and then the Endurance pits. And another car off, and is that Peter Cox's Lamborghini? It is 24, I think. It's Jos Menton that's taken the car over. Over at Radio again, top of Eau Rouge. Big impact. And that's going to be another safety car intervention. We didn't see what caused that one, but certainly, again, if you don't hit it on the left-hand side just after the apex, you'll lose it and you'll go straight out to the right and into that tire barrier. Safety car. It's the second safety car. It's another accident. It's number 24, and it's Jos Menton, a previous winner of the event, who has gone off the road. And I would also suggest not only safety car, but another retirement. That looks like a retirement, and again you can see just to the flag, just to the right of the flag, the marks on the racetrack, and that car's had a heavy impact. It's been a high speed off, and of course although it's tarmac, the reality is it doesn't actually slow the car down hugely. Usually it gets very dusty when it's not a part of the actual racetrack, and the car just skids pretty much at speed into the tire barrier. Are we seeing people making mistakes at that part of the circuit, not just in this race but in last year's, in other races that come to Spa, because the drivers are lulled into this false sense of security because there's the tarmac to play with? They push too hard.
It could be, but I think fundamentally it is still an extremely challenging corner.
Sure.
We don't know the circumstances. Maybe let's look and see what happens.
Hits the curb.
Just loses it pretty much on his own behind two other cars, but it's the impact which takes him from left, right into the tyre barrier. Tyre barrier does a good job, but nonetheless, it's a heavy impact.
And that is almost a carbon copy of Edward Sandstrom's demise from the race last year. In the early hours of Sunday morning, he did that. He hit the curb going through that part, which unsettled the car, and the only outcome was he was going to hit those tyres, and that put him out of the race, and I think we've just witnessed another retirement.
Yes, I mean, that's a big impact, and while they may get the car back to the pit, the reality is I don't think we're going to see that car continue.
No.
So we don't know what damage there might have been underneath the skin of the car, maybe suspension damage, maybe chassis damage itself.
There's also debris, of course, on the pit exit, because that car has gone into the tyres. That takes it across the white line, doesn't it, at the end of the pit exit. So debris on the track as well, which will be something else for all the hard-working race officials to clean up. So what's happening, John?
Well, it's always a busy race, and with a field of, 65 cars, 4-point-whatever mile lap, 7 kilometres, it's a lot of cars, and there we're just seeing the driver now getting out.
That's good.
Finally, so he is all right. Again, you tend to get fairly heavily winded when the car goes in that angle, and it just takes a moment or two and a little bit of a limp. Your feet can get thrown around the foot box, and nothing like your foot hitting a pedal. And with all that energy, it can be painful. But luckily, nothing more severe than what we look like as a bit of winding and just taking time to get some breath. Don't catch it, just get some.
Well, the Lamborghinis do not have much luck in the Spa 24 Hours. Last year, the cars suffered problems, and if you go back 2 years ago, Nicky Melnhof was the man that crashed his Lamborghini coming into the pits, which was the most remarkable accident. And not long after that, the Mark Hayek car had an engine failure, so they don't have a great track record at Spa.
But Nicky has improved considerably since then.
Yeah, I grant you that. Definitely so. And I think part of that is driving last year for Michael Bartels. He was taught a few tricks and was calmed down a lot. The same is true now at Audi.
Just wondering, are they going to have to make any repairs to that tyre barrier? We see one of those sort of vehicles that is maybe sometimes required as we look.
Ahmed Al-Hafi's Porsche is the one with the door open, and I was wondering whether that gesticulation was to get some air in, or whether he was saying to the safety car, come on, go faster. Now that's the wheel from Jean-Maria's Ferrari, isn't it, on the exit of Pouin. So that's gone behind the barriers.
It's gone behind the barriers, so that's been looked at. So the only good thing about a safety car intervention gives everybody a chance to simply cool down and relax and get a chance to breathe, because some of these events, some of these races within the event itself, the field have been really intense, and when you're pushing as hard as that in this warm Saturday afternoon here at Spa-Francorchamps, not all these drivers are professionally trained as to the level of some of the true professionals here, and it is an hour and 23 minutes into it.
Miro Konotka was the man in that Porsche with the door open, and he was the man trying to get some air into the car. So we are behind the safety car here at Spa. It will be a little bit lengthy while barriers are repaired and debris is taken out of the way. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of the opening stages of this 65th Spa 24 Hours. A packed grid, drivers relaxed before the start, getting on board the cars, getting some fresh air in before the race gets underway. Red Fu, who is performing the concert this evening, was down on the grid as well. Stefan Mucker got on board the pole position car, and with everybody ready to go, it was time for the warming up lap to get underway. Everybody weaving around to try to get some warmth into the Pirelli tyres. Drivers and team principals looking nervously. Some got warmth into the tyres, others didn't. Alessandro Pietruidi on the outside line on his cold tyre spun. Look how close Nick Tandy came to disaster in the Porsche as everybody swerved around him.
How the field got through without contact with the Ferrari is quite amazing. There we saw another spin further round on at the Fagna sequence of corners, and then a dive up the inside of the Jones brothers, clipping the back of the Audi, spinning it around, damage to the Mercedes. We couldn't really tell if the Audi was damaged very much there. Drive-through for the Tandy Porsche.
And then there was more contact, and that turned around Ludovic Bader, turned around Peter Cox, I should say, coming out of the bus stop. The Lamborghini was able to rejoin, but I'm afraid we now know it is out of the race. Andrea Piccini was busy battling with Lucas Ordonez. Both ran wide into the bus stop. Marcus Paltela on the left was getting ready for his stint. Great battle between Alvaro Parent and Maximilian Goetz, and as Parent went wide at the bus stop, Goetz got up alongside him as they came over the timing line. The Mercedes was briefly ahead, but by the time they got to La Source, Parent, who stood his ground on the inside, was able to go back ahead. Further drama, Gregoire de Moustier tagged into a spin at the bus stop. He was able to rejoin, but the McLaren lost a lot of places.
He really got mugged. His cars one side the other. But this drama in Eau Rouge, Alex Buncombe coming in this, and rear wheel nut comes off. The rear wheel follows, and that heavy impact on the right-hand side, the front and the rear of the Nissan. And Alex fine, other than maybe a little bit headachy, but otherwise, but big damage to the right side of the Nissan.
And that car, a retirement, that brought out the first safety car. And when we were released to go back into racing, the battle for the lead was between Stefan Mucker and Nick Katzberg, and they'd found themselves on the tail of Nick Tandy, who was still on the lead lap, but who was absolutely resolute that he was going to stay on the lead lap. And so the battle to try and get past him was as intense as it was for the lead itself. The cars running nose to tail up towards Les Combes. Behind them, Alvaro Parent was running in third place. And as they turned their way through Les Combes, Katzberg made a move. He got squeezed over the curb. He slotted back in behind the Aston Martin. We also had Bruno Senna working his way through the pack in the McLaren. A little bit of contact with Rick Renmans, turned around his Porsche. Renmans was able to rejoin, albeit a lot of places lost. Katzberg had another go to try and find a way past the Aston Martin, this time coming up towards Les Combes. This time he got his nose in front, but he ran off the road all over the curb, got his way back onto the circuit, and then he was able to continue the battle. So as the cars battled their way up towards the end of the lap, Stefan Mucker then peeled into the pit lane, chased by Maxime Martin. Nick Katzberg stayed out there and managed to hang on to the race lead. And number 3, Maxime Martin, was able to get ahead of Stefan Mucker on the pit stops.
Yeah,
it was a longer stop for the Aston Martin.
Yeah, slightly longer. They had a little problem, which we just had from Jack Nicholls down on the pit lane. He managed to find out that there was a problem there. We see the Ferrari coming out of Pujol. The front right wheel detaches from the hub, and again the wheel bumps its way down, and Marshall's getting into position because that is a problem of a loose wheel there. We can see the damage to the front of the Ferrari as it makes its way back. Yelmer Berman taking an interesting view on what's going on.
More Ferraris in strife at the end of the lap. 73 almost running out of road as it came into the braking zone. Alexander Frolov. And then we had Jos Menton in the Lamborghini thump the curb and hit the tar barrier very, very hard indeed at the top of Raidillon, and that has brought out our second safety car of the race. Last year we had 16, and that's where I put my €5 in the sweepstake.
How many?
I'm an eighth of the way there.
How many?
16 last year, and that was
interventions, safety car intervention.
A lot of which was because of the rain causing incidents. We've had two big accidents.
Look skyward, the clouds, the traditional clouds that always come over Spa at some point in the weekend. As we see the Lamborghini there being trailered away. And a lot of damage on, again, the right rear of that car. So a door missing as well.
Yeah.
That was a heavy impact.
Yeah, front and back. Well, front, back and side, isn't it? As it hits one, spins around. That's nothing for Spa. That's just drizzle.
No, but it has to come.
That'll be drizzle.
Has to come from somewhere. It can only get worse. You know, this place can be absolutely glorious, and we've had wonderful for the last hour and a half. Beautiful weather. In fact, lovely afternoon. Miserable morning. Rain off and on. But at some point we're going to see rain, and that's really, you know, a driver's nightmare, particularly when you get to the phase of a race when it's just getting dark or just getting light. Very difficult to read the race, the surface of the racetrack, and to know just how quickly you can push. From
a very selfish point of view, I'm very pleased that the temperatures dropped so markedly in the last few minutes, because it has been very hot indeed for the first hour and a half or so. Well, we're behind the safety car. We're on lap 32. Marco Ciocci now leads because Maximilian Goetz has pitted, and he's got an 11.7 second advantage over Maxime Martin now.
So we have to find just where precisely all these cars are in the traffic, and it is a frustration, and it's something you've got to wonder whether in the future for endurance races that they shouldn't cycle through the lead car. As we see the Lamborghini being trailered away, and well, that's a car that's going to need a fair amount of work. Safety car sign being taken in.
Now, Hans Reiter is, of course, not a happy man. He's just witnessed his car crash out of the race. Let's catch up with him. He's in the pits with Jack Nicholls.
Hans, never really the way you want the race to end.
No, not really. I mean, I'm quite happy that Jos is not injured at all. He just said a little bit of headache he has, and I think at this corner it was a very lucky accident, because the speed says 235 k's, and in that respect hitting the walls and just stepping out and a bit of a headache is okay. So it's it ended lucky, even if it ended.
And is that car, do you think, a write-off now, or can it be?
Most likely. I mean, on the video it didn't look so bad, but again, if you go off at a speed higher than 200, would be the first car not to write off.
Thank you, Hans.
Green flags wave, we're back racing once again. Good to hear from Hans Reiter, who is able to force a smile even though weeks of preparation, lots of hard work has come to nothing once again, sadly.
Yes, it is, and no amount of saying sorry, guys, can compensate for the amount of effort and work that goes in to preparing one of these cars for a 24-hour event. And again, just an hour and a half into the event, a puncture left, front puncture for the Ferrari. Makes his way back, finally has got up to the bus stop chicane, yes it is, and into the pit lane.
And we'll have a quick look at a replay of what happened. In fact, the puncture's already come, hasn't it, for number 20. The car slowly making its way into the pits. Well, we've been looking in those highlights as the tyre comes off the rim, looking at in those highlights at some great battles that were going on for the race lead. Stefan Mucker and Nick Katzberg. Delighted to say that Nick has joined us up here. You must have enjoyed that. I know you were frustrated you couldn't get past, but it was a great fight.
Yeah, it was a great fight. I was a little bit frustrated not be able to pass him because we lost some time behind him, but I mean, it was a clean battle, and we should realize it's a 24-hour race, and in the end we both have no damage, so that's good.
And how about these cars? You've got Maxime Martin and then Marcus in your car. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I hope they don't do anything, but they're both really, really experienced and good drivers, so I'm not so afraid of that.
Tell me, what was more frustrating, the battle with Stefan Mucker, or having then the Tandy Porsche, which was virtually a lap down, but it was doing its best to keep ahead of you? Was that more frustrating?
Yeah, definitely in the beginning. I think for Stefan it was really frustrating. And then when Stefan boxed, I was behind the Porsche and I was like, what is he doing here? Blue flags everywhere. And
he was trying to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine, but it's not really according to the rules what he did. So yeah, I understand his frustration, and he wanted to be in the lead lap, so yeah, no issues.
Now, some teams were double stinting. You didn't. You changed driver. Any reason for that?
Yeah, there was a normal reason for it, because I was doing the start, and there's like a 2-hour program before the start, so I was in the car a long time, and I wanted to save myself a little bit because the race is long.
And now you're out of the car. You're in the commentary booth with us. But what would you normally do? You have a debriefing, then something to eat, and maybe a bit of rest?
Yeah, I have a debrief, I have something to drink, I have a little rest, and I go to our guy that patches me up after each stint. So
can you send him up to us? We need patching up after an hour and a half as well.
How bad is the traffic out there? I mean, we talked about Nick Tandy's car, but that's an exception because it can match your pace. But pretty much as soon as the first 3 or 4 laps are unwound, there were slower cars for you to dodge around. Yeah, I mean, the guys that we were behind after the safety car, that was not so bad. I think we were clearly a bit quicker than them. It was just difficult with Nick and with Stefan. What were the tyres like? Some teams are talking about really bad tyre degradation. The BMW looks after its tyres a bit better, maybe? Normally we have quite good tyre wear, but I must be honest, it's been really tough so far on the tyres. It's going to be difficult. Double stinting is not really an option, I think. And we were just saying, John and I, a few moments ago, that the temperature in the last few minutes has markedly dropped. Was it really hard work inside the car on that first? Yeah, it was really hot. So you're glad to be out of it? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. We better let you go and have a drink, I think.
Just before you, Nick, I mean, just talk about the BMW, because we know different cars get different strengths on the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. What are the strengths of the BMW on this 7-kilometer circuit?
It's definitely high speed and the twisty bits. I mean, it's a good car in the corners. We lose some on the straights, but that's been like that for 2 years, 3 years now already. So we know where we are strong and we know where we need to work.
And when you got finally alongside Stefan Mucker coming up into Lake Coombe, you tried to go around the outside, but you ran out of road.
Yeah, I tried to go around the outside, and I thought I saw a flash of him like braking too late, so I wanted to take no risk. But maybe I should have taken a little bit more, I don't know.
Well, at least the main thing is you both gave each other working room, and that's the key to motor racing. Give each other room to work, and then you can fight another day.
Okay, perfect.
Well done.
Nick, well, good to see you up here, and good luck for your next stint.
Thank you, bye-bye.
So Nick Katzberg then, who led the race and had a great battle early on, can now go and take on some more liquid and relax a little bit, if you can relax, while you're watching your car hustling on now in the hands of Marcus Pautela against Maxime Martin, and they're both stuck behind Richard Lietz. I still think, I know we didn't really talk about predicting a winner, John, before the race, but I still think the 150 Manthey Porsche is a potential winning car, and it's now running second overall and leading the Pro Cup.
Well, I mean, as I mentioned to Stefan Rotell when we had that interview on the grid, I said this is really a race of the 4 major German manufacturers, and of course There are other manufacturers in this race as well, but the level of driving that are in the Mercedes, the BMW, the Audis and the Porsches, really outstanding quality drivers are coming up into the Blancpain. Nearly overrunning into the back of the Porsche and having then to drive around the McLaren. Well, not really managing to do it, but part of the frustration for the BMW as it accelerates. And again, look at the pace of the McLaren, just off the corner, slightly better positioned. Now you've got to make a brave manoeuvre down the inside. On the inside line, you can get alongside, and the pass is a nice, clean pass. But it's part of the give and take. And I mean, it would be great to see a Ferrari or the Aston or any of the other manufacturers, even the Nissan, that had terrible issues in the early part of the race. As this race progresses, that we see other manufacturers outside of those 4 German giants have some role in the outcome of this race.
Everywhere you look, there's just gaggles of cars all battling together. Ricard Leitz is under attack, isn't he? Because now he's got Maxime Martin on one side, he's got Marcus Paltner on the other. And which of the BMWs is going to find a way past? One or both? They're both going to have a go at Ricard Leitz, and they both go through. Martin goes ahead, Paltner goes ahead. There's traffic in there as well. Look, you've got the Flexibox Ferrari, and so Ricard Leitz loses 2 places, and that means that now 2nd overall is Martin, 3rd overall is Paltner. But more significantly, perhaps, this now has shuffled the top 3 within the Pro Cup. And look in the background, Stefan Mucker is on a mission.
Absolutely, he's caught back up to this group of cars. He lost that time in the pit stops, but due to the safety car intervention, that's put him back into contention. And that Aston Martin has got a lot of performance, and we expect to see it in these next few laps.
So coming down towards Pouhon now is the new race leader within the Pro Cup, Maxime Martin. Quantify that because you've got Marco Ciocci still ahead. Now Ciocci last time did a 2:30 and Maxime Martin did a 2:28, so he's taking 2 seconds a lap out of him, and he was 3.1 seconds, 3.2 seconds back. So Martin will be the overall leader before much longer. You're on board now with the number 17 Ferrari, which is a lap down, of course. It's one of the Pro-Am Cup cars, and it is Martin Janssen at the wheel of it, who is trying to keep out of the way of the quicker cars, but also drive his own race. And we also have news from the pits, oh dear, I'm afraid to say, that number 11, the ART McLaren, is back into its garage yet again.
Well, McLaren having a pretty awful day outside of the car of Alvaro Parenta Hex's McLaren, others in and out, mechanical issues. And you have to believe that the amount of effort that McLaren put into this MP412C to get it to be a competitive car as well as a reliable car isn't actually coming to the team in the manner that they'd hoped for.
Stefan Mucker gets himself past Martin Janssen there, look, going into the bus stop. Over the timing line, Stefan Mucker has also got past Ricard Leitz. Now, the Manthey Porsche, in practice, in qualifying, was really struggling with tyre degradation, and I just wonder whether he's now being told to just take it a bit easier and look after the tyres.
Oh, and Mucker right off the back of the McLaren, I mean, actually touched the car in the middle of La Source, just on the Porsche. Of course, the engine of the Porsche is behind the rear axle, not ahead of it as it is in other mid-engine cars, so it does put an additional load onto those tyres, and they were, I think, feeling that, up the inside. I mean, what is Stefan Mucker being very, very combative indeed. And the Porsche's back, and Richard Leitz is back.
So Leitz now lines up to have a go on the inside at Lecombe. The McLaren is a lap down. That's the Demustier car from ART, so you can kind of ignore that for a moment as he comes into the braking area now. Jan Goody is at the wheel of it. Mucker goes up the inside. Leitz tries to find a way past him. And Leitz also has to sort out the traffic here because the number 12 McLaren is in 25th place overall, but he in turn is trying to fight the Ferrari that's there behind him. So you've got those 2 cars battling for position and being lapped, and the Aston Martin and the Lemon and Lime Porsche also squabbling for a position, and it's going to carry on like this for the very 24-hour duration.
Well, let's hope when they get to the 3-hour mark or 3.5-hour mark, they might have settled down a little bit, give us a chance to catch our breath. But it is, well, I think as we find out on the grid, these races are no longer endurance races. These are sprints.
Now, we also have news that the number 75, Marc Henrici, Porsche, Maxime Soulet, Xavier Marson, the co-drivers, that's stopped out on the circuit. Well, of course, it's bad news, that, because 75 is a Belgian team, Pro Speed Competition, running the car. Marc Henrici was behind the wheel of it, 16th overall it was, and it has stopped out on the circuit. Darren Turner has now joined the party because he wants to get up the order. He's got himself past Frank Kekler, so Darren Turner is up into the top 6, and now he's trying to find a way past Martin Janssen, the Danish driver. The next real target for Darren Turner is Ricard Leitz, who is there. Look through the traffic.
Darren Turner just quicker out of La Source, or what is now called Paul Fire Courbe, but on the inside as they come up to the first part of Les Combes, And the Aston there you see from on board, and the Ferrari just sweeps ahead, and in fact the BMW does the same thing. The Ferrari almost gets out of the throttle, as we see Darren Turner continuing the momentum and the progress, trying to go up and get alongside the Audi as they come up into the bus stop chicane. Not close enough.
That Audi is about to go a lap down to Darren Turner. That is Ralph Fry at the wheel of the Zero Audi. It's a lap down, one of the Audis that's struggling, whereas the Ortelli car is 9th overall, run by the same team. Over the line comes Darren Turner. Frank Keckler getting a bit toey as well, isn't he? Headlights on, so come on, I want to get through this traffic as well. And Frank Keckler is probably the star in that Vita 4-1 Racing BMW. Puncture on the last lap of last year's 24-hour race, but he got on the podium.
So let's watch and see in the drop down of La Source, and Darren Turner's got just ahead of the Audi as they go through Eau Rouge, then the swing to the right, and just literally you come over the top and where's the racetrack, and then all of a sudden you realise the downforce has given you the grip. Three abreast coming down the Kemmel Straight.
You're trying to identify the actual battle and the traffic. Keckler is looking to get through back markers, and there is Ralph Fry, 127, which is the Rover Racing Mercedes. That is also a lap down, so kind of ignore that from the equation for the moment. However, it's getting in the way, isn't it, of Frank Keckler?
Indeed. But you get these pockets of cars somewhere on the race. Oh, the Porsche is stopped, does it?
That's the one I mentioned a little while ago, yeah. So Mark Henrici off the road.
Just the angle it stopped at, I wasn't quite sure if that was a visual or and the fact the car is being pushed.
Well, I was going to say it must be an accident, because there was John Brooks again, the photographer. He was where the Nissan went off. He's now where this Porsche has stopped.
Yeah, I think the car's pulled off. There doesn't look to be much damage.
So hopefully they might be able to recover that, get it back into the race. Keckler still stuck in traffic. Now, how's Darren Turner getting on in the meantime? He also has got himself caught up behind one of the Ferraris. I say got himself caught up behind. He just hasn't found a gap, and now he goes through.
He makes the gap.
Yeah,
you know, that's what if you're a capable driver, you can force issues. If you see the Porsche now underway.
If it can do that and just drive off, why has it been sat there for a couple of minutes?
Well, maybe he's been on the radio to the team telling them to literally reset the entire computer in the car. Maybe something as simple as that, or something more complex. But racing drivers are not necessarily engineers, and it is often difficult when you're in the cockpit to take instruction, because it's just simply you haven't got the capacity. You're just into a shutdown mode yourself.
Well, the good news is the car is still circulating. Has it lost a lap is my next question. Yes, I think it has. So that's bad news, because in a race, even though it's 24 hours long, with this depth of quality and with this pace, losing a lap really does take you out of the game very early on. Ludovic Badet in 25 looks for a way through. Ryle Frey being lapped up the inside, goes the SMP. Ferrari around the outside, goes Ludovic Badet, the BMW. Fabulous move.
Well, she literally got mugged. I mean, cars to the left of her, cars to the right, or into the valley of the bus stop chicane. She drove, and she came out, but it was difficult. It was a tough little moment there.
Ain't done yet, because there are more cars all queued up around.
More Audis too.
Yeah, Stefano Ortelli being one of them, and the number 13 Audi is also trying to gain ground back. Let's have another look at this, because coming up towards the bus stop, just watch the BMW. This is inspired, I reckon, by Ludovic Badet, who is an unsung hero of this championship. He goes for the outside, he sees what's happening, there's not that much room, and he doesn't even ride up over the curb. That's absolutely perfect, so precise, and he gains ground.
I'm not sure if he actually intended to make that overtake or not, but he was the beneficiary, and he just went around the outside, and it worked.
Now we are getting more and more news, of course, as the race unwinds. Just to bring you up to speed, one of the AF Corsa Ferraris, 51, the Barreiros Man Guinness Mezard cars had a gearbox change. We know about number 32 crashing out. Number 15, McLaren, came in with a vibration to the floor. Number 9, gearbox issues. The Jones Mercedes, remember its contact early on, that had a left front tie rod and geometry needing to be adjusted. So we'll try and bring you up to speed as best we can with all that is happening in terms of the news from the pits. Jack's doing his best on pit patrol, and the information service via the media centre as well will try and fill some of the gaps as well. But it is going to be a very busy 24 hours for everybody.
Strange regard to Ferrari having a gearbox change, McLaren with a vibrating flat floor, and gearbox issues on one of the Gulf McLarens. I mean, those are professional teams.
Yeah. However, these things happen, as they say.
We move on.
Now, more lights are being flashed here at the Demoustier McLaren. I say, is it still Demoustier behind the wheel, or has that had a change? It's Jan Goody, isn't it? I said that had taken the car over a few laps ago. So Jan Goody it is. There is 75, which is now in 50th place. Mark Henrici is back in the race, but of course this car has dropped down to 50th place, and that is bad news for his co-driver, Xavier Marson, who is with Jack.
Xavier, what happened out there?
Well, we don't know. Apparently he said something about smoke in the car, so he stopped the car at the arm coats to see if anything was going on, and then they pushed him back, and he went back on track again. So really don't know. We have to see when he comes back in, but then I'll probably get in the car, so I won't know until after.
So are you going to just let him keep lapping, or are you going to come and bring him into the pits to check?
No, apparently it's not. The problem's gone, so he's keep on lapping until we get any problems, and then he might come in. But so far we keep pushing, and now we need to push to the front.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, that will have cost the car 3 laps in real terms. It's still going, and in fairness, John, it looks as quick as ever.
Absolutely. I mean, it's strange. I mean, Mark Henrici is not the kind of driver who's going to suddenly pull a car off on an imaginary smoke in the cockpit. I mean, where it would have come from, difficult to tell. I mean, these cars have got ventilation in them, whether it came from externally or whether it was something on the car, difficult to know, but he's running, and again, running competitive pace.
This is the race leader. Maxime Martin leads the Spa 24 Hours because Marco Ciocci is now pitted, and so up into the lead of the race comes Maxime Martin. It's a Mark VDS 1-2 because Marcus Paltela is running in second place, and then in third, John,
Stefan Mucka.
Fourth is Richard Leitz, fifth is Darren Turner, sixth is Frank Kekler, seventh is Ludovic Vadet, my unsung hero, eighth is Stefan Ortelli, ninth now is Andrea Bertolini, who's taken over from Ciocci, and in 10th place, in the number 14 BMW, is Andrea Piccini.
And there is a McLaren, yeah, and that's running slowly as well. As
that's Hexis. It's the number 7, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which
just wondered, was that a wispy, bluish smoke coming from that car, or was it just maybe certainly whatever it is, the car has slowed down considerably, and that's a problem.
It's Alexander Sims. He's now made 2 pit stops, but this is a problem because he's limping round.
Flame coming from the back of the left rear. There it is. Not just from the exhaust. That's an engine malfunction. There's fuel that is burning in the exhaust system, not in the engine. And I just need to keep a little eye on that one because it's a long way back from the pits there. Where's it going to go? Where did it go? Did I miss it, or did it? There it is.
There's the flame.
There's flame. So that is not normal, and that's just raw fuel getting into the exhaust system. And hopefully it's being burned in the exhaust system. You don't want any of that residue getting caught under the bonnet of the car. That would be a much bigger problem.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, that so many top teams are having problems early on?
Well, which are the top teams that are having the problems?
Texas. There's a top team. AF Corsa has had not Pro Cup cars, but it's a top team.
In fairness to Hexus, I don't think that's their problem.
Okay.
It's a problem with the equipment.
Now, in the Pro Cup, just while we have the standings there, you've got, as we've been saying, the number 3 BMW leading the way, and that's Maxime Martin at the wheel of it. In second place, there it is, number 4 BMW. Third in the Pro Cup will be number 99, it will be the 150 Porsche, there in the hands of Richard Leitz. And into the pit lane with a puncture comes the AF Corsa Ferrari, the François Perraudot, Howard Blanc, Jean-Marc Bachelier, Yannick Malagol car. Well, AF Corsa, top team, problem, but I accept that they can't really do much about the tyres.
No, I mean, if you catch debris, and there's going to be bits of debris around the racetrack with all the interventions that we've had, we go back Darren Turner, and Darren Turner's been running very strongly indeed in 5th place, only 13 and a half seconds behind the race leader, and we're coming up to an hour and 50 minutes of this race.
As down the hill powers the Aston, Darren Turner currently running 5th on the road. His next target is Richard Leitz. He's lapping a little bit faster than the Porsche. Just a word about this car. Although this is the only Blancpain Endurance Series race of the weekend, quite obviously, it is the 3rd race the car... tell you a lie, 4th race the car has done this weekend. It's already done 3 Belgian Racing Car Championship events. So not only is the car pretty tired, so's the crew.
And, you know, I read the other day, in fact, coming over here to Belgium for this race, that AMG Mercedes-Benz are going to start supplying engines to Aston Martin for future production road cars. Now, make of that what you may.
But why would a team, apart from the financial element of having to stay afloat and run for customers, go into a 24-hour race having gone through 3 races? They have to change the setup of the car, the tyres, the stickers, the seats, everything. Those mechanics are going to be worn out. Howard Blanc getting out of the AF Corsa Ferrari. He brought it in with a puncture. It's one of the Gentleman Trophy cars, and therefore it's a way down the order anyway.
And you want to have a good look in the wheel arch when you take that wheel and tyre off, just to ensure that there's been no damage to any brake line or any suspension component, because flailing tyres are extremely destructive, especially in an enclosed car like a GT.
And it's also spat some debris onto the road, so the team's being warned via the timing screens that there is debris by the pit lane entrance. And they're powering uphill. Maxime Martin. We're a long way off having to worry about points at the 6-hour mark, but of course the winners at Paul Ricard last time out, very different type of circuit compared to Spa. The BMW proving it's good there and good here. So let's have another go at looking at the leading cars as in Pro Cup. BMW heads BMW. First and second go through the shop. The third in the class, there it is, the Manthey Racing Porsche. Fourth, here he is, Darren Turner in the Aston Martin, so you get an idea of where the gaps are between the cars. Fifth, Frank Kekler, there, look, the turquoise and black Vita 4-1 BMW. And then sixth in the Pro Cup and eighth overall is the #1 Audi, Stefan Ortelli at the wheel of it. It's 10 years since Stefan Ortelli last won the Spa 24 Hours. I still don't totally buy into this Audi can't win the race line.
I think Audi aren't going to win the race in the first 6 hours, the first 12 hours, even the 18-hour mark. Audi are going to be around at the end of 24 hours, and when they get close to that 22 hours to go, they will be no doubt in position to take a victory, another victory,
which will be 3 in a row in the Spa 24 Hours. You can see the rest of the Pro Cup standings cycling through, and 20th in class there is the 75 Henrici Porsche. If you're wondering, by the way, what the neon light is with a number on many of the windscreens of the cars, and there you caught a glimpse of 20 on Henrici's windscreen, that is Lumirank, which is connected to the timing system, and what that displays is the car's position in class. So for the fans around the circuit who get a bit bewildered, understandably, as pit stops take place and the whole race complexion changes, they can look at a car and see where it is. They don't know the gaps, I grant you, but they know where it is in class. So you can see on the windscreen that car is 20th in class, and each car carries the Lumirank, and there are different colours for the different class, Pro and Gentleman Trophy, and it's a way of trying to help the fans a little bit more to understand what's going on in the race and which car is where.
Well, I mean, the first 24-hour race I visited was in the 60s, and I mean, after about 10 laps, let alone at night time, no way of knowing what was going on. And I mean, any information for race fans, for viewers, to understand what the event's about, where cars are relative to those around it, has got to be helpful.
I'm not sure that's Beach Dean ice cream, but it seems to be going down well in the pits as Maxime Martin tries to edge away from Marcus Paltela, and he is getting away just by a second or so per lap. Stefan Mucker, in the meantime, is lapping quicker than Paltela, so the gap's coming down second to third. Stefan Mucker having the time of his life in this Aston Martin, isn't he? Flinging it around, and he kind of has nothing to lose.
No, I mean, he's just going to go out and drive the wheels off the car. He knows that when he hands it over to his teammates that they're not going to be at his level. So just max out on what you've got. The pit stop that did lose them time. Stefan Mucker will no doubt try and make up of much of that as he can. And he's a race driver. He's a professional, competitive, combative race driver. You can just see coming through Les Combes, the exit of Les Combes just runs the car to the maximum of the permissible track.
Stefan Mucker leads the Pro-Am Cup. Second in the class is the 25 BMW. This is the car that I've been getting all excited about in the hands of Ludovic Badet. Third in the class is the number 19 Mercedes, which is currently being pedalled hard by Andres Simonsen. And number 1, Stefan Ortelli, back into the pits. Is that a bit early? Let's see. He's done 41 laps, and the car came in at the end of 24. I would say that was a bit early.
What the team might be looking to do is find the gap, and you know, whether that's the decision or not. It is a little earlier than we saw the first stop take place, but it's on its way. And you know, again, the work you do now will pay you dividends later in the race.
It gets them out of sequence, it frees up the strategy. They keep Stefan Ortelli in the car, but they change tyres. So I wonder whether it was tyre-led rather than purely strategy-led.
It'll be lap time-led, no doubt. And if the lap times are dropping away significantly, and we're looking at Maxime Martin right now is running in the high 224s with a best of 223.6. So looking down to see where the best of Ortelli's was. Well, Ortelli was lapping, you know, pretty much 24s as well. Last lap, 227, that might have been due to coming into the pits, but it's hard to understand why they might have done that other than just simply let's get one of our cars slightly out of sync and see what happens.
Unless Stefan came on the radio and said, car feels wrong, and I had a look at the tyres, but we'll try and find out. We'll send Jack in that direction, shall we? So with 22 hours and 6 minutes still to run, the fans enjoyed themselves on the top of the big pit building. That is the Brasserie restaurant, the view from up there, looking down to Eau Rouge on the left and the bus stop on the right, and pit in. Good vantage point that. You get the chance to go up there when you come to Spa. Right, so Stefan Mucker has not drawn attention to himself for a lap or two, but he's about to. And the Pro-Am car, we talked about the order a little while ago, but it remains the same. The Aston Martin leading the way, chased by 25, Ludovic Badet, and then third in the class is the number 19, Andreas Simonsen Mercedes. Fourth in the class is 34, and that is the Pro GT Almera Porsche. Fifth in the class after the pit stop, AF Corsa Andrea Bertolini is now at the wheel, and sixth in Pro-Am number 35, Lucas Ordóñez started. He has now given way to Jan Mardenborough, who finished second in the Formula 3 race earlier on in the day.
Had a very busy weekend, ended up upside down in the Formula 3 race on Saturday.
Indeed so.
And had a battle in the Formula 3 race in wet conditions this morning, and did a good job.
Until he crashed into a car ahead after he'd taken the checkered flag. That's another story.
The race had finished.
It had finished, so we'll look the other way. There's Ludovic Badet, second in Pro-Am. He had a spin on the opening lap of the race. He's fought back very well, and this TDS car has gone very strongly in the championship this year. Henry Hassid, his regular co-driver, Matthias Besch, the very fast Swiss driver, and Pierre Thirier, who brings lots of the money to the team, will all be helping to bring that car to a good result in class. And here, for third in the class in Pro-Am, is the 19 Mercedes, which was started by Andreas Simonsen. It is still Simonsen at the wheel, and there's a warning flag being given to Mark Henrici, who is all fired up, and he's exceeding track limits to the point where he's getting the driving standards flag. Fourth in the Pro-Am Cup is Franck Pereira in the Porsche you saw go through, and then fifth in Pro-Am. Look for the largely black AF Corsa Ferrari with the Italian tricolour across the top of it, Andrea Bertolini at the wheel. There's Franck Pereira, another single-seater hot shoe turned GT racer, and he is hunting down Andreas Simonsen, who's gone very well in the FIA GT Championship this year.
Yeah, again, 3 weeks ago at Zandvoort, a very strong run from Simonsen. Got slightly into trouble, but he did a good job and showed natural pace for that car, and again, going to be a strong threat in this category.
Temperatures are going up again here at Spa. That threat of rain for the moment has disappeared. There's a shot of Andrea Bertolini in the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari, fifth in class. That's running out of sequence because it pitted under the safety car early on. So this is another of those cars you need to wait till the end of the race and see exactly where it's going to feed back in. 2:30 trying to rejoin from another pit stop, and Matt Bell brought it in.
Yeah, down in 40th position.
Yeah.
A long way away.
Let's have a look at what goes on here.
Well, Darren Turner.
Darren Turner, yeah. Trying to get through traffic. Turns into La Source, and he gets chopped. And 57, which is one of the Gentleman Trophy Sport Garage Ferraris, thankfully gets out of the way in the end.
Yes, and I don't know whether he saw the Aston Martin, the body, the nose of the car alongside, or whether he just realised that as we see Porsche struggling and just cuts across the front of the Ferrari. But that's the moment when Darren Turner knew. He thought, am I going to put myself into no man's land and get tagged? Well, it didn't occur.
That Ferrari, the Porsche rather, that was struggling, Eric Clement behind the wheel of it, which means that's the third different driver already. They've cycled through that car pretty quickly, unless it's to give everybody a chance early on, just in case anything should happen to the car later in the race. You see what a long pit lane it is. You lose so much time on a pit stop.
Yeah. The other reason they may have done this is to give all three drivers some daylight running, to get a feel for the racetrack. You know, the worst thing is being thrown in the deep end when it starts to get into the sort of the twilight stage as the evening, and of course it'll be getting dark here around about 9, well 10 o'clock I suspect, but to give your drivers all a stint, reasonable stint, when it's still light, when track conditions are bone dry, just get them that little bit of confidence, and then when they go in, they know they're not going to get a shock.
53 Ferrari, another of the Sport Garage entries, Beniamino Caccia, Jérôme Demey, Philippe Marie and Gilles Duquesne. Now Gilles Duquesne started the car, and Gilles, it's very clever Ferrari this, because it's got to be adapted for three drivers who are able-bodied, and Gilles who's in a wheelchair because he had a mighty accident in a Formula 3 car in the 1970s, and so the car has to be adapted. He still races despite his paralysis, but the car adapted for the pair of them. And 52 is the Gentleman Trophy class-leading car, which is the Sport Garage entry, the Brandello Gorini Lamborghini Pranio car. And Gentleman Trophy fight is another one, I think, that is going to go down to the wire, because there you've got some really intriguing drivers with some experience at different levels and drivers who do precious little racing over a season.
Well, the gentleman's category is always interesting because you do get that mix of drivers who are the talented, gentleman amateur driver who had another career in his life but just naturally good in a race car, and others who have had the dream but never had the opportunity. And it's the way that they all come together and in this gentleman category can provide interesting, entertaining, sometimes frightening motor racing, but they're here all on track enjoying themselves.
Now, if you look at the bright highlighter pen in the background, that's the car that's second in the Gentleman Trophy. Giuseppe Ciro is at the wheel of it, who was a pace setter in the Clio V6 Championship and then in the FIA GT Series a year or so ago. And that is another car that's a potential winner. Pablo Palladino and Paolo Andreazzi, along with Gaetano Ardanio Perez, three Venezuelans who drive that car, and the Italian Giuseppe Ciro brought in for good measure.
You can guarantee that's been well funded.
And you can't miss that car, can you, with the livery of it?
I don't think it's... I mean, actually, I had a Formula 2 Brabham, and that was that colour. I mean, it was almost not quite as... sort of almost luminescent as the Ferrari is, but it's not a stock Ferrari colour, to my knowledge. But it stands out, and that's the key. What's written on the side of it? Venezuela. And you can read it.
Exactly so. So second in class, that car is. And then third in the Gentleman Trophy at the moment is the... Pierre Perret, Michel Petit Sport Garage Ferrari. So Ferraris may not be doing that well outright, but they're going well in the classes.
Well, the gentleman's category in particular is a category that probably will suit these cars particularly well. But also, if you're a gentleman driver, driving a Ferrari in an endurance race like Spa 24 has got a cachet.
Absolutely right. There is the treble one Ferrari, and as that powers out of La Source, go back to the start of the race. It was at La Source that we saw drama for United Autosports. Glyn Geddy getting tagged into a spin by Godfrey Jones from memory, and Glyn is out of the car, stint done, but you could have done without that contact early on.
Yeah, definitely. We struggled in qualifying, and then it was a hard job, but from 50th, and then to get that, it's just made it be impossible, really.
And presumably, he wasn't anywhere near being alongside. You weren't really expecting him to try and move.
No, it was second lap, keep it all safe. There was plenty of Dyson. Everybody was keeping it clean, and probably 3 car lengths back. He came, collected the rear wheel. I did my stint with it, but we've chose to stop now and get the wheel bearing that he broke changed. So that's a half an hour out, so we're going to lose so many laps now.
Right, so all you can do now is just enjoy yourself driving around the circuit. In terms of an actual outright result, a class result, that's pretty much gone already.
Yeah, definitely. It was going to be a big ask anyway, but we had some good pace and we could have got up there, and if we were running clean all through the night, there could have been a chance in the morning, but now it's just a case of trying to catch up.
Glyn, some of the Audi drivers are saying they're only going to do single stints. Have you any ideas of doing a double stint or anything like that, or is it a bit of hard work?
No, I think we will definitely do a double stint, and well, if that never happened, we were scheduled to do a double stint, definitely. But it's looking like we still will do a double stint and just try and pick people off throughout the night, so it'll be a lot easier when it's cooler.
And I mean, the car's pretty hot inside, I assume.
Yeah, definitely. The car's extremely hot just now, but it's getting colder as we speak, so hopefully during the night it'll get a lot easier.
You've driven quite a nice selection of GT cars, what with the McLaren and your time in the Carrera Cup, and now this. Is it unfair perhaps to say that one is a favourite over the other, but how does the Audi stack up in relation to the others?
It's not unfair to say what's better. I think I prefer driving the McLaren. I think it's a strong car. It's not looking that strong in the results just now, but but apart from that, I think the Audi's a good car. It's a good long distance car. Unfortunately, we only did 6 laps before qualifying, so it never put us where we should have been. But overall, Audi's not a strong car this weekend, and I think they know that's fair to say that. So we just have to go as hard as we can from when the car's better.
Sure, got an Audi there running wide ahead of the race leader, Maxime Martin, who is coming up towards the bus stop, and I'm just looking to see whether it's going to be a pit stop for him this time. It is indeed. So Glenn, just put yourself in the position that you're about to get on board this car. So imagine this was yours coming down the pit lane. What process does the team go through now? What happens as soon as somebody comes into the pits?
They'll just remind you it's change driver ID or loosen your belts and basically stay in first gear and get ready to get out of the car, and if they've got a spare man, they'll help the second guy strap in, so it'll be a lot easier.
Are you told where to stop, or do you know exactly where to stop on your marks?
You know where to stop, but you've got the marks down, and you've usually got a guy with a pit board in front as well.
And so the team goes to work, so the screen is cleared, and you've got a limit on the number of people that can work on the car, haven't you, as well?
Yeah, there's only one guy and one tyre carrier, so it makes it hard, it makes it physical for the team throughout the 24, but yeah, I think if you've got a good position, you're doing well, the team can accept it as well.
Sure. Okay, so you get into the car, what then happens? You've got to get yourself plugged in, talk to your engineers?
Talk to the engineers and make sure everything's up and going, you've got radio connection, and then it's just a case of wait till the tyres are on and off you go.
Can you do it methodically, or is it a bit of a panic because you've got all these things to do and you've got to do it fast?
I think it looks more of a panic than it is. Everybody knows what they're doing, but it always, when you watch it back, it looks like you've struggled in there.
Just watching the change when Nicky, actually Martin got out. Change of drivers, change of water or drinks bottle. I mean, how vital is the drinks bottle? If you assume that you're going to consume it all during your stint.
Yeah, definitely. It's very vital. That first stint we had out, there was a problem with my one. So 3 laps in, I was still trying to pull it out from underneath me to try and get it, because you just feel yourself drying up. Your head starts beating faster just with the dehydration.
Just like a good old Scottish hangover.
Well, plenty of whiskey that night, so yeah.
So, in a sense, I can't really ask you what do you do now, because you kick your heels because the car's not race fit, but do you go and help them? Or do you go and have something to eat?
Probably stay out the way and let them do what it is. There's plenty of people in the garage that know what they're doing, so it's just as soon as we can get the car out.
You will, but you've lost this amount of time. Does that change the way that Richard Dean, as team principal, puts the driver order? I mean, will he put you back into the car sooner because you're probably the fastest guy out there, or is the sequence that you've already worked out still there?
I don't know if it's too late to try and put the faster drivers in straight again, so I think we'll run the procedure and maybe throughout the night double a stint or maybe going a lot quicker again.
Stefan Mucker has just made a pit stop, Audi pitting as well. Right, we better let you go and get some more liquid on board.
Yeah.
And fingers crossed the car's going to be fitting well for later in the race.
Yeah.
Glyn Geddy, thanks very much. So for United Autosports, Glyn Geddy, good to have him up here. Disappointment, though, that we learned that the car has got this wheel bearing problem. It's out of the race for now, but the good news is the team will be able to get it back into the race. There's the 0 Audi. Ralph Frey has brought it in, and that car blasts back into the race. And the team manager of car 75, this is the Pro Speed Porsche, heading to the stewards. Mark Henrici was being warned about exceeding the track limits. I fear a penalty hanging over that car. Right, news from the pits, Jack. What have you discovered for us?
Away, they're having some kind of electrical problem. They're not really sure what it is. When I was down there, Alexander Sims was sat in the car, and normally when a car's in the pits, there's mechanics working on it. But it was just a radio conversation on the over the radios that they were having, and I don't know if they've got out. Also, the reason that Stefan Ortelli's car came in early was because they sent the car out with an incorrect tyre pressure, so they decided to bring that in early and send it out again.
Jack, just talking about the Hexus car, I mean, they say electronic, but there was flame coming out of both the exhaust systems. They're saying that's an electronic problem. That was their response.
Well, they were changing the battery in the car and everything, and they were all a bit too stressed.
That reminds me of the days of Ferrari, when old man Ferrari was alive. But Ferrari never had an engine failure. It had water leaks or oil leaks, but it was never an engine failure. The fact there was a hole a foot wide in the engine obviously was the reason for a water and oil leak.
Well, the pit lane continues to be very busy indeed, and Mark VDS Racing getting ready for the next round of pit stops. Now, Jelmer Berman took over number 3, so that's another team quickly cycling through the drivers, isn't it? And this car, Marcus Paltela, now goes back into the race, and the Darren Turner Aston, in fact, I'll tell you a fib about that, it did just one BRCC race this weekend. There were 2 sprint and 1 endurance. It did only the endurance race, so it still had a fairly hard time, but not quite as much work as I was anticipating for that car. But even so, it has been busy, and it's had a fair few laps put on it. Right, back to Mark VDS. What's what happening for them?
This is Baz getting into the car. Baz Linders. Work going on, one driver out, the other driver in, of course, seat belts. The driver evacuating the car helps with the driver entering the car as what effectively is the lead BMW comes across start-finish line.
Cheney out of number 14. Marcel Fassler back into the pits in number 13. The Audis, you are finding an increasing number of them. There is 13. And number 2, Christopher Mies, brought number 2 in the background. They are increasingly coming into the top 10 now.
I mean, it's very early in the race. I mean, I didn't expect to see Audis making any impact in the top 10 probably until at least 6, or maybe certainly going into the night time when the race character changes and a bit of a flame out there in the back of the McLaren, and well, that's oil or fluids of some description just being extinguished. Just another frustration for the McLaren entrance, that all these little niggles are just stopping the potential of this car being fully exercised.
So there, down in the pit lane, Team WRT, the Belgian Audi club, the Vincent Rospier-Duray team sends away the Red Bull liveried Audi. Matthias Ekström brings the Red Bull backing with him. Of course, he was a winner on the road in the recent Norris Ring DTM race, then excluded post-race because his father poured water into his pocket.
And appeals.
Yeah, and that rumbles on, so will he get that victory back? Richard Lietz has pitted the Manthey Porsche. Darren Turner has brought the Aston in. Frank Keckler has come in number 26. So we've got to this second round of pit stops, really, lap 48. Others have come in a little bit sooner, but once again, the order shuffles. So we're looking at, as we were suggesting before the race started, stints of round about 24, 25, 26 laps.
Yeah, again, we've had another safety car intervention, which it makes maybe a lap or so of difference, but every safety car intervention is an opportunity for a team to take advantage of it, and ultimately you can find that what you may have had as your original race strategy or your fuel consumption over the duration of the event coming towards you, and therefore maybe one pit stop less and one occasion coming towards the end can be the difference between winning and losing.
As the Vita 4-1 BMW rejoining as Vitaphone Racing. It was a team that's had a number of Spa 24-hour successes. This year, we've not really seen the best, perhaps, in Vita 4-1. The car's not been that rapid in Blancpain. 2 at Monza, just 1 for the rest of the season. How about this? Really pushing on behind Marcus Palteler is the Nissan there that's trying to unlap itself. Marcus Palteler, is he going to be in this time? Let's see. 35. Nicholas Ordogiev started that car, and it is really being hustled on. The leader is in, and that Nissan is being driven on the limit.
The Nissan was on the limit. I mean, way off track on the exit of Blanchimont, and again, that's the kind of driving that gets the attention of race director. And we keep getting all the messages on our timing and scoring screen saying car so and so exceeding track limits, and the warning goes out to the team manager to tell the driver to respect those limits and stay in them. If you don't, you will ultimately pay the penalty.
Yeah, Mark Henrici's Pro Speed Porsche is the one with the possible penalty hanging over it. In fact, it's got a penalty, a drive-through for the number 75 car for track limits. So there we are. First of all, he stops. Then in his quest to make up the lost time, he exceeds the track limits.
I mean, it's not as if you don't know there are track limits. And I mean, Mark Henrici is not an inexperienced driver. He knows precisely what he's allowed to do. He knows this racetrack extremely well. But, maybe the old red mist, the usual that racing drivers are victims of in circumstances where they're trying to maximise the potential and the pace of the car and overcome the frustration that Henrici has had for those 3 laps lost. Well, what a well-oiled machine this is.
Yes.
You can see the team just know precisely as we get back to in that car, Elmar Böhrmann down, showing 6th at the minute.
And Henri Moser takes over number 4. So again, they're cycling through all the drivers, aren't they? And the order continues to jumble.
Well, it's going to be a close call, but I think the Moser car will get out ahead. As we can see, there's just a slight delay.
Böhrmann's got stuck.
Yeah, he got caught in the
34 Porsche.
Yeah, it's difficult to make a pass up the inside now, trying to find a way around, the long way around, and the Porsche holding the inside line. Now Böhrmann goes up the insides, just gets the car into the corner. Nice move. Elmar Böhrmann gets through cleanly, doesn't lose too much time in the consequence. And as we watch them, the other car leave the pit lane, but it's still, well, it's going to be nip and tuck.
It is, because of the length of the pit lane. There it is, it's nearly at pit out, but it's got to go down the hill and up the hill.
Just depends.
And then back onto the circuit.
Depends where the speed limit line is. And
it's at the bottom of the hill.
There it is. So from that line, he can get hard on the throttle. There's the other car goes through now.
So Henri Moser accelerates away, and Elmar Böhrmann, I think, will get him, even if it's not coming past the pit out, and it should be. He's got more speed anyway, because he's up to a proper pace, whereas Moser is joining in. So Böhrmann will go ahead of him, and there you've got the VDS BMWs together on track, heading up towards Les Combes. And as they break for the corner, it's going to be the Böhrmann car, I think, ahead, and there behind him is Henri Moser, so they've switched on the pit stops again.
Yep.
Interesting to hear from Nick Katzberg, though, about how it was, if you like, an elongated first stint, because you've got to get the car to the grid, you're sitting in the car for all of that build-up to the race.
You forget about it, because I mean, the driver, the nominated first driver, was probably hanging around both in the car on the parade laps and then on the actual start of the event. I mean, the best part of an hour before the event gets underway. In your overalls, it was very warm on the grid, warm in the car, and something you don't think about, but they do, and that's part of it, and that's slowing down.
That's a puncture, isn't it?
It looks like a right rear, potential right rear.
Having said that, on the next shot, it looks okay. It was just as I glanced at the screen, I just thought that tyre on the right-hand side didn't look quite right.
It doesn't look. I mean, the lines that are being used don't look quite right either, and I just wonder, is that... We'll get a better glimpse of it, and let's have a look and see.
It's Moser's first lap, so he might be still trying to get himself used to the car, used to the track conditions, but he's an experienced driver.
Right, an experienced driver wouldn't be driving around the middle of the racetrack looking to see which way it should be going. So I'm assuming there's something he's not comfortable with.
But now he's flashing the headlights, and he's up to speed, so... OK, I'll take it all back about the tyres.
You know, sometimes when you go out on a fresh set of tyres, again, runs a little bit of the curbing on the entry into Blancpain. Well, he must have the confidence to do that now in the car, which he wouldn't have done, didn't appear to show us that level of confidence on his out lap in the first half of it.
Well, the car led when it pitted, and Maxime Martin, in the meantime, has taken over the lead of the BMWs, but in real terms, the car that leads outright is the 84 Mercedes, and there it is, and Maximilian Goetz is still behind the wheel of it. Now, you've had other teams cycling through all three drivers in the Pro Cup, but here you've got Goetz, Buch and Bernd Schneider, and Maximilian Goetz is still behind the wheel.
I'm looking forward to seeing the maestro, Bernd Schneider. What a legacy at Mercedes-Benz that man has had. He won here in the Cosworth Sierra, I believe, but his legacy really is at Mercedes-Benz. And there is no doubt that he's got the pace of those two younger Maximilians, and so happy to be here and be in a winning car, potential winning car.
Don't rule it out, certainly, as it comes up now towards Les Combes. Now let's just monitor the pace of that relative to Jelmer Burman behind, because it's 4 seconds between Goetz and Burman, and then Henri Moser running in third. And no, that's Philippe Eng's McLaren that's gone off the road, 77, and that's at Eau Rouge by the look of it. It's Carlos Cry that's taken it over. So the Monitor Racing System GT Racing McLaren off the road.
Not a nice place.
No.
Stopped. You know, how do you filter back into the traffic? You've got to, I don't know how you do it, because you can't see. Marshall's now in attendance, so whether the engine is stalled and he's sitting there trying to get it reignited, or if there's other problems, but not a great place. Let's look and see. Oh, he went in backwards. Did he?
He has touched something.
He must have. Yeah, but he has. There's something dragging on that right rear. Again, second car we've seen into the toe. He's limping back now. Got the car fired up. Is that a right rear or left rear, I should say? It's hard to tell. There's something flapping. Can't tell whether it's bodywork or whether it's rubber. Anyway, that car's slowly making its way back to the pits. The best part of 6 or so kilometres to get back to the pit lane.
So it's going to be a very slow lap on top of the time lost with that incident. And Carlos Cry taking over from Philippe Eng, and I'm afraid getting caught out with the car 43rd at the moment.
But he clipped the right front. Whatever way the car went into the barrier, there's damage on that right front.
And at the back, something loose at the back as well.
Well, it's had a top and a tail against that barrier. You can see the right rear. Yeah, there's bits dragging as well. So that'll be pushed back in the garage and the bits removed and refettled, and still, what, 21 and 3/4 hours to go. Best part of?
Yeah, indeed. Number 2, Frank Stippler, last year's winner, getting himself up past the Cup Spec Porsche there in the number 2 Audi. Frank Stippler was a real hero in last year's race. He went just about to the maximum on minutes of time allowed. He was absolutely exhausted when he got out of the car, but he did a fabulous job along with Andrea Piccini and René Rast to come through and take a victory. Now behind him on the track is the overall race leader Maximilian Goetz, working his way through the traffic and busy gesticulating as well.
I'm not surprised, because that was real tippy-toe stuff. One of the Porsche Cup cars, nowhere near as quick as it was. So the Mercedes had to almost get out of the throttle before overrunning the Porsche.
So in the Pro Cup, it is Mercedes ahead of the 2 BMWs at the moment, and then in the background, look, coming up the Kemmel Straight is the 150 Porsche, and this is now with the French driver Patrick Pilet at the wheel of it. 5th in the Pro Cup, but 6th overall is the number 1 Audi of Stefan Ortelli, and 6th in the class is Frank Kekkeler's BMW that he's now given away to another former winner, Greg Franchi. 14 former winners in the race, and Greg Franchi is one of them, and he's now 6th in the Pro Cup, but 7th overall. There is Patrick Pilet. So Manthey has put each of the 3 drivers through that car, and that I still think is a potential winner. There you've got the number 16 Audi, which is now with Anthony Kumpert at the wheel of it. 25th overall it is, and number 1 Stefan Ortelli in 6th place overall, and significantly on the lead lap. Okay, he's 42.5 seconds behind the race leader, but 5th in the Pro Cup and 6th in the race. That's pretty good going.
It's extremely good going for a car that is not on pace, the quickest car out there, not the easiest of cars for the drivers, but you know, all the drivers in these Audis they know the car so well. I mean, they're obviously disappointed that they haven't got the out-and-out pace that they would like, but they know that if they just keep going and do the professional job they're there to do, that this will come to them. It's not going to be won on pace, it's going to be won by being there at the end.
Riding on board with Stefan Ortelli. He won in a Porsche here in 2003, and what made it a very meritorious win was in those days you had 2 different classes for different spec of cars, and he won from the lesser class, if you like, what was then NGT, normal GT, and it was a very wet race, and the Freisinger Porsche came good, and lots of the GT cars, the main class cars, had problems, and he and Mark Lieb, who's in this race as you've seen, and Romain Dumas, came through and won outright in the NGT class Porsche, which was a tremendous result, and 10 years on, Stefan could win it again.
Well, I just wonder how many teams have factored in the possibility of this being an entirely dry race. It would be most unusual at Spa if that was the case, but there is the possibility. I mean, it's brightened up again, the sky is got a bit of cloud around, but it's much higher cloud than it was maybe 40 minutes ago, and the sun's blazing again down on the racetrack, coming up to 10 to 7 in the evening.
And that again has an effect on the tyres and the tyre wear, so I'll be surprised if we do go through completely dry, but you never know. Well, you never know.
I mean, I would have said yesterday, best day I've ever had here at Spa-Francorchamps. Last night, tipped down. This morning, rained. Typical, usual place.
And now look.
Now it's gorgeous again.
Yeah. I did this yesterday afternoon when the sun broke through again. It was very, very hot, and that's going to play a part with the guys in the cars, with the tyres, with the mechanics who've got to do all of this activity. Getting increasingly sleepy in hot temperatures as well. So they'd like it to be cool, but probably dry. Still, Stefan Mucker has the fastest lap of the race, by the way, from earlier on. Their number 3 is Jelmer Boerman, who is 2nd in the class and 1.1 seconds behind Maximilian Goertz. But just to remind you, the reason the Mercedes leads the way is because it made an early pit stop out of sequence under the safety car and lost less time, and therefore it's I say a phony race lead, it's not quite right, but it's running to a different sequence of pit stops from the cars around. It has now done 3 pit stops, whereas the others have only done 2. But when it makes its next pit stop, so it will drop back down the order. But in real terms, it is looking very strong indeed, that car.
It is, but albeit it's lap times, and the lap times of the lead for 3-4 cars. In fact, the quickest lap is the Porsche currently through 2:24. The last lap for Maximilian Goertz was at 2:28. Now that may have been involved traffic, but the pace has dropped away. It was running at one point in the 2:24s, but now really 2:26 is probably about the pace, so about 2 seconds a lap slower now.
Now, the message about the 75 Porsche and a drive-through penalty has come back up on the screen. Whether this is a reminder that it's yet to take it, or another one, I'm not sure, but a drive-through is still there for 75.
I think if you did it twice, that it wouldn't be a drive-through, it would be a stop-go.
Stop-go, yeah. Now, number 4 has only got one light on, hasn't it, on the right-hand side. It's a bit Cyclops-like, that car, and the regulations say you've got to have your headlights on. That could be a black and orange flag to get it in for a mechanical warning, to tell the team. You can see there's something illuminated on one side, but not the other. And so the car may well be brought into the pit lane to have this done. If they can try and structure that repair around a fuel stop, they can possibly lose less time out of it than having to make 2 stops. But the race officials are having a look at this, and they may want it in.
Yeah, I mean, both BMWs were cycled relatively recently, so that will be a major setback for the third place car of Moser. He was only in the pits, what, 4 or 5 laps ago?
Yeah, exactly. So number 4 led early on in traffic, but we've not had anything yet on the screen to tell us it's got to come in, but we'll keep an eye to the mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag, the black and orange flag, see if that's being displayed to that car, as Jelmer Berman is almost now on the tail of the race leader, because the gap has come down to 0.3 of a second at the start of the lap. And again, this is Gertz, I think, not being quite so courageous in traffic.
Yeah, well, I think he was caught in traffic. He lost about 3 seconds, 4 seconds probably in one lap. And Jelmer Berman now, you can see, right on the tail, and it's less than half a second, 0.3 of a second, as they came across the start-finish line at the start of this lap. So Jelmer Berman looks to use the traffic to try and put Maximilian Gertz into a difficult position. And it's just literally, it's going to be almost the way the traffic falls to your favour or disadvantage. But Jelmer Berman sees this as a significant opportunity to put that BMW into the lead of Spa 24 2013.
So the cars then continue on their way for, in the leader's case, lap 54. And Darren Turner is trying, or the Darren Turner car, Jamie Campbell-Walter at the wheel, 9th versus 127, which is now Lance David Arnold in the Mercedes. That makes a move up on the inside. And sorry, wrong Mercedes, 62. We've got an Audi off the road, 16 Kumpen it is that's gone off the road. That's at the Piff Path.
Yeah,
he's 26th overall, but off the road, John. So the Audi gets back onto the circuit, and that car way down the order, and I'm afraid struggling to, at the moment, go anything like as well as the other Audis that we've been talking about.
We just got a glimpse there of car 62, Carl Wendlinger in the Ford Tech Mercedes as we look down as they exit at Pujo, and well, it's in Fania, the contact and a rotation, and they're running Carl Wendlinger. Well, that's surprised down in 29th place. A car that they had to make a few alterations to over the 2 days of practice and qualifying. Weren't quite happy with it because I think they've got a better balance now. The car was unstable under braking and sort of oversteery on the way in and then understeery on the way out, which is the worst of the options you can have in a race car.
Leader in, Max Gertz has brought the 84 Mercedes into the pit lane, and so he now will drop back down the order, and this gives you the Mark VDS 1-2 once again, with Jelmer Berman ahead of Henri Moser. It's also going to put Patrick Pilet up into 3rd place, Andrea Bertolini 4th, Stefan Ortelli will go 5th, and Greg Franchi will get into the top 6. So this is the car that we're going to have to be very aware of, because it is running out of sequence like this. It rises and falls up the order depending on the pit stop, so now you need to look at how many laps it's doing and try and extrapolate that to the end of 24 hours and see whether it will be able to be ahead when the flag comes out, or whether it's got another pit stop pending.
Well,
I'll get my calculator out.
16 safety car interventions last year, only had 2 so far. Lots more is going to take place. Could be wet, may well stay dry all the way through. It'll be a hard race if there is no rain during the 24 hours of Spa. It's a tough race physically, it's tough mentally. The heat, particularly the humidity, late afternoon humidity was very high, and even just looking to and talking to Nicky Katzberg when he came into the commentary booth some half an hour ago or more ago, still suffering from that heat from the BMW, and others are going to be suffering likewise.
So down towards the bus stop once again comes Jelmer Berman, and the BMW continuing to look at the moment very strong. But what is interesting is the pace of the 2 cars. Very, very evenly matched, aren't they? The gap between 3 and 4 has been negligible, really, since the last 2 rounds of pit stops. I mean, they've been together for the bulk of the race.
Literally, they're running the last lap. They're running within less than half a second of one another. And considering the amount of overtaking slower traffic that they've been involved in, there is the Porsche in 3rd place. And again, you know, it's just beginning to come to Porsche. On the one hand, the BMW have had the overall pace, and other than the Aston Martin when Stefan Mucker was behind the wheel, it's been very much BMW's race so far. I mean, the Mercedes not featuring quite so strongly because of that slightly out of sequence phase that Gertz and Bucher and waiting to see Ben Schneider when he gets into that particular car. So it's pretty much going to the form of the 4 principal German manufacturers as we stand, some 2.5 hours into this race.
So then the cars currently with 55 laps done. It is BMW, Porsche. Then you've got Ferrari 4th, Andrea Bertolini, Audi 5th, Stefano Ortelli, Greg Franchi 6th for BMW, Henry Hassid, BMW 7th. In 8th place now, we've got the number 100. A quick change, in fact, as it goes across the timing line. Number 100, Jamie Campbell-Walter, Aston Martin. 9th now is Maximilian Buch, taking over from Gertz, and 10th is Lance David Arnold. And what more can we tell you from the pits? Punctures for some Ferraris, engine overheating for Hexis with the McLaren. Twice it came in for that. And Nicolas Lapierre's Porsche had a radiator that needed to be changed. Puncture for Jean-Luc Bobelic's Ferrari. Radiator leak for Nicolas Lapierre's Porsche once again. And a clutch change for Christian Kelder's Porsche. So a lot of people.
Well, busy pit dramas. Busy garages. I mean, cars coming in warm, not easy to work on. Having to change a clutch, getting the gearbox disconnected. I mean, on a Porsche, you can do it pretty quickly because it's all behind the rear axle. Nevertheless, it's something, the car will be under the hood, exhaust pipes and everything associated with it pretty hot.
This Porsche going strongly. And also you've still got the Stefano Ortelli Audi to factor into this. Ortelli is lapping quicker than at least one ahead of him, so there's another place on the cards, I think, for Stefano Ortelli. Over the line now goes Patrick Pilet, and he is lapping quicker than the leader and on the same sort of pace as Henri Moser.
Yeah, I mean, on the last lap, actually, Pilet was quicker than the two lead BMWs, again, very much to do with the ebb and flow of where the traffic around the racetrack is. But interestingly, that I would say, on average, the pace of the top three are all within a few tenths of a second of one another.
So as you look at Andrea Bertolini turning his way out of La Source, he is currently in 4th place and now leading the Pro Am Cup. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights of the Spa 24 Hours. We had this packed grid before the race got underway. Drivers getting a last bit of fresh air into the cars, and Red Foo before his gig tonight looking down onto the scene as the cars accelerated away behind the safety car to get the race underway. Everybody weaving around to try to put the warmth into the Pirelli tyres. Nervous drivers, nervous team personnel watching on. And as the race got underway, Alessandro Pietruini had a monster spin at the first corner, and Nick Tandy in the Porsche was oh so lucky not to get wiped out by that. Cars scattered left and right, everybody got away with it. Glyn Geddy was harpooned by Godfrey Jones. That did a wheel bearing on the Audi. That car losing half an hour while they went to work to try to get it back into the race in competitive trim. Peter Cox was then tagged into a spin as he went round. He had time to shake his fist out of the window, and with a wheel nut losing from the wheel, Alex Bunker had this big accident at Eau Rouge, and that brought out the first safety car period. The two safety cars picking up the field from different parts of the circuit. Alex okay, but the car an early retirement, and the other Nissans pitted for the two respective teams to have a look and make sure it wasn't going to be a fault or a failure on other cars. Green flags waved at the end of the first safety car period. Race back underway. The way that the safety cars had worked out meant, though, that the race leader Stefan Mucker had got Nicky Katzberg right up behind him, and he was also on the tail of Nick Tandy trying to lap him. Bruno Senna swooped round the outside of Rick Renmans, who spun the Cup Spec Porsche at the Piff Path. He was able to rejoin. Lead battle was a corker. Stefan Mucker in the Beach Dean Aston versus Nick Katzberg in the BMW. He went ahead, he went off the road, bounced back over the curb, and Mucker had the momentum to retake the place. And Mark van der Straten was enjoying what he saw as his three cars were competitive. Raffaele Gianmaria lost a wheel coming out of Pouhon. The wheel thankfully stayed behind the barrier. The Italian, a winner in this championship in its original season, limped back to the pit lane. Jelmer Berman looked on, ready for his stint, as Alexander Frolov got it wrong, diving down towards the bus stop, and he was lucky to escape despite having braked late for the corner. More drama on track as Jos Menton thumped the curb in the Lamborghini, and he put the car heavily into the barriers. He was okay, but the Lamborghini started by Peter Cox a retirement, and that was the second safety car period. Everybody bunched up then as the marshals tried to keep cool. They were working very hard. It wasn't just Lamborghinis in strife, so too Ferraris, as the Sofrev car lost a tyre with a puncture heading down towards the bus stop. At the next restart, Stefan Mucker once again trying to make progress, and also busy behind the wheel was the Dane Martin Jensen, waving the quicker cars by so he didn't impede the likes of, for example, Darren Turner. The Black Falcon Racing team getting ready for a round of pit stops as Ludovic Badet pulled a great move in a BMW right round the outside of Raoul Frey, gaining places coming down through the bus stop. With problems, though, Hexis Racing with the McLaren, the Alexander Sims, Alvaro Perez, Steph Dusseldorp car limping back to the pit lane. Not the only one as well, because also Howard Blank had this puncture in the Stars and Stripes Ferrari from the Gentleman Trophy. He came in and lost places accordingly. Darren Turner trying to work his way through traffic, almost came a cropper at La Source. He managed to get away with it. As up front, the Mark VDS BMW of number 3 dive for the pit lane, and the pit stops going like clockwork as Maxime Martin handed over to Jelmer Berman. The car rejoining, and the Mark VDS BMW is looking very strong as the second car, Marcus Paltela, having taken over from Nick Katzberg, came in to give way to Henri Moser, and the Mark VDS BMWs, as we stand, running 1-2. Blasting back into the race was Henri Moser. All good for him, as on track they continue to have to work their way through back markers. The two BMWs thinking not just about their race classification, but also about this car, because having pitted out of sequence early on, Maximilian Goertz led the race and did a very long first stint before Maximilian Buch was put into the car. But the Mercedes, by dint of that early stop and by dint of running out of sequence, is now a real force to be reckoned with in this race. And as we stand, it is between Mercedes, BMW, and increasingly Porsche and Audi.
No surprise, is there?
I don't think so. I'm still convinced that the way that the Audis are going looks stronger and stronger, and more of them are creeping into the leading positions. Now we've got, as we have the cars then coming out of the La Source hairpin, nothing at all between Jelmer Berman and Henri Moser. Henri, sometimes I perhaps labelled as not being as quick as some of his co-drivers, but actually he's doing a very good job here of staying with Jelmer Berman. There's never any question about Jelmer Berman's pace, and Henri Moser is staying right on his tail. This is a good job by Moser.
Well, the key for Moser is not to let Berman get the advantage in traffic, and what he seems to be able to do is every time Jelmer Berman gets past one of the lap cars, he sort of slips up alongside and gets ahead. If Berman gets the break by getting one car between the two BMWs, then for Moser it'll be a little bit more difficult. But the BMW, we know, hasn't got the out-and-out straight-line speed. It's got the lap speed. But it is difficult here at Spa-Francorchamps, because you get trapped behind somebody slow through Eau Rouge, you lose your momentum. Consequently, you lose your top speed. So it's all about dropping back and getting it all together again as we look to see what's going on as we come out of the bus stop chicane. Is that a...
It's a Ferrari being tagged into a spin. One of the Gentleman Trophy Sport Garage cars by the look of it.
Slightly clumsy, but that's the nature of endurance.
Indeed so. As the race leaders then continue on with this BMW 1-2 that we have at the moment. And more updates from Audi land, just to go back to United Autosport. When Mark Patterson was in the pits, it was a front splitter and right rear upright replaced, both of which were damaged when Glyn Geddy was spun around. They lost 46 minutes after that pit stop, but at least the car is back in the race, and as long as you've done 70% and you're there at the end, you can be classified.
Yeah, but I mean, to lose that length of time, I mean, it knocks the heart out of you, because you've come here with the belief that you've got a chance to get a result, and to be the best part of an hour almost taken out of your race. There's very, very little you can do to make that up, and even within the category that they're running in, it's probably all they can hope for is to be classified as a finisher.
Absolutely right. So the race continues. We are at 6 minutes past 7 local time, and it's BMW, Porsche. Andrea Bertolini, as you might expect, is heading the Pro-Am class, but Henry Hassid in the BMW is not that far adrift. And third in Pro-Am, Andrew Howard, who has now taken over from Stefan Mucker. And of course it is Andrew who is Beach Dean Ice Cream. I think he'll be very, very pleased with the way that that car has been going early on in the race.
I think he was very pleased to be on the pole position with Stefan Mucker, because the full attention of the start of this race before the start was on that front row of the grid and Aston Martin, and the brand that supplies a lot of the ice cream into the pit lane was, I think, very happy indeed.
We gather from the pit lane that ART are going no further with the 11 car, which has had a really miserable weekend. But now you're riding on board, climbing uphill, and you get an idea of just what a great circuit Spa is.
Yeah, up the Camel Straight, find your braking zone somewhere probably around about the 100 metres, down 3 gears and turn right into the first part of this Lake Coombe complex, 3 corners. The exit, of course, being always the key. Make sure you get a good drive. Use the curb on the outside. You're allowed to run that as long as you don't exceed track limits. And then the rush down into what was Rivage, but is now Bruxelles. And that's one of those frustrating corners that's falling away from you all the time. The car wants to run wide, especially in mid-corner. you're having to always check it on the throttle to keep the front of the car tight in against the curb. And particularly if you've got an imbalanced car, that is one of the corners on the racetrack that does frustrate.
Just up the road ahead, you can see the Audi Frank Stippler, which is a car trying to stay on the lead lap, but I think it's now dropped back behind Jelmer Berman, and Henri Moser is going to go through next. Yeah, so Stippler goes a lap down. 13th is Audi number 2, last year's victor Frank Stippler. So that is a car that's sort of there or thereabouts, but it might be able to get that lap back when the next cycle of pit stops.
I mean, it's so early. I mean, we're barely not even 2 3/4 hours into this race, and so much can take place, and particularly when you get into the nighttime segment of the race, where really the professional drivers do come into their own, and that's where they earn their fee, and the teams again focusing on getting the maximum out of each of those drivers' stints. Continuity and consistency is what they're looking for, and that's what they're going to get.
Absolutely right. Frank Stippler will deliver that in spades, certainly, because he's a very, very consistent driver. There is number 4, Henri Moser, and Stippler gets caught out by the traffic there, doesn't he, because the Gentleman Trophy Ferrari rather moved over on him. Now look in the background, because you've got the Porsche in 3rd place, Patrick Pilet creeping back into the mix in the car that he's taken over from Richard Lietz, who took over from Mark Lieb, and as they dive down to La Source, because number 4 is stuck in traffic, the gap has come right down between 2nd and 3rd now.
Absolutely, and that's because of the traffic, and simply Pilet got through cleanly, and we saw Moser having to really struggle to get through, so that puts the balance of the position into the hands of the Porsche. It's got that particular one car between the BMW. The Ferrari runs way wide, leaves the Porsche an opportunity to get round the outside. There's a bit tight, nip and tongue. Porsche actually ran wide, put a rear wheel onto the grass. The Ferrari didn't give it enough room. But can the Porsche speed down the straight, get ahead of the BMW under brakes? It's going to put it into a difficult... It doesn't quite make it. But that's just, again, how traffic comes as the Audi... just Frank Stippler was the one that was really the loser in all that.
And it ain't over yet, is it? Because now Pilet tries to make his move, pulls out, has a look, knew the door was going to close, but as you say, this corner kind of falls away from you. He's got a tighter line, trying to turn it in all the way through, but he's going to be on the wrong line for the next left-hander, slots back in behind.
Yeah, but Pilet's last lap, 2:25 against the 2:27. So again, ebb and flow of the traffic, but the momentum, it's all about momentum. Porsche has got it, the BMW is building it back up now. He's got a little bit of clear road ahead of him. So he's got what might be the best part of, they can see in the exit where the nearest car to him. Certainly the Porsche right now appears to have more natural pace than we're seeing from Moser and the BMW.
And because he's had to go defensive, look at the way that Jelmer Berman has escaped. I mean, they were nose to tail a little while ago. Now it's 1.8 seconds and growing. And Patrick Pilet is all over Henri Moser like the proverbial rash, isn't he? He's trying the inside, the outside, drama at the Piff Paff. 18 Mercedes being one of them, 73 Ferrari being the other. Both should be able to rejoin from there, I would have thought.
Yeah, Mercedes has got damage in the front. I wonder whether that's a broken suspension, or is it just as water? Is that fluid coming from the front of the car, or is it just a shadow?
Yeah, that's Klaus Hummel. And 73 was the other car involved in that.
Oh, well, somebody goes around the back of it. There's the Porsche there. Mercedes tries to get back on track. Maybe there wasn't damage to that left front, just the angle of the racetrack maybe made it look like
yeah. 73 was the other one, as I was trying to say, Devi Markozov, who had got caught up in it. This is how it all happened. Mercedes goes one way, Ferrari goes the other.
And the Porsche goes around the outside.
Well, they kind of survived to tell the tale.
Yeah.
Both in the Pro-Am class.
It's funny, a lot of action always happens down at that fan here, that little right-left. So there's Pilet in the Porsche, still maintaining that pressure on Moser and the BMW. Gap was, what, 3/4 of a second. And BMW now losing out to the Nissan on the drag down the hill into Eau Rouge.
Good to have that Nissan still circulating, because the two teams must have been very nervous after Alex Bunken's big accident, and we're glad to say he's okay. The fight for second place continues, then nose to tail right. Here comes Patrick Pilet up the inside. He's got the best line for Lecombe. This should give the Porsche second place. He's on the inside line, but Henri Moser stands his ground on the outside. Is he going to lose the place? He does. Up the inside comes Pilet. Good move.
Yeah, but Moser opened the door and said, look, here's the road, take the middle of the racetrack. What is he doing, opening the door in that way? He got past the Nissan. He should have stayed in the middle of the racetrack and forced Pilet to go the long way around coming down Kemmel Straight. And that's just, that's a misjudgment on the part of Moser and the BMW. And that was an easy pass for Pilet. Look at it again. Nissan right out on the left. clear middle of the road. Why was the BMW not in the middle of the racetrack and leave the Porsche to do the hard work around the outside?
Well, that Porsche that has been there or thereabouts since the race started gains another place, now goes second overall, its best position of the race. And we've got another BMW in trouble. Is that a VDS car? I think it is. Is it 14? It is. So it's not one of the leading cars, but it's Jens Klingmann, who was in 8th place overall, and that has got a problem, and that is a very slow car indeed.
It is. It's almost so slow it may well not make it around a lap. That's certainly not got any apparent drive, or else he's just being extremely generous and making sure he stays well and truly out of the way. Certainly right off. I mean, it's coming back on limp home mode is the best you could say about it.
And that looks mechanical, doesn't it? It's not a puncture as far as I can see. Something has stopped that car from going at a proper pace.
Well, I mean, it's mechanical or electrical, one of the two. It's certainly coming back at that, what I would call limp home phase. Everything defaults back to get it back at about 20 mile an hour.
And it's very crowded as everybody else tries to wriggle away past. But yeah, you say the car virtually at walking pace now. Stefan Ortelli, in the meantime, pushing on in 5th place overall. Going very strongly indeed at the moment, that car. Next target, Andrea Bertolini. He's not lapping as quickly, in fairness, as the Ferrari. And people scatter around the outside of the BMW. Jens Klingmann has pretty much had to park that.
Yep. And that's just on the exit of the what was Stavolo, but now called the Paul Frere Courbe. And that car is... that's about as far as it's gone. There's no more juice to get it up the hill. And it's a long way, and looking for outside assistance to give him some... I don't know what he's waving to the marshals to do, but looking for some assistance.
Might want to be a bit further away from the line, because if people run wide, and we've seen it earlier on, they're not that far away from swiping that car. But Jens Klingmann is going for the moment no further. And as that car is stationary, let's have a look at, as the car limps out of the corner, he pulls off and somebody's committed to the outside line, and then Klingmann trying to pull off the circuit, and that was a very narrow escape.
Yeah, but clearly not looking ahead, looking down at the road but not looking ahead. Porsche rear suspension.
That is the ARC Bratislava car. Marco Schelp at the wheel from the Gentleman Trophy. That's had an impact into the barriers, and that, I fear, is another retirement. So he's going to try and limp it back.
Oh dear, not like that, you're not. No way, that car isn't going to go any further.
No, park it. And this is the reason for it. He goes up the inside, turns in, and gets a tap in the tail.
Well, not a tap, he got a massive thump down at Stavolo. And the car is, that's going to stay there for the rest of this series, because there it is. You can see the damage. The wheel is pointing in all the wrong directions.
And that, what I call a tap, and you think he's rather harder, came from Carl Wendlinger. That's out of interest.
Shows you how strong the Mercedes is. Tap the Porsche in the wrong angle and you're going to have a rear suspension.
There's a big whack into the barrier, wasn't it? That's also done that damage. But Carl Wendlinger, having just been passed by the Porsche, then had better grunt out of the corner, goes into the back of it, and that spits the car off the road. They weren't even on the same lap. I mean, they weren't battling for position, but I'm afraid it's taken 66 out of the race. And Carl Wendlinger, who me, looks all innocent about it and carries on in 19th place overall for Forte.
Yeah, but then that car's been moving gradually up. It's off the second timing screen onto the first timing screen. So Carl Wendlinger, you know, loads of experience, and Lamborghinis in particular.
Former champion in Vipers. There is 14. It's been pushed off the road. It's now in a safer place. So it's hard to imagine that car getting back to the pits on anything other than a flatbed now.
I think you're right. I think it's right down on there. Is the Porsche still? Finally, we could have told you so, but at least you have to try. Now he's going to walk away from the car, and I don't know, at Spa there's a similar regulation as there is at Le Mans. If you leave the car by a certain distance, then the car is automatically retired, and I think in reality that was never going to get back to the pits.
I think you're right, with that amount of damage and where he is with a third of a lap to try to drag it round safely, it was never going to happen, was it? So another car we have lost, and out of 66 starters last year, only 33 finished, half the field. And at the moment the gap is coming down between the race leaders. Andrea Bertolini is in from 4th place, leading Pro-Am, don't forget, in this Ferrari. Another one that's out of sequence because Marco Ciocci had an early stop for a top-up of fuel behind the safety car. So Burman, Pilet, Moser the top 3, and Ortelli is about to go 4th.
Interesting, but the gap between first and second has come down to just literally over a second. Last lap by Pilet and the Porsche was just about 2 seconds quicker than that of Hjalmar Burman.
Riding on board with Stefan Ortelli, up into 4th place, up the Camel Straight, uses all of the curb. And Stefan knows his way around here, doesn't he?
Oh, he's canny, believe me, Stefan Ortelli knows every trick in the book. And even the Tim Schenken racing driver's book of excuses would get a few chapters from Stefan Ortelli if it was ever to be republished.
Turning his way out of Les Combes. And the reigning champion, hence number 1. A previous winner of not just this 24-hour race, but of course Le Mans as well, back in 1998. And turning his way through Bruxelles. The car, remember, he shares with René Rast, who we've already seen have a stint, and Laurens Vanthoor to get into it. It was Laurens Vanthoor that crashed it in Superpole yesterday.
Just the way he came into Bruxelles, he took an unusual, I thought, unusual line. It looked like he'd come in very early, ran right out to the outside of the corner, which would have been rather dirty, then came back in. Now, whether that was the usual line, we haven't seen this car just in the detail, we're watching it right now, but Stefan Ortelli certainly needs to be careful. He couldn't run that line too regularly. It is going to be a lot of rubber on the outside of the corner. BMW, it was 1.6 seconds a lap ago, and that's not 1.6 seconds now.
Greg Franchi at the wheel of it, another former winner. He won for Audi when Timo Scheider and Matthias Ekström joined him. There you can see the Porsche is about to be winched out of the way, and Carl Wendlinger is under investigation, as is Marco Schelp, for that incident. Well, the penalty for Schelp is obvious. He's out. Carl Wendlinger may have to go and see the stewards. Let's have another look, John.
Yeah, I mean, the Porsche's off the line. Carl Wendlinger comes from behind, and suddenly the Porsche either slows down or the Mercedes accelerates rapidly, but looks to me like the Porsche was slightly, didn't know whether it was one way or the other. And I think to some degree Carl Wendlinger more a victim than the perpetrator of that incident.
So Schelp out of the race, and that was the car that won the Gentleman Trophy at Silverstone. Ahmad Al-Hafi, the Omani driver, did a good first stint, but the crippled 911 dragged away. So that car, sad to say, is going no further, as the lead gap is nothing at all, as there is the Rob Bell Gulf Racing McLaren in the pit lane. That had an early pit stop. Adam Carroll has just brought it in, and it would be good to see this car work its way back up the order. It's currently 2 laps down, though.
Well, certainly you can't blame it on the talent in the cockpit. That's got a very strong driver lineup. So still work to be done in these long endurance events for McLaren.
There you've got the race leaders, and the Porsche is the one to watch, because Patrick Pilet here is getting closer and closer to Jelmer Burman. The gap down last lap, down in this first sector as well. So the Porsche currently the quicker car. This is not just overall, of course, it's also for the Pro Cup now.
Yeah, indeed, but Sylvia Moser behind in the BMW, who lost that second place to Pilet, back up to pace, and now trying to put pressure back onto the Porsche. So it's BMW, Porsche, BMW, and lap times round about the middle, 2 minutes 25 seconds, and a little bit of action, and again coming up into the bus stop chicane
and into traffic, isn't it? This is the leader trying to work his way through quick cars that have all dropped back because of earlier pit stops, or in the case of 75, a stoppage on the circuit and a drive-through penalty. The leaders are absolutely nose to tail, because Burman really lost out in the traffic there. He comes over the line. It was 0.7. This time it's 0.4 of a second. He lines up to try to get past on the inside of the Pro Speed Porsche there, coming into La Source, and Patrick Pilet is lining up to have a go as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get a good run on the BMW, assuming they all get through Eau Rouge without tripping over one another, because Burman lost momentum off the corner. Porsche gained something, so now it's simply going to be an out-and-out drag your knuckles up the Camel Straight. And can the Porsche use their speed? We saw how Moser made it very easy for Pilet some laps ago, and again the Porsche goes to the left of the racetrack trying to find a gap which currently is being occupied by a fellow Porsche. One moves over, so the Porsches gain something. So Porsche on the outside, BMW on the inside, and yes, swoops through and takes the lead.
Good move by Pilet, 4 abreast going up to Les Combes, the leaders and the back markers. And so now we have a Porsche up front, because Patrick Pilet leads the total 24 hours of Spa, but back onto his tail, Jelmer Burman wants that place. Also running with them, Xavier Marsan there in 40th position, 3 laps down. And as they turn their way now through Bruxelles, we've got Pilet ahead of Burman, ahead of Moser. The 3 of them running together as they head off downhill. Now, can the Porsche break away?
It's got the pace. Clear air should do. The difficulty will be, of course, he's only going to have clear air for a very short time because there's going to be more traffic, and of course what played to the strength of Pilet and the Porsche will never play back to Berman. This is it again. So Berman goes out to the right of the racetrack, left of your screen. There, just suddenly the yellow and green Porsche forces its way through, just got more speed, but can brake slightly later because he's on the racing line. Berman had to get out of it that little bit earlier, and that's how simple it is to do it when you think about it.
So Patrick Pilet, who is a very impressive French driver in Porsches, factory driver. You can see why now. Goes around the outside, takes not just the place, but the lead of the Spa 24 Hours. And great bit of driving in order so to do. And he is just edging away from the two BMWs now.
Yeah, I mean, the Porsche's got good straight line speed. It may not be the quickest car in every corner around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, but it's quick on a lap. It's been quick pretty much through Pilet's stint, running middle 120 or 225s. And just simply now looks to find the opportunity, and he's got the Ferrari just ahead of him coming out of the bus stop, so he's pulled the gap coming across to our finish line. The gap is just under a second.
Through they go. 66 laps are done. Last year 509 we had, but with all of those safety car periods and all the rain, we know we can go more for this year. And the lead gap, 0.988 of a second as they came over the line. Now what's going on a little bit further back? You've got Audi versus Ferrari here, diving up to La Source. 71 Ferrari, again from the Pro-Am Cup. Victor Schaitar going through on the inside. Currently that car running in 27th place overall. You're looking at Eau Rouge, which has claimed two quick cars, both out of Pro-Am early on in the race. Flash of the headlights as Patrick Pilet now tries to work his way through the traffic as he comes up onto the tail of Nick Homerson, who's taken over from Andrea Bertolini second in Pro-Am, and that car 10th has just gone a lap down.
Yes, and again, Pilet, people say sometimes you're lucky in traffic, but you're not.
Now let's just go down to the pit lane and catch up on Pro Speed matters. Jack has news.
Yes, I do, David. Frustratingly for the Pro Speed squad, the 911 car didn't have anything wrong with the car itself. The performance was absolutely fine, but because it's a night race, they have to have certain lights on the doors. That electrical failure happened, so they had to come in and basically fix the lights on the doors. So real frustration for them, because no pace problems, no car problems per se, just that technical issue.
Right, thanks Jack, that explains it, because I was getting a bit fearful that car had a problem. It had lost 2 laps and fallen to 35th, and you explain why now. Thank you for that. So an electrical problem, and it still looks like it persists because there's only one light visible at the front of the car now.
Yeah, I mean, having your lights on the door, the numbers illuminated is one thing, and having your lights, your driving lights, one of them working. But that car's got pace as well, and got slightly outmaneuvered coming up into La Source. Now looking to try and get down the inside, coming up into Les Combes. Can't quite get it.
Marco Holzer at the wheel, and it's going to be a long slog for this team, but if the car holds together, they'll certainly pick up places, because others will have dramas, there's no doubt about that. 73 then into the pit lane. This is the Ferrari that was started by Alexander Frolov. It's again from SMP Racing within the Pro-Am Cup, and it's Denis Mokazov who's brought it in, having had warnings for exceeding the track limits. Ortelli is still being caught by Greg Franchi, and 11 tenths it was. The gap last time had come down just a little bit further, but the BMW, not convinced it's quite close enough to think about making a move. They are close together, but I think some of it rather depends on when they encounter traffic, doesn't it? That
yeah, I mean,
sometimes helps or hinders you.
Basically the lap time between these two cars, there's nothing ready to give and take between it. Both running in the 28s, it gives a tenth here, maybe half a tenth somewhere else. Traffic is the feature, and of course the likes of Ortelli, who is so good in reading what is ahead of him and knowing where to sometimes actually come out of a throttle that little bit earlier to prevent an overrun into a corner, but to ensure that he gets the strong drive off the corner, which is what you need to do to give yourself the breathing space between a challenger and the traffic that you're trying to manage.
Down to the bus stop then, 4th and 5th, these two. Stefan Ortelli, previous winner. Greg Franchi, previous winner. And Ortelli for the pit lane, so that's going to give Rat Franchi the place. And Stefan Ortelli comes down the pit lane, and this presumably will now put Laurens Vanthoor behind the wheel, because he's not yet had a stint.
Well, Laurens Vanthoor blotted his copybook in Super Pole last night. He got it wrong in Speaker's Corner. The car, the back end stepped out. He corrected, then it sort of turned sharpish right. Fairly heavy impact into the tyre wall on the outside of the corner. Little damage really, but just more to pride. But Laurens Vanthoor, we know, is more than a match for Stefano Telli as teammates. They've got natural pace, and I would say Van Thor's got overall slightly more pace than Stefano Telli has these days.
May well be right about that, I wouldn't argue. And Laurens Van Thor, second in the Macau Grand Prix, had a good, if underrated, single-seater career, but really does shine in GT racing these days. Stefano Telli helps to strap in his co-driver. This will, of course, lose the car places. The other Audi that's creeping into the mix, as you might have expected, given the driving strength, is number 13, because Marcel Fassler, who is behind the wheel of the car at the moment, is up into 8th place. This is the car he shares. He's on the lead lap as well, with Matthias Ekström and with Edward Sandström. And that is a car I would offer you as a potential winner. The speed lover Porsche number 94, the Jerome Mulders Renmans Richard car, has got a puncture and is, I was going to say limping. It's going at a reasonable pace to try to get back, and that's not really doing it much good.
Needs to be careful again, because when the tyres are rubbing like that, flailing, I mean, bodywork is what we see the smoke coming from, as well as from the tyre being basically destructed. As we watch to see Laurens Van Thor is slightly slow getting away. The problem for the Audi, can he not get the engine fired up? Is there a problem? It looks like there's something. The engineer is diving into the cockpit, and Laurens Van Thor is still stationary in the pit lane. There's Porsche 58, and it's stopped off the circuit.
That's spun off, hasn't it?
Yeah, it may well have spun as well.
Looking at the angle, Mark Rostam, who's an experienced driver, I think, has dropped it. And the speed lover Porsche, Philippe Richard at the wheel, limps back, but Van Thor has got a problem. And this is costing it dear.
Yeah, and it's been sitting there for a minute now. They haven't been able to get the engine refired. So now looking into the hood to see if there's something that they can see externally, taking the rear body, the deck off. No, maybe they've closed it down again. I don't know what's gone on. But certainly Laurens Van Thor is unable to get ignition to fire that Audi back up.
So big drama for them. And now Philippe Richard has to try to get into the pit lane, which he has done. So the Cup spec Porsche, the 911 GT3 Cup S, comes down the pit lane, and he will tumble down the order accordingly. And Laurens Van Thor is struggling to get the car started. Is it a starter motor problem?
It's going into the garage.
In the race to have that as a problem.
It's going into the garage.
To go into the garage. You can see the little wheelie trolley jacks are being brought out, and they're going to have to take it away.
Well, that's the first flaw we've seen in the almost perfect Audi team plan so far this afternoon, and unexpected the car came in perfectly fine, and all of a sudden during that driver change Laurens Van Thor has been unable to fire up that particular car, so work can be now carried out by as many as they can get around the Audi to get it back into this race.
If you're in the pit box, there's no limit. There is Rostan. It was a spin, and he goes off the road. And does he hit the tyre barrier? Yes, but I don't think too badly. So that car hopefully will be able to fight another day. That's one of the cars to watch, indeed car to beat in the Gentleman Trophy. Right, so big drama for Audi. Car still in the pit lane, losing a lap. Now the Audi attention, if you like, swings to the Marcel Fassler car, and there it is, because this is now up into 8th place overall, and that makes it the best place of the Audis.
It's disappointing for Audi, because they knew that they were going to get this race not by pace but by stealth, and whatever has gone wrong with Laurens Van Thor, and that car still in the garage. There you see Van Thor behind the wheel, and
very frustrated, isn't he?
I don't know if he's tightening his helmet or what's he doing, but nothing that he can do to rectify whatever the technical issues are. And normally in these circumstances it's down to an electronic problem, not a mechanical problem. And still no ignition from that car.
And if anything, it looks like it's more to do with laptops to be plugged in than diving into the engine bay, so it's looking like a long stop, this.
Yeah. In second place, Hjalmar Berman, now again running in clear air. What's going on up at the top of Lake Cum? Marshals everywhere, but Hjalmar Berman running good times, 2:25.0 against 2:25.5 for the lead Porsche. So both those cars probably running pretty clear, and it just shows that the BMW in clear air has probably got the pace of the Porsche, but in traffic the Porsche's got it where it counts, and that's probably just up the straight, and is able to put himself into position.
The Greg Franchi BMW, though, has had a rogue lap in the 2:30s. It's now gone back to a proper pace, but it's fallen away from the leading three, that is for sure. Marcel Fassler's lap times 2:26s, which are pretty good. Not on the pace of the leaders, but he's there or thereabouts, and staying on the lead lap. But interestingly now, ahead of him is number 44, Daniel Zampieri, in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, the Pro Cup Ferrari, the championship leaders, don't forget. And now they, stealth-like, have crept up to 7th overall. Good job.
Yeah, absolutely. Just did it under the radar. Just slowly got there. Keep out of trouble. That's all you've got to do. Keep out of trouble. Stay on the racetrack. Don't run the curbs. Don't drive off the racetrack. Don't tag other cars. Just make sure you don't make any mistakes. Marcel Fassler slides the Audi through the bus stop chicane. Let's have a look and see what's happening. We saw these marshals running across the track a moment ago, and I'm not quite sure why they're doing that. There's no obvious indication that there was a reason that they were on the inside of the circuit, but now back onto the outside. Strange.
It is a bit. Ortelli's car, Vanthor at the wheel of it, is now 23rd, and the work continues. Nissan in the pits as well, JRM, and it's another car going for the pit box, I'm afraid. Which one is this? It is the 230 Pro-Am entry, the car that Matt Bell started. And yet again, I'm afraid, it is a car from one of the top teams. Jody Fannin, former Ginetta racer, is at the wheel of it, and it's going for the pit box.
Early in the race, they're just over 3 hours, and we're seeing a number of cars that we wouldn't expect to see being pushed into the garage, having work carried out on them. Of course, you're not restricted in the number of people that are allowed to work on the car once it's off the pit lane in the garage. Bodywork off. Are they sucking something out from the front of that car, or are they blowing air into it? Well, there's certainly a fluid bottle, and whether there's I can't imagine what that fluid bottle is. They're looking at the brake reservoirs, but I don't imagine it's got to be brake fluid.
Well, the car, I'm afraid, continues to tumble down the order. 42nd it has now become. And it's not looking great, is it, for the car to rejoin imminently. And so many people hard at work in the pit garage now, the pit box. Patrick Pilet leads by 1.8 seconds still from Jelmer Burman. As you look at the JRM mechanics hard at work, Henri Moser currently is the man in 3rd place. Greg Franchi is in 4th. And then in 5th, Henri Acide, now the leader in the Pro-Am Cup. And the Nissan of JRM in the pit lane as they try to do something to get that car back into the race. But this is another long stop, John.
Yes, it is. It's difficult to tell what the precise problem with the Nissan is. There's certainly a large, looks like an air hose being applied around the front of the car, maybe just simply because the car came in, there's a whole lot of heat soak, so they want to try and keep that as cool as possible. Now, Mercedes lights flashing. Whereabouts have they fallen down to?
6th, is it not, for Maximilian Buch?
Yep.
Extremely well. His racing career has been a brief one, but he has certainly impressed a lot of people in a short space of time. And
well, short in stature, but to tell you all, he knows how to drive an SLS Mercedes.
Oh,
I mean, I did mention to when we were doing the broadcast in Zolder that he's only about 5 foot nothing. And I mean, the Mercedes is the car with the longest bonnet in GT racing. How he ever can see over the steering wheel, how he even knows where the nose of the car is interesting. But it doesn't matter. He is a very capable young man and doing a good job for the Mercedes, currently in 6th place, running not a few tenths of a second off the pace of the lead 2 cars, running middle 1 or 2 minutes 25s. And that's just about matching the pace of the Porsche in the lead and the BMW in 2nd.
You're looking at a car that no longer has a chance in the race, I'm afraid to say, because 4 laps down now is Laurens Vanthoor, and there's a sort of sense of dejection around that car, isn't there? Like, we know we're not going to win now, but we need to get it back in the race. There's no urgency.
No, well, it's not that. It's just simply they'll get that car back out again, and you just never know. We're still only just 3 hours into the race, 21 hours or so remaining. You've just got to believe that circumstance might change, and we've seen in the past where cars laps down come the end of 24 are actually the cars that are on the podium. But under normal circumstances, you'd have to say I'd agree with you.
So competitive is it these days that, you know, the car that has the least time in the pits is going to win, and to lose 4 laps early on, you don't know what other problems might be around the corner. The odd puncture here and there, the odd lap lost under a safety car. It's looking pretty bleak, but he's back on the pit apron. The trolley jacks wheeled out from underneath. Jody Fannin's car about to rejoin. There is Laurens Vanthoor, but it goes and stops, and then goes.
Strange. I don't know what the problem was. Clearly they had to plug back in the old computer, reset something, certainly maybe a sensor or whatever on the Fuel side might have been the reason. Very frustrating for a driver having been given a car that was running competitively, then to sit in the pit lane and not be able to get the car back on track.
And for Stefano Ortelli, who does all the hard work, gets out and then has to watch all his hard work ebb away because it won't move.
Yep, and no doubt he'll tell us the next interview just what he did and how it went wrong and whatever.
Car's lost 4 laps. It is 42nd and dropping as it makes its way down the pit lane. So the drivers now starting to get themselves ready for the nighttime sequence of the race.
So Van Thor's going to come out probably somewhere in the early 40s in position.
Mid, I would think. Yeah, around there or thereabouts. Patrick Pilet, in the meantime, is stuck in traffic. And he's got the Jones Mercedes ahead. He's got Jelmer Burman behind him. And is Pilet trying to get through the traffic? He is, and Burman pits. So from second place out of traffic gets Jelmer Burman. And Patrick Pilet trying to work his way through the slower cars.
So, well, the Jones-driven Mercedes-Benz didn't make it easy for the race leader. And Pilet would be delighted to see the BMW of Jelmer Burman make its way down into the pit lane, because that means he doesn't have that pressure behind. But it doesn't mean that he hasn't got to stop pushing, because he needs to do everything capable of lapping in the 2:25s. That last lap, 3.5 seconds, because of that one little moment. 3.5 seconds lost is a lot of time.
That was Gareth Jones, David Jones' son, who was at the wheel of the Mercedes when it was drawing attention to itself. Now, number 3, Jelmer Burman is in.
Looks like he's staying in the car.
Indeed, double stinting drivers, absolutely. What about tyres? Are the tyres ready?
Yeah, there we go. It's a right rear, then round to the left rear. Interesting. Oh, there's so which is the Audi?
0, Mar Melhoff.
Yeah.
In the car that he shares with Matt Halliday and Raul Fry. Nicky Mar Melhoff doing the next stint, therefore.
Down to 19th.
It is 2 laps down.
Good stop for the Mark VDS BMW.
So Jelmer Burman stays behind the wheel of it. There is a car that's just overtaken it. Greg Franchi then goes into the top 3 for Vita 4-1, podium finishing car last year. And also, I think the United Autosports Audi coming back down the pit lane. Great shot of the bottom of Eau Rouge, the climb uphill. And what does your cloud spotting tell you?
Well, I'm just looking at what a lovely picture, what a beautiful composition. But principally, you've got a beautiful blue sky as you look upwards coming through Eau Rouge.
And it's not that long ago we were talking about the threat of some rain, wasn't it?
Well, indeed. I mean, the sky has opened up, it's cleared up, cloud is disappearing, so it's going to be a glorious evening here as clock sort of reaches around to 20 to 8 in the evening.
Andrew Howard gives way to, I think that's Johnny Adam, getting into the Beach Dean Ice Cream Aston Martin, car that's gone so strongly and is still up there, 3rd in class when Andrew Howard brought it in, behind the TDS BMW and the AF Corsa Ferrari.
And 13th overall before the pit stop, so they'll be pretty pleased, I think, with that. Stefan Mucker will feel that he did the job he was there to do, but he's been given a reasonable performance by the team boss.
Yeah, he's earned himself an ice cream as well for his earlier stint, as Ferraris contrived to drive into each other at the Piff Paff. Giuseppe Ciro is the one for Kessel Racing, being spat out wide, gets back towards the tarmac, but losing a bit of ground. And the number 19 Black Falcon Mercedes now for the pit lane. This is the Lebed, Afanasiev, Simonson, Castellacci car with overheating issues. Yet another team with dramas early
Mercedes
on.
overheating?
Yes.
Doesn't go. The warranty doesn't allow that.
You speak as an owner, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
So let's watch the Beach Dean Aston Martin as they complete their service. They had a problem in their first stop when Stefan Mucker came in, and they lost time due to a problem with one of the wheel nuts, but let's hope that that's not going to be repeated. He's slightly slow away. I mean, they're waiting to be cleared by the lead on the team tyre stop wheel change. So he makes his way down the decline that forms the original pits here at Spa-Francorchamps. Bit of a national treasure, part of the circuit.
Yes. And this is the new last corner coming out of the re-profiled bus stop.
Re-profiled Eau Rouge. You might call it the son of Eau Rouge. And not quite as challenging as it was previously.
That's the surviving RJN Nissan, the one that was started by Lucas Ordonez And now with Wolfgang Reip at the wheel, it is in 21st place overall, 2 laps down. Wolfgang Reip, who is another of the PlayStation Academy regional winners from last year, doing a very good job in this. Not his first 24-hour race, because they were leading by 24 hours for him at the start of the year, but his first Spa 24-hour race and going strongly. And now as the light starts to fade, Spa looking even more spectacular.
Well, there you see the sky. That's what I was talking about, and hopefully we're going to see a lovely evening. Certainly, as we now begin to, the shadows falling over the circuit, certainly the drivers will find this is the period in the race where the sun gets so low in the sky in certain parts of the circuit, it's just literally in your eyes. And if you've got a windscreen that's covered and all the usual detritus that you get around a racetrack, plus a bit of oil and other fluids, that's tricky. It's difficult to pick your points, your brake points, and especially when you're caught in a battle of quicker cars coming through and you're just trying to get out of their way and not impede their progress. So slightly darker on the pit start-finish straight.
And in that mix you can see the 75 Pro Speed Porsche. Big disappointment for Pro Speed here, both cars having problems early on, and it's Xavier Marson in 32nd place. That's the Pro-Am leading, Nick Homerson driven AF Corsa Ferrari, running in 7th place overall. And down in the pit lane we've currently got Marcel Fassler, and also in was the leader, the car that was the leader, Patrick Pilet, has brought 150 in for Manthey Racing, and that's at the endurance pit, as it's called. In other words, the old pit out, where there's a bit more space for the teams to work, but they're on a hill. One of the advantages of being down there, I was being told yesterday by engineers, is that because it's such a long drive from pit in all the way down to the endurance pits, especially if you're at the end, you've got so much more time to talk to the driver and go through a bit of a debrief, and he can tell you what the car is like, and you can pass that on accordingly, because all it's doing is going chunk down the pit lane, and you've got all of that time without it being done in a panic.
Yeah, 80 kilometres per hour.
50 this year.
50?
50. Down to 50 for the race this year.
30 miles an hour.
So it's a long stop, and you can
half a lap in lap time.
You can do that conversation with the driver. So out gets then now Patrick Pilet, and driver change. Is that going to put Mark Lee back in?
But what I like about this Porsche pit position is that once you leave your pit box, you're very quickly back onto the racetrack, and I always feel that if you're at the end of the pit lane, as we see the Porsche getting now jacked up for wheel tire change, is that when you are released, you're pretty much back on it. As the BMW exits out of the bus stop chicane, and this is going to be pretty close by the time the BMW, which is in fact this is Berman. This is the Berman car, starting in 5th place, yes.
But the question is, will he get ahead of the Porsche, which is on the way once again down the pit lane? Look how close to the white line here, so he can accelerate, but I think the BMW will go back ahead. It's coming downhill. Porsche picking up speed. Berman there flings the car out of Eau Rouge. He's going to be ahead, isn't he, as the Porsche accelerates back onto the circuit. He won't be ahead by much, but he's ahead.
So, back to almost status quo.
And Mark Lieb it is, who started, is back behind the wheel of number 150. So we've got BMW versus Porsche at the moment, because it's Moser BMW, Lieb Porsche, Franchi BMW, Buch Mercedes, Berman BMW and Homerson Ferrari within the top 6. There is Greg Franchi's BM that has been in for Vita 4-1, Michael Bartel's team, Michael himself a former winner. You've got 4 previous winners here, all involved in running a team. The quiz question is name the 4.
Well, they're all... I can't think of the are.
Vincent Voss is one. Pierre Giudice is another. Both at
but that's the same team.
Yeah, but
you mean
winners are involved.
Failure on the
Tyre failure on the Venezuela Ferrari. The others quickly, Roberto Ravaglia and Michael Bartels. Treble 1, Giuseppe Ciro, we saw go off the road a little while ago. He's still behind the wheel of the car, and this time he's pit bound because it's a left rear that's gone back.
A lot of cars have been running wide on the exit of the Paul Frere Curb, and there you can see the tyre, the smouldering remains of that left rear Pirelli from the Ferrari, and there's a bodywork damage as well. I think they're probably... Oh, it looks ugly, doesn't it?
I would say he's already had a puncture, because look at the black sticky things already
absolutely.
there.
That's why I'm thinking it's disintegrated on the exit of the Paul Frere Curb, and maybe just being a little bit too hasty coming through the exit of the Stavolo corner, and the remains of the tyre just disintegrated.
Car 53 having a second warning for exceeding the track limits. Penalties start to come after that. as the leading car of Henri Moser is now in the pit lane. So Mark Lieb should go back into the lead of the... Jelmer Berman, I should say, should get himself back ahead of his teammate this time. But this is going to put the Mercedes of Maximilian Buch now, because it's out of sequence, back into the lead of the race.
And it's only 3¼ hours.
As down the pit lane comes the number 4 BMW, returning to the race. It's done its pit stop. There is Mark Lieb, who will go ahead of him. And look how close he is to the back of Jelmer Berman. It's going to be a really good fight between these three.
Absolutely, didn't take very long for the Porsche to make the grind up.
When they get back on track, but it's going to be behind the Mercedes, don't forget. So it's going to be Berman from Lieb, then Moser. And let's see how much of that gap he can reduce. But ahead of them all, it is going to be the 84 Mercedes.
And Maximilian Buch has just gone and done a 2:24.7. And that's a quick lap at this part of the racetrack. Now that's obviously on fresh tyres, but nevertheless it's a strong lap from that young German, and that's going to put pressure on these two cars. They're going to battle each other, and of course in the process they're going to probably not be able to run at their fullest potential, and that's going to allow Maximilian Buch to stretch the gap. We need to see when they make their way around to complete these laps to see what the overall gap is between first, second and third, and second and third. So Mark Lieb running behind Jelmer Berman.
If Berman has to defend, he's going to lose time to the Mercedes, which was just under 12 seconds at the start of this lap. So the Mercedes is not that far up the road.
But it will probably get further if these two fight one another.
Yeah.
And Berman has been able to run at running a 2:24.7 his last lap against something that a Buch, I should say. That was Berman's been running 2:26. So the Mercedes has got a bit of an open door, and all he's got to do is make sure he doesn't get caught in traffic in the bad place. While these two are going to try and race each other for second place.
Coming down now towards campus, there is the Porsche riding the curbs. Mark Lieb hustling on. He's been associated with Porsches for the bulk of his racing career, and there, about 12 seconds up the road, is Maximilian Buch, but he's being held up just a little bit now because he's got caught behind the Beechdene Aston Martin with Daniel McKenzie, in fact, at the wheel for this next stint. Not Johnny Adams, I was thinking it might turn out to be, and the Mercedes is being delayed.
And that's the very issue that Bowman and Lieb have been praying for, that one of the lead car has now found itself in traffic, and it's found itself behind a car that's got good performance. He dives on the inside, but he's not really, he couldn't make it stick. Aston Martin good in the brakes, had the rider line, could break that a little bit later. Now the Mercedes looking to come down the inside, and just about on acceleration pulls ahead of the Aston Martin. So that's relief for Maximilian Buch.
News on number 1 Audi, thanks to Martin Pass at Audi. It was a starter relay that needed replacing. So how trivial a part that is, I know not, but it's been replaced. The car is back in the race, but it was enough to lose them many, many laps and drop that car
a difficult item to get to. You're buried down in the engine, in the heart of the unit, to get in there and get it replaced. As we look at the battle for second place up the straight, the Porsche pulls out to the left-hand side of the circuit, but doesn't have track position coming to Lake Coombe, so has to once again fall in behind Jelmer Berman. And the lap times of these two, well, in fact, Lieb has done a 2:24.8, and the race leader Maximilian Buch, with that traffic, has dropped back by 2.5 seconds on that lap. So it is all traffic related, but the Porsche clearly pushing very hard. Cannot find a way past the BMW. It's not going to do very much around this part of the racetrack. The drop down into the two-part Pujo corner. You've got to be very quick and very brave to think about making a manoeuvre up the inside. It is possible in the exit of Pujo to get a run down into Fagnes, but it's again not close enough.
And again, the BMW is good at certain parts, the Porsche good elsewhere, so that has to be factored in as well. And for the moment, Berman fends off Lieb, who again tries to close a little bit under braking for the Piff-Paff. The Porsche taking a slightly tidier run through, I would suggest, on that part of the circuit, but Berman is trying his hardest then as he powers now through the campus corner, past the college on the right-hand side, then up towards the curb, Paul Frere, and Mark Lieb, who, as I was saying a moment or two ago, is synonymous with Porsches, but he's also been a very good import on the Gold Coast for V8 supercar racing in Australia. He's not as close to the back of that BMW as he needs to be. The gap on that part of the circuit where the BM can stretch its legs, just extending a touch.
Yeah, I mean, he just lost a little bit of ground. So there is the gap between the two cars. Advantage back to Jelmer Berman and the BMW. So Mark Lieb's just got to think about it and where he where next can I get a run. I think his best chance is obviously going to be the run out of La Source down through Eau Rouge and then the run up to Les Combes. But he needs to get absolutely perfect position at this part of the racetrack to get that run and to maintain the momentum, particularly up through Eau Rouge, and not have to back out of it because of losing a little bit of the aero on the nose of the car.
So they're almost together as they plunge downhill then. Ahead of them still, Maximilian Buch leading. They are catching the Mercedes, 8.9 seconds it's come down to. Burman it is still ahead as they climb uphill once again. And as they make the run now up towards Les Combes, so the Porsche looks to see what, if anything, it can do, but it's not near enough at the moment. Nicky Katzberg back in the BMW, 2 minutes 23.9. That's a car now at 6.9 seconds behind Lieb, but Nicky Katzberg running on his own, clear air. These two are battling away, but don't discount the second of the VDS BMWs, because that is a quick car right now. Indeed so. Nick Katzberg was a real star in that first stint, and he's coming back at the rest of them as they work their way now through Bruxelles for the 78th time. So Katzberg is running in 4th place, and as the cars blast downhill once again, wide up over the curve goes Lieb in traffic now. Jelmer Burman tries to find his way through on the inside of the Ferrari. No messing around here. You can't really hang on for a corner and then go past the back marker. You've got to get on with it. You've got to do it for fear of losing too much time. And just kicking up a little bit of dirt is Mark Lieb, who is right on the tail of Jelmer Burman now. He tries the outside line coming towards the piff-paff. He's not going to get through there. Is this going to be a change for second place? Nose to tail then as they turn their way down towards campus. Can Mark Lieb get the Porsche up into second place at the expense of the BMW? It's not for the want of trying. Rides the curve going through that right-hander. All the Porsche drivers at Manthey, the three of them, have been told to look after the tyres, while Mark Lieb is trying to do just that and also get the car ahead of the BMW. Powering his way from the Paul Frere corner up towards Blanchimont now. The lead gap, Buch to Burman, is down to 8.9 seconds. This battle at the start of the lap was only 0.6 of a second. And as they head towards the bus stop, again you see you've just gone through a zone where the BMW is stronger. It can use all of that grunt, and it's just extended the margin by 2 lengths. And Mark Lieb's got to do it all over again. Further up the road is Daniel Mackenzie, who's never raced at night, so they're giving him as much daylight running as possible in the Beechdean Aston Martin. And there's a drive-through penalty for Carl Wendlinger for contact with Ahmad Al-Hafi. It's all happening here at Spa. Out of La Source they come then, still tied together these two as they are about to plunge downhill. We're working now lap 79. The gap was just half a second, and 6 seconds behind them is Nick Katzberg, who is closing because now Lieb, who is lapping quicker than Burman, is being held up by the BMW. Not by much, but he's being held up, and the cars now power once more towards Les Combes. Is this going to be a chance for Lieb to have a go? He's making his way up the hill to the braking zone. Is he going to be able to find a way through? He's going to have a look. We'll stay with this battle rather than having a look back at the highlights, because this is game on for second place. And Lieb, turning his way through Les Combes, is not only closing on Burman, they are both closing again on Daniel Mackenzie. And now Burman's got to try and get past the back marker and keep the Porsche at bay. Down the inside of Bruxelles, a flash of the headlights to tell Daniel Mackenzie to get out of the way. He stays offline. BMW goes through, but Mark Lieb can't hang around. He rides the curb, he kicks up the dirt. He's got to get past the Aston Martin. Is he going to be able to do it? No! Disaster for him, because he has to slot back in and get the line for the corner. So that gives Burman an advantage, because the traffic didn't so much get in the way, in fairness to Daniel Mackenzie. He had to turn into the corner sooner or later. He did so, and I'm afraid he was where Mark Lieb wanted to be. So Lieb has lost time. He's got to do it all over again now. More traffic ahead, because now it is the 111 Ferrari that is just up the road, the Venezuela tourism car. Out of the way, that's the one that Giuseppe Chiero had the puncture with when we last saw it. He's now lapped by both Burman and Lieb. They come down towards campus, and this on lap 79 is the battle for second and third places. And the Porsche trying to recover. You see how crucial traffic management is. Just one back marker at one corner, and that has given you problems. And number 34 is being given, this is the Franck Pereira Pro GT Porsche, a drive-through penalty for rejoining via the Formula 1 pit lane and not going through the old pit lane. So it's way down the order anyway, but it's a silly mistake from the man behind the wheel of the car, and a drive-through penalty for the wrong pit lane. And Carl Wendlinger's drive-through is for that contact going back a few laps with the Porsche. As now Burman goes deep into the bus stop, and Mark Lieb is tucked up behind him, and here they come over the timing line once again. This battle for second place is an absolute stormer.
Yeah, but interestingly, Maximilian Buch, 5.5 seconds he's gained while these two are battling. They're covered by half a second or whatever, it makes it no difference. But Maximilian Buch has been able to take advantage. His last lap was a slower lap, no doubt due to traffic. Berman did a 2:24, Lieb did a 2:25, so they were within a tenth of a second of each other. It's just the ebb and flow as we're watching this battle, certainly for second place. Here's an opportunity for the Porsche, which has got good straight line speed. And Nicky Katigan saw Jelmer Berman on the headlights trying to get the Ferrari and everything else ahead of him out of the way to stop this loss of momentum, because the Porsche is going out to the left. It worked for him before when he got the lead of the race. Not able to do it this time, but again the traffic having to go round the outside of the Porsche. Both of them do it, and well, Jelmer Berman, he must be absolutely going nuts with all this traffic.
Fair play to Berman, because he's concentrating, as you see debris on the road there, on the traffic ahead and on his mirror, to make sure that he doesn't leave the door open and give Lieb even half a chance. He runs a little bit wide there, but he's going to have the right line for the next corner, the left at Speaker's Corner. Lieb closing right up under braking. He is trying to take full advantage of the traffic as they dive downhill now, and he pulls out and trying to get alongside the BMW. He's trying to box in Berman as they get to Pouin, and Mark Lieb on the inside line does it. He goes second. Fabulous move.
Yeah, good, well thought out and better executed. Super work by Lieb and the Porsche, and Berman really was slightly trapped there, but he just didn't have the momentum down the hill. Tries to come back as they come down into Fagnes, but can't get through. Lieb covers that corner, and now he's just got to think about that for the Ferrari ahead. Again, where is he going to catch it? He's got ahead of it, or a song side of it, coming into Stavelo or into Campus Corner as it's now called, and in fact Berman slightly disadvantaged. That's going to play to the strength of Lieb.
So Mark Lieb powers his way up now through Paul Frere. He's heading towards Blanchimont, and look, Berman is still stuck in traffic. He's got the Ferrari getting in the way now, and the flashing of the headlights is ever more vigorous, and he's only just gone through at Blanchimont. It may not be a big gap, but when these cars are so evenly matched, you can ill afford to lose any time at all, and so Mark Lieb has managed to get away. Well, we're at the end pretty much of the first 3 hours of the race. Just to recap, we have got up front Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes, and the leader pits as I say that, so into the pit lane comes Maximilian Buch, and so Mark Lieb comes across the timing line. It is going to be the 150 Porsche that leads at the end of 3 hours, ahead of Jelmer Berman. For now, from Jack Nicholls, John Watson and David Addison, though, it's goodbye from Spa.